2026 is going to be the year of agents. And if you know that how to define your agent as well as make your agent interact with each other, you can gain a great competitive edge in your career. So hi everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I am Mayank Agarwal and today via this crash course, we are going to master Agent Development Kit, which is an awesome framework by Google to create and manage your agents. Now, the whole crash course is from complete scratch. Any beginner can take the same. The only prerequisite is Python, and the same is being divided into multiple steps, so it is very easy to navigate. We will make sure that we understand each and everything in depth, and in the next 6 to 7 hours, we will have a complete idea about everything in the agentic AI space. Now, with that, everyone, do make sure that you also download the whole resources. I have created awesome codes as well as read files which you can just go through, which are even better than the documentation which are provided. So, with that, do make sure that you like the video, share the same with everyone who wants to start with agentic AI, as well as comment if you have any doubts or appreciation. And make sure that you complete this whole video so that you can be the master in the world of agentic AI. With that, let's now get started and master AI ADK once and for all. So we are going to start with our ADK, that is Google Agent Development Kit. Now coming to Google Agent Development Kit, as the name has it, it's from Google. As you can see, google.github.io. So just like how Microsoft has AutoGen, Amazon also has its own framework as well. Google has Agent Development Kit, which is kind of in a very active development again. And new features are getting talked upon and added. If we will go to its official GitHub repo from here, so this is from where we can access the official GitHub repo, we will be seeing that how in ADK Python, last version was just 3 weeks ago, which means that in some time another version is going to come. And again, the whole plan that, okay, what exactly it is. So we are going to make sure that we cover the same in depth, where we are able to understand properly, okay, in a crash course kind of a way, that what exactly Google ADK is. Okay. So that's the whole plan, understanding each and everything in this, and of course, doing some project as well. Now, coming how we are going to cover Google ADK, right? The idea is that we will be covering the same in steps, and the steps are very nicely laid down in front of you. So we will be starting first with the installation and setup, right? That how exactly we have to install ADK and set up the same on our system. Second, we will move on that to the introduction to ADK, right? So in the introduction part, we will understand that, okay, what exactly is ADK, few of its features, etc. Then next we will jump on to the agents in ADK, like what exactly are agents in ADK, different kinds, how can we play around with them, how can we send them any task, how do they collaborate with one another, all these things we will be learning. Then we will jump on to the next topic, which is going to be structure output. Now, these are all the topics which you must have seen in other frameworks as well. The idea is pretty straightforward that all these frameworks, they are having different way of doing the same thing. So it is very important that you understand that how exactly we have to do that. And in the previous, again, we have seen the same in the AutoGen as well, that although these were majorly the things which we were doing, but yeah, there are different ways of doing it. Then next will be configuring the model. So just like how Google has a ADK has a very good support of Gemini, but not everyone might have a Gemini key. So what we will be doing instead, everyone, we will be making sure that how we can try, or we are able to integrate other models as well. So models just like your AI brain. So from ChatGPT, from let's say Claude, and even your OpenRouter or Ollama as well. So each and everything can be easily tested. Next, we will go through the tools, everyone. Right. So tools, just like how they have in different frameworks, and normally in agent as well. So the understanding is that we will be understanding about tools. Next up, something specific to ADK, which is session runner and state. So this thing kind of comes around the architecture part of ADK. Now, since it is a little bit tricky, we will be covering that after we see the working and everything, and then it will make a lot more sense, right? So this is also a little bit thing which we have to understand in depth when we are talking about ADK, because when we will be moving our system to the production, then that is where this kind of thing we might have to ourself control. So it will make a lot more sense when we will cover the first 5 6 topics and then move on to the 7th one. Then multi-agent system, just like how we have a single agent, we can have multiple agent working together. So that is also a little bit different in ADK. So we will see the same in depth as well. After that, we will see the workflow agents. So what exactly are these workflow agents? How many different types of these workflow agent are there? How are they divided? And we will see the same by a practical as well. So it is very, very clear. Then callback, again, a very, very important feature. Coming to callback, it is a feature in which you can have in any framework, right? But we will try to understand how ADK supports the same right out of the box and what might be the benefit of the same. Then we will see MCP with ADK. Now the same is very, very important because if you have covered about tools, and when we talk about multi-agent system as well, then it is very, very easy if we are able to attach MCP to your agent, right? So that is the whole idea. And MCP makes your agent a lot more powerful. So that is the case. And then finally, we will be concluding all of those with a project. So that is going to be the whole flow of our case. So starting from the very basic, the installation and setup, all the way to the project. Now, throughout what I have done, I have kind of created some notes, right, which all of you will also be getting, so that you can go through the notes, right? Easily you can understand the same. And the coding and the practical part, I will try to code and show you the same as well, so that you are easily able to understand each and everything. So that is going to be the whole plan, so that we are able to understand and master ADK in no time, rather than going around each and everything. And one more thing, we will be heavily understanding the same via documentation. There are multiple reasons for the same. Documentation A is the best way. So I want that all of you understand how to go about documentation. Second, with the thing in active development, whenever there will be any changes, right? So you can surely come, and this is the place where you will see the changes happening. So this is one more reason that we will be specifically focusing and understanding from documentation. So yeah, with that, I think we can get started with the learning and mastering the ADK in depth. So great, everyone. Now let's move on to the very first step, that is going to be your installation and setup. So the very first thing which we will have to do, just if we go on say Google and search for ADK, because of Google to Google connection, we can see this very first link, which is the default Google Agent Development Kit link. This is Windows Assessment and Deployment Kit. It is no framework, so don't get confused. You can click on Agent Development Kit, which is going to be your entry into the world of ADK. Okay. Now, as you can see here, ADK is flexible and modular programming framework, agentic framework for developing and deploying AI agents, while optimized for Gemini and Google ecosystem. So, because again from Google only, ADK is model agnostic, which means you can use any model, deployment agnostic, and is built for compatibility with other frameworks. So that is where A2A kind of comes into picture. So all they are saying is that, hey, we want and we know that, okay, it is going to be very good with Google, but we have made it still having everything. ADK was designed to make agent development feel more like software development. So pretty good thing for any software development out there, to make it easier for developer to create, deploy, and orchestrate agentic architecture that range from simple tasks to complex workflows. So I think cool enough definition, everyone. And the same is totally in depth. So let's see and go forward. I have actually created a little bit better of getting started kind of a documentation. So for that, you can just go and you all will be having access to these resources or these things. Let me close all others so that we don't get confused. Close others. Great. So yeah, as we can see from this Jupyter notebook, everyone, let's see the same in depth. Google ADK crash course kind of a thing, module 1, installation and setup. So now let's see that what all we will be requiring if we have to get started with ADK. Okay. So few things are there, as we can see right in front of us. When we talk about the very first point, that is, let's say installation and setup, right? Let me make it like this. So coming to installation and setup, everyone, we will be starting off, and it is a very, very good thing if you have a Gmail account. Now, the reason for having a Gmail account is that, again, Google to Google, you will be requiring to create a Gemini key. Like again, we can use it with anyone, and I will be showing you that. But as the official website also states that how it will be having a very good support for the Gemini key or via the Gemini and the Google Cloud. So for that, it will be very good if we can go to Google AI Studio and create our key, right? So I will be showing you the process. Let's quickly see the process. Now you can just go on Google, search for AI Studio Google, and just click on this very first one. Build with Gemini, AI Google Studio Gemini. Okay, not this one, my bad. Let's go a little down. Yeah, Google AI Studio, this one. Okay, so Google AI Studio. Now, in this link, what we all will have to do, everyone, we will have to make sure that we go to this get API key, right? And from here, we can create an API key. Okay, so we can create an API key now. Just like I have created few of the keys. Now just click on this and you can copy the key. So let's say if I click on this, I can easily get my key and copy it and use the same. So that is the whole idea, that how exactly we have to get our key for Gemini and use the same. Now, once we have the key, which we will be using further, right? I have written the steps inside this image as well, that first, second, create the key, and third, then we can directly use the key. The whole idea now becomes that we will also be able to use it in future, right? To create a Google Cloud account. So Google Cloud account. Okay. So again, generously Google Cloud gives you around $300 for 90 days. We will be seeing the same if required. But the idea is that you can go on and search for Google Cloud, and it will take you to Google Cloud GCP, from where you can create your account. So initially it is not required, but if we do plan to take our projects to production via Google infra, GCP infra, then it will be a lot required. So that is the idea, right? So now with that, we have make sure that we have the key with us. So this is the very first step, not dependent on anything. Key of Gemini, right? Once we have the key, next part comes that how I will be installing it. So this kind of is the setup part, right? Where you need the brain. So let's get it done with initially only. Second comes the part on how we will be installing the same. So again, we are going to follow the best practices. We can either use uh, pip, or we can use UV, which is your UV is again a very modern kind of a package manager in Python. Pip, I think, is something which has been there. Now you can use Conda or any other as well. So totally on us. The idea is that we need this thing to install ADK onto our system. Now for that, what we will be doing, everyone, we will be making sure that we create a virtual environment. Now with the virtual environment, we will then be able to create a requirement.txt, right? Third, we should make sure that Python 3.10 plus version is present, right? And fourth, we will just do pip install. Pip install. I think it's Google hyphen ADK. So what this will effectively do for us is that this will kind of create a container for us in which we will be having ADK with other packages as we want. So for any project, anything, it's a very good practice. It will be something like this, where this will be our environment. And inside this environment, we will be having along with ADK. So this again is ADK. We can have other different packages. Okay, so that is the whole idea, that we will be then easily able to access each and everything, right? So yeah, once we are able to do that, let's see the same properly. So these are again the same steps. Create a Google account if needed to generate a Gemini API key. Configure your environment variables, Google API key or Gemini API key. So I will just tell you how to set them. Don't worry. Choose one setup path, pip plus VNV or UV. So again, both the things are written properly. Install and verify Google ADK plus the ADK CLI. So this is what comes in installation and setup part. And run a tiny smoke test just to see that everything is working. Okay. Now all the reference links are also provided in here. So you will have no problem. Easily you can go through this reference link and understand the same. Okay. Then let's come about prerequisites. I think it's Python 3.9 plus. So as I mentioned, 3.10 to 12. Then terminal access for Mac OS or Linux, and Windows you can have it via PowerShell or CMD, right? So that will be needed because we have to run the ADK commands. Okay. Then basically basic familiarity with virtual environment, so kind of a prerequisite, and Google account for the Gemini API key, right? So in this, I think this is pretty easy. This is easy. This is also kind of doable, and this I've shown you how to do. Okay. So the very first one on getting the key only, which I think all of you have seen the same. Next is how to set up your API key, right? So that we can use our Gemini key which we have created, right? We are able to use that key everywhere. We have to make sure, so this particular key which we get from Google, once we have created the same, we have to make sure that we can use the same as well, right? So for that, what it is suggesting, uh, you can either export the same directly onto the terminal, right? Or it is saying that we can have the .env file created. Okay. Now I'm going to follow the .env kind of a credential because that is better and that is a little bit more programmatic, right? So let's move forward and see. That is the optional part. Store your key in .env file. Now you can run this particular code and it is going to create a .env file. So if I run this, pay attention. And let's say I just select this venv kernel, which I've created. It is going to create this .env file. Okay. So which we can use. Let's move forward. Now choosing Python environment path. Now here the steps are written through which you can easily create a virtual environment. So just to show you, if I open my terminal up, right everyone? So in bottom, here is my terminal. I can just say Python -m venv and let's say my ADK environment. So I have already created with .venv, that is normally the convention. So let me just press enter and it is going to create a new virtual environment for you as you can see. So my ADK environment is created, which is having all the installation and everything. So for the timing, I'm deleting this because I already have the .venv. So let's move forward. And yeah, once you have done the same, then you can just run this command pip install Google-ADK. So for this as well, what I will be doing, I will be creating a new file, requirements.txt, right? And here I can write Google-ADK. And of course, I can go and do pip. First, what you will have to do, you will have to activate your virtual environment. So source.venv bin activate. Okay. And the environment has been activated as you see here. Now I can do ls and I see all these things. Pip install -r requirement.txt. And it will install all the libraries mentioned inside my requirement.txt folder. Now, again, this is just a test of if everything is installed or not. It will just check your Google API key, Gemini API key. So surely you can run the same. And just checking one more thing, that if the same has been installed, everyone, then when you do this ADK, when you just write down this ADK, let me close it again and clear everything out. ADK, then you should be not getting any error. Rather, you should be getting something like this: API server, create, deploy, run, web, eval, all these things you will be getting. Okay. So yeah, each and everything is mentioned in this particular thing where troubleshooting as well is mentioned. So if you face any problem, you will be able to easily check the same, and it is valid for all the OSs, Windows, Linux, and Mac. So you will not be facing any problem. So yeah, that was the initial setup where we have understood about the installation and the setup, and I think we can confidently mark it done. Right? Let me do it in green color so that we can follow that. Right? So I can say that okay, this is done. So with that, we have seen that how can we create quickly a Google API key. Now it will have some limits. I'm not really sure about the free credits, right? You might have to load us some credits onto your Google account as well. So you can just check that out quickly. Then I have shown you that how can you install this via pip UV, all these things. Okay, so that is the whole idea. So cool, everyone. Now with the installation and the setup part clear, let's now move on to understanding about ADK. That is where we will be seeing that what exactly is ADK, right? So let's go on to the next one. And in this, I have explained about ADK in depth. So Google ADK, module 2 introduction to ADK and comparisons. So in this module, we will be understanding a little bit more about ADK, and along with that we will be comparing the same with its contemporaries. Okay, so that is the whole idea. So let's see the same. Here we will understand what ADK is and why it exists, core building blocks, architecture and mental models. So a little bit idea on that. Workflow patterns. So again, these are basically all the things which we are going to cover here, like not just in this particular module. So let's move forward. ADK is again a flexible modular framework, the definition which was there present on the official website. This is the exact kind of a definition, right? Then you can see that how ADK has multiple components like agents. Agents are self-contained execution unit that pursue goal, call tools, and can coordinate with other overall clients. So the other agent, sorry, that is the whole idea about agents, everyone. Then similarly, we have the tools as well, right? So now I think each and every one of you will have an idea that if you have seen any of the previous thing properly, right? I'm pretty sure that these things will be clear, though we will be seeing the same as well. Tools give agent capabilities. Workflow orchestrate agent that okay, how exactly the workflow is going to go. Memory or session state lets agent carry context. So again, these are the things which we will be mastering. Callbacks or guardians hooked into lifecycle stages for safety logging and control. Dev experience include an ADK CLI and an interactive web UI for local testing. So we will be seeing all those things as well. Now, again, agent, tool, memory, all these things I've covered and just try to give you an idea, right? So when we talk about agent, agent is a goal level unit that can reason, call tools and produce output, much like us humans. Then tools, we have built-in tools, everyone, right? So as it is written, ADK is a flexible modular framework for building and deploying AI agents, optimized for Gemini, but model agnostic. Now, again, this is kind of a same definition which was there in the official documentation, because again, official documentation is the truth. So it is just being kind of a paraphrase. Uh, but model agnostic, you can also use GPT or cloud. So here I specifically mentioned that what exactly these terms means. And deployment agnostic, so local or cloud. It aims to make agent development feel like standard software engineering, clear configs, testable units, composable workflows, and an integrated developer experience. So we call that a DX, where it is CLI plus web UI. So both of things are present. Okay. Now again, key ideas are agents, tool, workflows, memory or session state, callbacks, guardrails, or dev experience. So the whole point here is that I'm kind of giving you a full reference that how in ADK we are having these small components. How we have the agents, right? That is going to be of course the major part, agent development kit. And again in agent we have tools, we can have guardrails, we can have the whole memory for an agent, then we can have the session and state. So we will be seeing these things in depth. ADK is a little different from other frameworks like CrewAI, AutoGen, etc. So that is very important to understand. Now let's move forward and see the core concepts. Now, if you will go on to the official website here as well, everyone, you will see that agent tools, session memory, callbacks, artifacts. So these are the things which are written, right? So the idea is that can be able to easily understand this properly. So and then in depth as well. So we are able to use the same while creating our projects in ADK. Okay. Let's see the same as well now. Agents, an agent is a goal driven unit that can reason, call tools and produce output. So again, just like us digital human, agents are able to do things just like we human do. So they can use tools, they can produce output and reason as well. A root agent is your entry point. It can delegate work to sub agents. So again, it is talking about how we have multi-agent system. And again, don't worry, we have this properly here in this module where we are going to cover it. Multi-agent system in ADK are built by composing multiple agents with defined responsibilities. Then we have tools, again three types, built-in tools, function tools, and third-party tools or agent as tools. So basically using your tools with something else. Then workflows, sequential, parallel, loop. So we will see that how different agents can interact with one another. Memory and session state is a little bit different. It is also different how ADK handles the same. So again, very important that you understand it properly. Uh, Callbacks and guardrails. So again, we will be covering about callbacks and guardrails, which is kind of a safety mechanism, just making sure that we are getting what we are wanting. Okay, so that is the whole idea. Now let's come to the mental model and architecture. So again, it is loosely inspired. The architecture will be a lot clearer once you understand few things. And then when we go to the session state and runner type, right? Because it runs in a little bit different manner. Like the way it has been architect, it is a little bit different. But the whole idea becomes that we will be having a client, UI, API, or test. it can get a request. Now, a request will be via a root agent. This root agent can delegate, they can use tasks and all these things. Okay. Now, let's see and compare ADK with other frameworks as well. Right. So, before that, I would just like to go and show you a few of these things from directly from the website. So flexible orchestration, define workflows using workflow agent. So we will see the same, that how we can have a flexible automation going from, let's say, this one agent to other agent, or let's say agent working in parallel as well, right? Or how they can work in a sequential manner as well. So all those things we will be understanding, everyone, right? That how exactly that works. So I believe that will be very easy for all of you to understand. Now, with this clarity, next is multi-agent architecture, build modular and scalable applications by composing multiple agents in a hierarchy, right? Rich tool ecosystem. So just like any other frameworks, it provides many inbuilt tools. You can use your own functions, or it provides third-party libraries like LangChain and CrewAI via wrapper. Deployment ready, containerize and deploy your agents everywhere. Run locally, scale with Vertex AI agent engine. So that is again something very, very important with respect to this thing. Built-in evaluation, right? So again, how it supports this evaluation. Systematically assess agent performance by evaluating both final response and building safe and secure agents. So few things are there around safety and security as well. Okay. So I think what we can have this whole thing into our second part. So let me write it second, which is introduction to ADK. Now, when we talk about introduction to ADK, everyone, I think the very first thing which we can have is this particular diagram only. And I think we should also have the ADK here. So it's a good overall diagram that we are understanding about ADK. Now, yes, along with this, I think it should be a lot clear that what as of now ADK is, and giving you a basic idea around the same, that you will be having an idea that yes, it can be used for some agent kind of a thing of working, right? And very compatible with Gemini, Cloud, Vertex AI, all these things, which is native to Google, and how it is having ecosystem orchestration, all these things. Okay. Now, once we have understood this, let's now move forward and discuss ADK with respect to, or rather compare with its contemporaries. So when we talk about ADK and other frameworks, we can see right in front of screen. So this is CrewAI, another awesome framework. AutoGen, one of the best framework which we have also covered, and your LangChain, right? So LangChain, LangGraph, and in this red box, let me make it green. We are having our very own ADK, so the one which we are mastering via this, right? So let's see the same. I've created an awesome table again so that you can surely and easily continue. So pay attention. Now comparing them, uh, like let's say apple to apple is not very straightforward, but I've still tried to make these things because the whole way of architecture, the way they are being created, right, that is very much different in different frameworks, right? But initially, I believe that any framework which you are learning, if you're able to understand that okay, from where it is coming, how does it compares, that overall gives you a better idea in making the decision for your softwares or for your use case, right? For that, let's now see, everyone, feature or concern. These are the libraries as you can see right in front of you, and these are the features. So core focus, modular agents, tools, workflows, strong developer experience, like dev UX means developer experience. LangChain or LangGraph, general LLM, right? App framework, LangGraph for durable controllable agents. CrewAI, role-based multi-agent queues plus flows for deterministic uh, orchestration. AutoGen, we know that it is event-driven multi-agent conversation, human tools, LLM in the loop. Then built-in tools, it is having Google Search, Code Exec. It is also having few of the tools. CrewAI has lots of tools. And AutoGen, we know that, okay, agent tools, human in the loop, all these things are present. Then again, models, I think mostly all of them can be connected with any of the models. So that should not be a problem. Workflows, again, more or less, each and every framework is going towards the part where you can create any workflow. Now, LangChain and LangGraph is pretty helpful with that case, that how you can create any workflow. Coming to say something like AutoGen, it has multiple different ways of doing the same, and you can also have the graph flow as well there. And in ADK, similarly, we have different workflows. So when we talk about workflows, it just means that okay, if you have multiple agents, how do you want them to connect with one another? So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you want to connect them sequentially, just like this? Or do you want them to be have some parallel kind of a thing? Or something in a loop kind of a thing as well? So this is what is meant by workflow, right? Because as the use case becomes a little complex, we will have different workflows. Again, then we can talk about dev tooling, how it is having ADK CLI. Langsmith LangGraph, of course, is present with LangChain, right? CLI plus template for CrewAI, it is also pretty good. Microsoft AutoGen already has like the whole SDK, plus it has a studio and research tool. So it can integrate with, again, Microsoft tools. That is the whole idea. Out of the box, it doesn't have those tools present. Then productionization, I think more or less everyone does support productionization via your simple Python thing, right? Simple software development practices. The benefit is that ADK is pretty easy, right? You have the out of the box ways of doing it with Vertex AI. LangChain, LangGraph similarly have few of the LangGraph deploy and other features. CrewAI is Python first, community driven. AutoGen is also Python first, event driven. Okay. So AutoGen doesn't have some direct library or something via which you can push it to AI. Not as of now. Sorry, not push it to AI. Push it to Microsoft Cloud. That is Azure. I'm not sure if they have added it in the latest version. Last I checked, it was not there. Then productionization, Vertex AI, I think we have discussed about that. Where it shines, opinionated agent workflows, built-ins, and developer experience. Huge ecosystem plus graph control. The team of agent persona workflows, and it is conversational multi-agent protocol. So this is very, very important that where each and every of these things shine. Okay. And watch out kind of a thing, because the kind of thing which are specific to this, some built-in are Gemini only and maybe root agents. Rapidly evolving APIs, LangGraph migration. Autonomy can be harder to constrain, and conversation-centric design requires orchestration care. So with this table, you will be able to get a lot better idea if you have a good overall hold of these frameworks, that where exactly are they be having. Okay, so that is the whole case, everyone. Now let's see the strength and few limitations. So clean separation of agents. Now again, this will make a lot more sense when we cover this. But yeah, I think you all can easily go through this. And here I have also written that which framework you can choose. So ADK we can choose when we have the first class workflow agent, strong Gemini integration, right? Or let's say Google Cloud, clean separation between agent, tool, and orchestration. LangGraph, LangChain, maximum ecosystem and integration and graph semantics, because again, the idea is it is the most oldest one, right? So it has been well tested in the market. Langsmith tracing and evals and platform deployment options. So again, that is Langsmith, LangChain, LangGraph, LangFlow. This is a pretty cool and tightly knit integration ecosystem where you have multiple things present. CrewAI persona driven crews, because CrewAI you define it like a all the agents are defined like humans only, role, goal, backstory. So persona driven, and then you create a crew, or flows for deterministic control. Then AutoGen for event driven multi agent conversation as primary abstract. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. And you can mix and match means that again, Google has A2A, which is agent to agent communication, in which we are able to just connect multiple agents, right? So if you will go on the official documentation as well, in bottom somewhere you will see the reference to A2A. A2A. So where have they moved it? Yeah, A2A protocol. Okay. So with the overall installation and setup and introduction to ADK clear, and I think we are good to even mark it clear as well. So with a nice tick, I think we can mark it. Let's now move on to the very first part, which is the agents, right? So that is where I think it will be very, very helpful, everyone, to understand in depth, like what exactly we mean by agents, how to use the same. So all those things, pretty sure that is going to make our overall understanding a lot more clear. So let's first go to the documentation, and here let's go to the agents. Right. So just one more thing quickly. We have kind of done this installation part, everyone, if you will see. So the steps are exactly the same, just I made it a little bit easier for you to go, right? So this is the installation. In the quick start type, it is just saying that, okay, how to create a project, how to create this thing. So this we will actually be covering now, right? That how to create an agent properly and seeing this whole diagram as well. So for the timing, let me teach you a little bit about agents. So in ADK, an agent is a self-contained execution unit designed to act autonomously to achieve specific goal. I think it's a very, very good definition and something which I like in Google Docs normally, that they are very much to the point, right? Self-contained means that it has nothing to do with outside. It can execute in itself. It's a unit, right? Designed to act autonomously to achieve goal. Agent can perform tasks, interact with users, utilize external tools, and coordinate with other agents. The foundation of all agents in ADK is the base agent class. Now, pretty sure that this will ring a bell because in most of the frameworks, this is, and normally in software development one, we create a base class and we inherit and then basically make sure that we can make sense of the other things, right? It serves as the fundamental blueprint. To create functional agents, you typically extend base agent. Normally, we will be having agents already present, so not needed for major use cases. And believe me, that becomes a lot uh, tricky and complex. But again, it's the best thing out there that these frameworks has provided you these things, right? Something which are not provided in any drag and drop kind of frameworks like N8 etc. Because again, if they provide you the ease and the comfortability, the complexity or overall the flexibility takes a hit. To create function agent, you typically extend base agent class, getting different needs from intelligent reasoning to structured process control. So again, I think you can see that how your agents can be LLM based, which is LLM agent. How it can be workflow agent, which is sequential, parallel, or loop agent. So again, we are going to see the same as well. We have a workflow agent module proper, and custom logic, how it can be a custom agent. Okay. So now what I will do, everyone, let's just add this into our image as well, right? So let us go to our agents and write it down here. So it will be third agents in ADK. Now, when we talk about agents in ADK, everyone, this is the whole diagram, right? Which has been given. I would like to explain agents in a little bit easy to understand manner, right? So let me just have some visualizations here. Now, pretty sure that you must have heard it multiple times from my mouth. Like agents, again, it is self-defined by me to make sure that things are clear, not like I have picked up it from anywhere. But I normally just treat agents as digital human, just like how we humans are having a human intelligence, which is our brain. Agents are kind of having this artificial intelligence. Just like how we humans can use some tools, right? Be it calculator, be it this laptop, be it our mobile phones, agent can also use the tools which you provide them, which can be in their sense, say Google search, right? Doing some particular work, hitting a DB. So the use cases just becomes different, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. Like we can have this small tool here. So just like we have these tools, agents can also have these tools, right? And again, much like how we work in a manner in a society, agents can also work in a society kind of a thing where they can be one after the another, they are working in parallel. So to understand the same very easily, right, I always believe that please make it in line, or please just compare it with the things which are right in front of us. And I think all of us know how we humans work, right? And the whole aim to develop anything is to make sure that we can just easily mimic the human behavior, right? So with this particular thing, it will be a lot clear, I guess. So now you can see these categories, etc. So where we have to choose the right agent. Now all this will become, I think, more better once you understand it in depth. One thing about Google ADK documentation, which I want all of you to understand, since I've spent so much time in this, it is not a very good documentation to go linearly. Okay, so that is where you will see that I have also picked up some parts. Some are in a separate way because linearly it is not the best documentation to follow. Okay. So yeah, with that, I think we can go on to our next one as well. And here we can see the agent's definition as well, right? So let me close other things. Yeah. So agent definition, again, the same thing. Now here it is specifically talking and coming to the implementation. So the whole idea now becomes that how we will be implementing agents, right? We have understood the same. We will define an agent using LLM agent, often aliased as agent, right? So initially, actually, there was just LLM agent. In the previous few versions, they have kind of made an alias agent as well. So I will show you again what that is. You will learn the required fields, optional controls, and how to scaffold the app with CLI and how to run it locally. So see, understand the LLM agent. We can go to the latest docs. Now we will see how we can create one via ADK create. So that I will show you. Then implement a minimum LL agent. So let's see that all these things should not be a problem. Let's actually go here, and now let me just do one thing. So we will go to the documentation, and in the tutorials, and rather sorry, in the get started part in quick start, you will see that how it is asking us to create a agent.py file like this. So let us quickly go through this file, everyone. Import datetime, zone info, and from Google ADK agents, it is importing agent. Okay, so this agent and LLM agent is exactly the same. I will show you in the code as well. Now def get weather, so it's just a normal function which is being used as a tool. Get current time, another function which is being used as a tool. Here is where a root agent gets defined. So agent is having name, it is having a model, it is having a description, instructions, and tools. Now, I think that these are all very, very self-explanatory kind of a thing. Name what you want to name our agent, just like how we humans have a name. Model the brain, what brain you want to use. Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, totally on you. Description shall be helpful to understand that what this agent does. Instructions different from description. Description is kind of how you define yourself. Instructions are what are given to you for a particular task. Tools, the tools you have access to. Okay. Then along with this, it is asking us to create a .env file. Now this .env file is to make sure that we can have our overall model inside that, any environmental variable. So for that, we have again multiple ways. So this is just covering the Google part, right? So as you can see, Google AI Studio, the one which we have covered. Google Cloud Vertex AI, not a lot helpful, right? It is a little bit separate. Gemini, Google Cloud Vertex AI. So again, with Express mode, it is also based on cloud. So we will stick to the Google AI Studio, which is like relevant for most of you. Now in this, it is saying that when you're using Python, just use this Google Gen AI use Vertex AI false and provide your key. Okay. And when using Java, define environmental variables via export. And you can paste your actual API key here instead of API key. Like it is just asking that you can have the API key. Okay. So yeah, let's see the same, everyone. I have copy pasted and cleared the same thing. See, let me now do a agent.py. Let's go back and paste it. Okay, so I have specifically left this out so that we can do it. Okay, pasting it, and we are having each and everything here, right? Now, once we have done this, let's go back and let's copy the .env file as well. So where is the .env file, everyone? Yeah, this is the .env file. Now I could create the way it is suggesting. So for example, clearing everything out. Now I am having these things. I can go to module 3. Sorry, not this. Module 3, right? CD module 3. Clear everything out. Now I can do a touch and let's say multi-agent tools .env. So it is going to create an empty file for me. See, as you can see, .env, pasting it. I will just get my key. I think this is the working key. And I can use it. Right? So you can provide it inside the thing, inside those thing, or double brackets or not. Totally new. So as you can see now, as I was mentioning, right? So google.adk.agents, right? Get weather. So just let me do one quick thing, everyone. We do one quick thing. Let us close this code insiders. Yes. And let me open this code insiders again. So this I'm doing because I hope all of you are able to see how it is not catching the Google ADK, right? So let's get it here. Great, everyone. So I have just restarted my Visual Studio Code. The reason is pretty simple. Earlier, this was all coming out in gray. So it was not able to see that. The extension pilots wants to access language models provided by GitHub Copilot. Uh, Not a worry. We close this. Yeah. So I've just restarted it. You can do the same thing if you face any problem. Normally, when you install any new library, right? That is where this kind of thing can arise. So that is why we are doing this thing. Now, in this, I was saying that how you can have a LLM agent as well. But if you will go, in the end, you will see that how LLM agent is equals to agent will be the last line. See, agent type alias LLM agent. So this is the agent class. So this is what they meant when they were saying that agent and LLM agent. You can use any of them. Now we are having the get weather tool. We are having the overall get current time tool, and we are having the root agent. So all those things are present here. Now, what you can do is you can run your agent. So if you have created your agent, you want to run your agent as well, right? And for the same, we have multiple ways. Okay. So let me first quickly get our, let me first show you. See, there are multiple ways to interact with your agent. Dev UI, which is ADK Web, something which is very awesome, just like how ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude is there, it provides that. Terminal, which is ADK Run, where it will be on the terminal, which you can hit and ask it questions. And last is API server. So using a fast API thing, it will directly start a server for you. And I hope that now it is clear what is it is meant by that it is having a very good developer experience. So in other frameworks where you might have to create APIs, etc. yourself, in this, it is totally creating the same for you from scratch, right? So we can go on documentation on testing to understand, right? But let's see the first two which are going to be very helpful. So for that, let's do one thing. Go inside exactly this particular thing, right? As you can see, multi-agent tools. First agent is also present. We will work on that. So for the timing, I can delete it. So pay attention, everyone. Now, in this, we are having our multi-agent tools. Okay. What I will be doing is I will be just writing ADK first. Now, when I write ADK, you will see that it is asking that, hey, ADK is a generic command. Please write what else you want. Now, you can either write API server, starts a fast API server. You can write create, so it is just used for creating. Deploy agent to hosted environment, so a little bit advanced again. Run and web is, I think, what we can play around. So let me first do ADK run. See. So, okay, my bad. ADK run multi-agent tools. Now let's see this. Hopefully it will work now. So see, it has kind of started a entry kind of a thing here where you can ask anything here, right? As you can see this. So in here, what you can do, everyone, is you can easily ask your question. That let's say if I send hi, if the settings are fine, it is going to reply you. Hi there. How can I help you? Now, if I ask it, can you tell me the weather in New York? Let's ask this question. Okay, weather in New York is sunny with a temperature of 25 degrees. So as you can see, we are able to interact with our agent, right? So in the backend, it is using this Gemini 2.0 Flash. And this is what is meant by running via the terminal. So I will just make it pretty clear for all of you. So let me get this thing here, right? Now, again, there are multiple ways of running this. So let me get a terminal icon pretty quick if it works. So again, one is via this terminal, everyone, right? So let me get it again. I think terminal icon, right? Yeah, I think this is a pretty good one. Copy this. So one is via this terminal. Okay. So this we can easily get via just doing a ADK run. Okay. Next is going to be very good and helpful. Okay, and I will just have this thing as well, everyone. So where we can have all the commands so that we can refer it. Next is going to be something which we will see. So for that, I will just try to have an image because I have that. But that will be via ADK Web. So I'm just adding it, right? So this is going to be via ADK Web. I will be showing you this as well. And I think the last one is just via this fast API. So fast API icon. And yeah, I think we can take this one, right? Copy, yeah. So next is via fast API, which was I think via API server. Okay, so in the backend, it is handling all these things. So you don't have to worry on these. That's a good part with Google. And in the backend, it is having this ADK, just API server, right? Great. So these are the three ways, as we have seen in the documentation as well, everyone. ADK run multi-tool agent. This is how we can run it. Now for the web part, which is the most awesome. First, let's get out. Right? Let me exit. Okay, so it has been aborted. Let me clear everything. if you do ADK Web, it is going to start a very good console which you can directly access on the local host. So let's go here, copy this, and go to the localhost 8000. And see, you can see that how nice it is, right? So this is what I've pasted here as well. Like with time, you will get hold of this. Earlier, this icon was also not there. They have added that. This trace was not there. They have added that. So all this has been done in the last month only. I think last 1 or 2 months. So what I mean by that is that they are doing constant improvements, right? So now trace, event, state, artifact, session, evaluation metrics you can create here, right? Session ID. So it is, I think, very much close to how we have in Chat GPT, right? Or any other framework you want. So Chat GPT. Okay. So see how we can have many things here. We are having this things to ask here. Okay. Similarly, we are having a type box here. We are gonna have a new session just like Chat GPT has new chats. If I just enter hi, it will come with a message. There will be trace as well that okay, invocation was handled, then agent run, then LLM was called. If I asked, can you tell me the weather in New York? Now I'm asking for New York because this is the tool we have given. You will see that how it is calling the tool. So again, very nicely they have handled all these things. So it is very important you understand this for your testing purpose. Now, if I go on events, since it is also event driven kind of a thing, I ask the first message like this is again for this particular thing. Hi, how are you? This is the last message. Then it called the function as you can see. So see, how can I help you? This was something. Then we ask it for the weather. So it went forward and it called the weather tool. So you will be able to see things properly here. You will be seeing the exact request thing of the event and the response thing of the event as well. Okay, that how finish season was stop. Argument was city New York. So if you will go and see the definition of the function, like if I just kind of make it a little bit down, see, it is expecting an argument of the city. What exactly is that meant? So it went as New York. It was able to then change it and get the answer. See, it is sending the same as New York, already in small, right? Candidate token, all these things. Request, what was the request exactly? Okay, which tools it got. So it got the information about tools as well. Like what exactly it has get weather tools and the get current time tools. So we will see that as well. Don't worry. And it is giving the previous idea as well that what was the chat etc all about. So all these things are being used in the agent inside. So very important again, you go inside these things and understand in depth. And in the next event, once the request has been went, it will be kind of served, and we are seeing that how it is going back. This particular agent here, if you will see in depth, weather time agent, it is just having the get weather and the get current tool. So this is a very good intro inside the world of agents for you all. Now, in the last one, it will be just giving us the result. So tools are kind of now outdone. We have done the part with tools, and the response will be just what we are getting here. See, okay, the weather is this. So this is the very good part. Like it is kind of like you're able to see how ChatGPT works in the backend. Okay, I think that is the best way of explaining this thing. Now, if we close this, you can easily go for again state and everything we will cover state artifact sessions. So you are having just this one session. Session is just like your chat. The second I do a new session, again another one has started. This one is in the back one. And evaluation, you can create your new evaluation set that if I'm getting this thing, what I should get in the input and output. So all those things you can set, right? So evaluation test case. So we will cover about that as well. How we have to change and all these things. But the whole idea is that the main thing that this is how the ADK web kind of works, right? Now, ADK API server is again very simple. It is just going to start a API server where you can connect. So for that, what you have to do, if you go on the documentation, and I think pretty much we have learned about the fast API, so that is pretty straightforward thing. In this, it will be just starting the server on 8000 only, where you can just go and hit your request. So curl request and all these things you can hit. The testing part has this covered, that how once it start, we can just have this new session created, right? So just create a session and then we can ask it any question. So in the query part as well, we can just send a curl request. So just get this curl, right? And use it. Simple. That should be helpful. Okay. So this is again the different ways in which we can run our agents, everyone. Now, since we have discussed about agents, this one quick diagram now will be a lot clear. So which was the diagram? Let me get it. So in the quick start, we had a diagram, everyone. Here's the diagram. Yeah, this is the diagram. So let me get it here and then I can get it here. Okay. So see, now this diagram will make a lot of sense. How we ask the weather, how agent decides and understand which tools to call, then how to return the result, and we are returning the response. So I think this is very, very much straightforward right in front of us, right? Totally right in front of us. So yeah, I think we can just connect this and and this as well. Okay. So these are the three ways, everyone, as we have seen. Now, there is another way of creating our agent. So what I will do is I will just quickly close our local host. Now, the second you close it, each and everything is lost. If you refresh, it's down. So you will not be able to access it. Plus all your session chat history, that is pretty temporary. Everything is lost now. Then now what you have to do, everyone, let me clear this everything out. If you click ADK, there is another very, very important command, which is ADK create. So let's use this as well. Okay. So clear it out everything. ADK create. Now it is just like a starter template where you can create your agent. So if I do this ADK create, pay attention, it will just ask me a few questions. Okay, so it is saying that error missing required app name. So let me get ADK create first underscore agent. So this is my application name kind of, right? So let it run. Yeah. So see, now it is asking choose a model for the root agent. If you will select Gemini 2.0 2.5 Flash, it will just directly pick that up. If other, it will say that okay, you can fill it afterwards. So let me pick that up. Not a problem. Okay. Sorry, what I entered. Okay, so my bad. Entered. Yeah. Now it is saying choose model Google AI or Vertex AI. So we have to choose Google AI because we are using it via the Google AI Studio. If you are using it via the Vertex AI, etc., then you have to choose Vertex AI. So let me select Google AI. And now it is asking me for my key. So it is kind of helping me set up each and everything. Now I can easily again get my key from the environment, copy this and paste it here. And it is saying that agent has been successfully created. So if I go inside this and if I go and see, another folder has been created, everyone. See, first agent. Now this first agent is having all the same things. Init.py, simple file. Agent.py, it is having the agent. So Gemini 2.5 Flash. Now when I will do ADK Web, let it run. And now when I refresh it, I will be having my first agent here as well. So earlier where there was just a single agent, multi-agent tools, I am having the first agent. So it is kind of running at a folder level, right? So I can select my first agent here and I can ask it a question. See, it will give me the reply based on what all is happening and what all it knows from the Gemini 2.5 Flash model. Okay. How I can help you today? Tell me about ADK by Google in 10 lines. Again, it will be having that idea, so it will be able to tell because Gemini 2.5 Flash is working in the backend. Now here as well, we can see that how the call must have gone through the LLM, right? So request Google ADK 1.3 system instructions are already present in the response. We can see that what all is happening. So that is each and everything what all kind of is happening in the backend. Pretty good thing that we can easily see the same as well, everyone, right? Now moving forward, if you will go to the documentation, and I think you are pretty good to go about it yourself as well. In this, okay, so the documentation is here, which I have created specifically. So let it open. It will be very helpful for us, right? See here, all the things which it asks you to do, we have done the same. So it is just for your reference. Scaffold the app via CLI. So you can see that how we kind of run the same thing. ADK create, ADK run, ADK web, ADK API server. All these things we have discussed. Now structure which we get has been explained here with all the files explained. Then implementing the agent, how we can create a capital city tool, and then we can ask it a question, LLM agent. It will be giving the tools. This thing is a little bit advanced, so I will like to remove it for the timing because it will make a lot of sense once we done the same thing afterwards in depth. Then how you can run your agent in three ways. Totally, I've explained these things. And this is also something which we can remove for the timing. That should be helpful. Okay. So these references you can just ignore. I just provided something and kind of got it summarized via some LLM. So it just added some references. And yeah, this is all what it talks about, everyone, that how exactly agents are defined. Now, if we will go inside the agent class as well, let's say here. So let me go to the official documentation of the agent, right? Now, or rather, let me show you from here only. when I am inside agent, okay, or let me rather import an LLM agent. Again, they are the same thing, just the alias. So totally same. Let me use LLM agent. And now it is showing me all the tools and things. So again, they have also enhanced this a lot, right? Name, description, sub agent, which we will be seeing, callback, again, we will be seeing, model, instructions, global instructions, tools, what we are providing, generate context config. So this even I will have to see, like they have added that recently. Disallow transfer to parent, disallow transfer to peer. This will come in handy when we are having a multi-agent kind of a scene. Input schema, output schema, we will see as well in the structured output. Output key, planner, like how do we want to plan it? Code executor, then all of these are callback as well. So all in all, there are not a lots of things which are very difficult. We will be covering most of them, but the idea is that it is still little bit in control as compared to other frameworks. So yeah, that is the case, everyone, in which we have properly defined agents inside our class, right? So like, sorry, properly defined parameters here. Now again, I will be just repeating this. LLM agents and agents are exactly the same. They are genuinely just an alias. So how they have just created an alias where they are saying that, hey, agent is just a type alias of LLM agent. So exactly they are same. Okay. No difference whatsoever. Just that LLM agent is properly defined. So it is having everything. If I use agent here, it will not show because it's an alias, right? So see, type agent is equal to LLM agent. So in that case, for our use case, it might be better to use LLM agent so that we can see each and everything here, right? So yeah, I think that is all what we have to understand about agents as of now, like in the scope, in the way we are learning. So agents are kind of done. Next, before moving on to the next topic, which is going to be your, let's see the same. Before moving on to your next topic, which is a structured output, I would like to explain a little bit about ADK Web as well. So this console as well, I would like to explain, which I've created via a again via overall a documentation or a notebook, right? So let's now jump onto that. Okay. Now that we have understood about agent in lots of depth, and believe me, the same is very much required because agent is the core central piece of agent development kit, right? So all the things are starting and kind of implementing via agent only. I would like to talk a little bit about this UI because you will be using this a lot, right? At least for the prototyping part and normally as well. So let's see the same. Now, if you will go on to the documentation, etc., which has been provided to you, and in the agent, no, sorry, not this. 1 minute. Defining agents. Yeah, this one is the case. Yeah. So here I have just explained the project structure, the one which has been kind of followed by ADK, as you can see right in front of you. This is the project structure. So here I have also explained that okay, what all goes inside it. So in it to make it a package, agent.py.env, now making it a package so that we can also import it afterwards into some other part as a, let's say, sub agent or something, right? So we will see that as well. Now again, the same has been explained. Then example agent.py we are giving. After that, we are just running our first agent, all the things which we have seen, and this is the kind of an image which we get, right? Now, trace is not there because when I created this, trace was not present. It was internally a part of events, I believe. So it was there, but I think it was internally part of events. Now they have just get it outside. So let me just zoom it out so that you can see everything. And maybe just you can just see. So now they're having 6 things here. Earlier they were just 5, but inside events, I think somewhere we were able to see the trace. If I remember right, when we used to click on this, yeah, this is where we used to see the trace. So should be fine, not a problem. So as we have seen trace, we are easily able to understand what exactly is trace, right? So let me close this. Let's go back to trace. And it is just saying that, okay, when invocation happened, so it is just able to show you all these things as well, right? So that is the whole idea. So let's see the same everyone quickly. Kept this because it will be very, very helpful. Same example I've chosen for the multi-simple agent which has been given. Now again, header bar is having the session ID, token streaming toggle and the new session button. As you can see, this is the session ID. Now this is specifically require very, very strong reason. When you will be using or trying to use ADK into production use case, right? Now all this is fine if you just want to play around. But when you generally want to use it into production use case inside your company, you will be handling all of these things all together yourself. So just seeing this UI and getting happy is not the answer. You have to understand in depth that what is happening. So session ID, just like a simple UUID, we will also be making sure that we understand this. We can create a new session just like a new chat, right? And we are having this token streaming thing. Now this streaming part we can explore in the streaming part is required. But normally how we will be having a streaming input and output taken. So with that, let's go back. And left panel, we can see the tabs, event state, artifact, session, and eval. Now trace is also there. So trace we have seen already, doesn't matter. Events lock all agent action like tool calls, model queries, or for debugging. So idea is pretty simple. But if you want to understand that for your particular use case, what exactly happened, it kind of works in an event driven kind of a thing only. So event is being sent, event is being cached. Internally, ADK is handling everything. We might have to do that if you want to do it from scratch. Okay, so that is the whole idea. State shows the agent current memory or context like stored variables. So we still have to cover about state, so don't worry. State is kind of a shared library, shared diary, right, between your multiple runs or between your agents. So we will discuss the same in here, session run and state. Then sessions, I think is pretty clear. Artifacts, list generated files or data like reports or images. So just like artifacts, like if I just quickly go and define artifacts, right? What is artifact? An object made or modified by human being, something observed on in scientific investigation. So yeah, scientific artifact, something of interest, some image, some reference, all these things. Evaluation, test your agent performance with evaluation set. So you can just directly create that directly. And then eval tab details, which is active in the screenshot, as you can see here. So eval eval set shows zero in the image, no sets created yet. Create new evaluation set, lets you define a new one, description, all these things. Then we can just duplicate the same as well. Okay, so that is the whole idea around evaluation, specifically chosen this because others are still clear, right? Now, right panel, I think chat interface is pretty straightforward. How we have this chat thing happening, how we have this chat box. This is the whole chat interface. How we can ask and scroll up and down. We all have used now Chat GPT, Gemini, Claude a lot. And I think, yeah, that is all handled. I can delete this. Not a lot helpful. So this is all what we have to understand with respect to your ADK Web UI, everyone. I think overall it's pretty straightforward. What I will highly suggest is once you are able to understand this from here, please spend initial time in understanding this in lots of depth, right? Like see that, okay, for each event, what exactly is happening, how the events are going, right? Oh wow, like state and everything will make sense. So once we are done with this proper all the steps as well, it will be making a lot of sense that you spend a lot of time so that you understand it in depth. Okay. So yeah, with that, I think now we can easily mark the biggest part of our here. So that is your agents. So let me mark it as a good nice, right? Now with the agent marked, everyone, let's move on to the next part, which is your structured output. Now again, very important thing. Again, of which very good documentation I've created and shared with you, because as I said, documentation might not be very in line. So yeah, let's see and move for the same. So great. Now, since we have understood about the first three very important things, we have understood about the installation, the introduction, and the agents. Let's now move on to the structured output, right? So here as well, created a pretty good thing, which I hope all of you will like. Let's go forward and if we close this. So agent, if I will close everything, will close. Yeah, .pnb closed. Let me close others for the time being. And let's move on to the structured output, which is our module 4. Now, in the structured output, okay, so let's first see the same. Why structured output matter? Defining schemas is pydantic, generating JSON output with LLM agent, live demonstration with email and to-do list examples. We are going to see all of these things. Pay attention. Now, again, this this is a very good overall diagram or a flowchart to understand about the benefit of structured output, right? Structured output, it is a predictable format, so you're not just getting anything, you're at least adding some structure to it. You can ask it to, let's say, give it some JSON. In that, you can have some defined keys. All these things will be handled. Consistent API responses, so the same can be used in APIs. Easy integration, seamless app workflow usage for sure. Input and output both you can suggest. Automatic validation, fewer errors in production. So you will validate, hey, if I am getting success as or not. So those things will be validated, right? So now let's see the same. Unstructured versus structured email. Unstructured is problematic. Subject meeting tomorrow. Hi team, let's meet tomorrow. Thanks, John. Now the problem, if you are getting this kind of an output is, and again I can show you this thing via this as well. Can you give me a email to ask for leave from my manager? So let's see the email it will give. Hopefully it is still running. So yeah, see, it is also giving it like this: subject, start date, end date, dear. But the problem is, if I want to automate this thing, right? If I want to use N8N, or let's say even if I want to use it inside any of my own application, then I want to have a structure. So if I just ask that, hey, give above in a JSON. Now with JSON, the benefit is that I can extract the keys and the values. So once I select the subject, I will be getting this subject properly. Recipient, body, closing, sender, placeholder. So you can see that how now it is a lot better for me, right? So that is where the benefit of structured and unstructured output comes into picture. So we will see how we do it, but first let's move forward and understand it a little bit more so that you will have no doubts. Great. So next everyone is, and again it is also pretty different than how it is in different, it is in other frameworks, structured output in ADK. So that's why it is very important that we understand these things. Like one is basic understanding, which is very, very required. So I always make sure that instead of directly going on to the implementation, I first explain you about the basic understanding, right? That hey, what is the benefit of structured output? Since every of the framework will more or less be supporting the same, our whole idea becomes that hey, we will be using it, right? We will be directly using it. So with that, let's now see some great visualizations again I've created. So if I go here, everyone, you can see that how input goes to the agent, and agent can give an output as a structured one, right? Or it can give you the same via a fuzzy one. So when I say fuzzy, it means that a simple text, like it can be having anything. But a structured output is always better. I will like to have a better image for structured output, the one which I have used here, because I think images are pretty helpful. So JSON again is the best way of, because we get a JSON only, right? So this is a way better implementation, or so I'm pretty particular about how I'm selecting these images so that anytime you are revising, you are able to quickly go through that. Okay. So now in this structured output, of course, we have seen and discussed about these things. So these are more or less the benefits, everyone, where you will see that how it makes everything predictable. It makes it a lot reliable. It is easy to integrate within projects and make validation easy AF. So the idea of whole becomes that structured outputs are a lot better in many things, right? And especially when you are using this framework, you are not using them for a simple chit chat kind of a thing. You will definitely be using them for your overall application, right? So when you will be using it in an application, it always makes sense that hey, instead of just going around, let's say without any idea, you are having a structured output so that your application doesn't fail. So with that in mind only, I have created this whole thing, right? That you will be having this particular case. So for this, the library which is used is also pretty common one, Pythantic, right? Pretty sure that you must have heard of it. We'll be showing you the same as well. Now, the reason is pretty simple. We can just get everything like subject, body, which I can directly use. And if you have, again, done anything in depth, you will know that how via this structured output, it is very easy to just drag and drop them as well. The same is the benefit when you do it via code as well. So that is the whole thing, right? Now, if we go back and if I think I go on agents, then okay, let me search because I think it is very much in depth somewhere. Yeah. So LLM agents, structuring data. So yeah, if you will go here, these are all the things which I've already explained: name, description, model, how you can specify them. Then guiding the agent. So I will highly suggest that once you are doing your agents, right, please go through these official documentation. Here they have given that how you should be kind of writing the prompt. And believe me, a prompt is not as such very difficult if you just understand from few side, right? So that is going to be very, very helpful. So be clear, specific, use markdown, provide examples, guide tool use. Pretty simple, direct way overall. Okay. So here you can see as well how the same has been defined as well, right, everyone? Then tools we have seen, we will be seeing the same in lots of depth, right? Let's see the structuring data. Yeah. So let's see this, everyone, for the time being. Now pay attention. There are three major ways in which you can control this input output, structuring thing in here, right? As you can see, input schema, and output key. Now, very important. This thing is something which I personally don't use a lot. Input schema. I like we can use it. That's not a problem, right? But it's better if we don't highly just be set it up. I will tell you the reason. In a way, input schema, as the name suggests, it is just saying that hey, if this is your agent, it will be just getting some schema, right? So it will be just getting the input in a schema as well. If I set it up, of course, at some places it will be very much required, but normally we make sure that we work on output schema so that even if there is some extra key and everything, we are able to handle the same. But again, the good thing is that it is present. Define schema representing the expected input structure. If the user message content passed this agent, content passed to this agent must be JSON string conforming to the schema. Same for output schema. You will give a schema that hey, I want it in a subject and body. It will give it like that only. And then output key optional. So provide a string key if set the text content of the agent's final response will be automatically saved to session state. This I will show you for the timing. What exactly is meant by output key is that if you specify the output key, right, then it will be able to easily tell you that it will be able to save that particular key onto the state. Now I know that we have not discussed about state. State you can just think of shared key value pairs. Okay, so I will show you that. Don't worry. For the timing, let's move forward and see this in action. So what I will do, everyone, pay attention. I will go here and here I will just make sure to create a structured agent. Now, for this, the code is written here as well. We use Pydantic, pretty common library, right? So Pydantic create contacts for your agent's output and input as well. Okay. Email content, subject and body. That is what we are using. Type checking, it makes sure that the type are fine, or if you have to do some type casting or something. Description guidance helps the model understand requirements. Very important. Please make sure that you write this. Validation reject malinformed output automatically. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to my requirements. I will quickly add the Pydantic. I will go outside and just open the this thing. Close my currently running thing. So everything will be lost now. Then just go a little back. Pip install -r requirements. Clear everything out again. Now I will just cd into module 4. Now again I'm doing all of these things so you're easily able to understand the same, right? ADK create structure underscore output. So it will again ask me for the details and everything, right? So I'm using Gemini 2.5 Flash. I'm using Google AI. I do have the key, so I will just give the same quickly to it. Please use your own key. Mine will be deactivated. So yeah, seems like it has been done and I have the structure output created. As we can see here, structured output agent, right? Now, to make sure that it is confirming to the output, for the timing, as we have discussed, let's have LLM agent, right? Because I'm able to see all the things here. Now, if you will see, first we will get this base model and fields, or rather I will copy this one only from the documentation so that if tomorrow they change anything, you are also aware of that. But again, totally on you, you can define any way you like. Pydantic we have installed, base model and field. I am saying that capital output is extending or inheriting my base model, right? So again, a little bit understanding of OOPS will be required. Awesome video I have, you can check it out, right? But OOPS understanding is required here. Like very straightforward, not a lot, but at least you should know that okay, this is inheriting. Capital, string, field, I have described description, capital of the city. So if I give this overall way out everyone, then in this thing you can see that how I can provide the output schema. So if we go back, now we have output key, which I will share here only, no worries. Output schema. Now, one thing more, please don't fall for the autofill here. Like it can give you totally wrong things because these LLMs, they are not aware, right? They are not at all aware about how are the latest agents, these things kind of working. Okay, so that's why it can give you wrong things. Now, it has an input schema as well, which we can use. So for the timing, I think this is fine. Now let's go back and let me write a little bit of better thing as well. So yeah, I would just like to copy this because it was mentioning. Now, when I ask you to go through the best practices, it is mentioning that hey, or I think it is written in the bottom as well. So where is it written? Just a second. Context. 1 minute. Let me check. Code execution. No, this is different. Plan React agent is different. Okay. So what I will do, everyone, just pay attention. Here, it is written around there. So yeah, guide tool use the desired output format for its output. So it is saying that respond in JSON, and we have to provide this thing. So again, it's a best practice in ADK normally. So in the instruction, I will give it like this. Okay. I read it somewhere. I will just quickly have a look. But the idea is that in ADK, it is always suggested that you give it properly. ADK works a lot on the documentation which you provide, right? Unlike other frameworks. So once I've done this, now I will do ADK Web, and hopefully it will run. And now I can go back, refreshes. Now, since I've started it from different thing, right? Since I've started the same from a different overall folder, I'm just seeing the structure output, okay? Because I'm inside my module 4 structure output folder. Now, if I ask it hi, let's see the output. If it follows the instruction, see, I hope you're able to quickly capture what it is doing. It is not just saying hi, how are you? No, capital. Please provide a country to find its capital. Capital of India, capital New Delhi, right? Good part, or rather the best part, is that a state is getting saved, which is the capital. Now we will be discussing this state in future, but what we can do is if we have multiple other, let's say, agents or other things, we can use this state. So we can just easily go, and in the prompt we can just use this state like this. So that is just the use case, okay? But again, it will be usable and it will make sense when we do multi-agent flows, right? So that is all around your overall this thing structure output, right? Now, if I show you a few things once again, yeah, this one. So here again, we have just a to-do list item thing which I've done. So if you will see here, and this is again another way of running this. Let me show you. Yeah, this is what I kept. Everyone pay attention. So what I will do, I will go to agents and I will copy paste this. So I think we have to make sure I copy paste it after it. See. So pay attention what it is doing here, right? I will be running this directly, and this is how you can run your agents. To do agent dot run and create high priority task to call client today. To do item, it is having the task, due date, and priority. I'm saying output schema. Now output key is to do. It will be a lot better if we provide the schema here. So let me just enter it. Okay, 1 minute. Let us have it multi-line so that it is easily usable. Great. So make sure the format is followed strictly. Below is the fields you need to generate. So now hopefully it will give me. And if I write an example as well, so okay. So as you can see now, I have given a better instructions overall, right? And yeah, I think we can close it here. Now it is all fine. And if I run this file, so let me again get the, or I can just quickly press this run only. Let's see if it will run. In the another terminal, I think it will be running. So what is it saying? Or agent object has no attribute run. Okay, just let me check if this is the right way or not. To do agent dot okay. So there is run async. Okay, so there is run async which I will show you because it will require many things. No worries. I think I got messed up with this. So in this run async, if I remember, it requires parent context and then returns. Yeah. So no worries. We will check it normally only. So let me have it here. Now close this and ADK. Now again, if I refresh, if I just send hi, any file be loaded. Okay, my bad. What is the problem? Let us see. No root agent found in structure input, search in, okay. So I think till now this thing was happening, root underscore agent. So yeah, one thing to note here, everyone, that when you are creating your and starting your ADK web, it expects that it will be founding a root agent. Okay. Now, till now, I think that was not the case. We were kind of handling it itself. So we didn't get this error, I believe. It was root agent, I believe. Yeah. So it expects that it will be finding one root agent, just like a main file where everything will be starting. And again, it will not give you an error when you start this, but after that, it will be giving. Okay. So there are many things like this in ADK, which I will be showing you. Now, if I say hi, let's say, so it will try task, submit, record, due date, high, hallucinated, not a problem. We can do a way better prompt engineering, but in the state, we will see this too. So that anyone in future, any other agent can refer to that. Okay. So the major idea is that only that we can get in a structured output. Few things which are a little bit not the best in ADK. You will get an error after you try to run it. Earlier, there will be no signs of error. It's pretty rigid with many, many things. Two, you will have to be very, very good with your prompt engineering. Like you will have to specify each and everything in proper depth so that it can make sense. And overall, three, when you will be having multi-agent setup, things are a lot different how they are in other frameworks. Like you might have to control these small, small things. So that is going to be the idea. Okay. So yeah, I think that is all everyone which we have to cover in this structured output thing, where you can easily now give the input and the output schema. Input schema is exactly the same as well. It will expect it in a input schema, the JSON which you are suggesting here. So that will be the case. Okay. So with that, I think we can mark and go up and mark this thing as well, right? Okay. So this thing is also right. Cool. So we have seen about the first four steps: installation and setup, then your introduction, agents, and structured output. So now let's move on to configuring models, right? So up till now we have been using Gemini API. Now I have also told you that how can you get Gemini API and use the same. But since ADK says that okay, it is model agnostic, which means that any and every model can be used for this, right? To power your overall agents, and that is where the overall this uh, thing comes into picture, like configuring models. So let me just write it like that, because normally what do we mean by configuring models is that you will be able to create or rather use non-Gemini or non-Google based model, because Gemini, it normally asks you when you are creating the one as well by ADK create, it just asks you like, hey, can you provide us with the key, right? So the idea will become that if somehow I can provide the chat GPT, right? Maybe we can use the chat GPT here. That's one of the idea. Then if we can use chat GPT and let's say any other similar kind of a thing, then can we also use the Ollama? So if we can in fact use these things, then what's the problem in using Ollama as well, right? So these are the few things which we will see here. The whole idea will be very, very simple to understand, that the brain of my agent, right, which we are calling as model, that can be used, right? So for the same, let's first quickly go to the documentation. Now, if you go on agents and if you go on models and authentication, right? So here the full documentation is there. Now, one thing to note here, Java is a little bit behind in ADK, right? So ADK provides you SDK in two languages, Python and Java. Java is normally a little bit behind. So if you are looking forward to integrating Java by any chance, just check like what is the overall case. For example, if you go on ADK Python, it is having the version 1.13. If you go on ADK Java, it is on 0.2.0. Okay, so not that the version are directly comparable, I think, but overall, since you will see that yes, there are few things which we have to handle. Okay, so now let's move forward, everyone. As we can see, ADK primarily uses two mechanisms for model integration: direct string or registry, or models tightly integrated with Google Cloud. So for sure, ADK being from Google, it will be easily handling or supporting the same. So Gemini model or anything we can directly use by this. Second, and the overall of use case here for us is this wrapper class or for other models. And that is where another awesome technology known as LightLLM comes into picture, right? So we will learn about that. Now the idea is that okay, if you want to use Gemini model, directly give the string. right? So directly with the string, it is compatible. And I write it here directly with the string. But when it comes to these models, we will have to wrap them up, right? We will have to wrap them up into a light LLM. So if this is the right icon, I think it should be this one. Yeah. So we have to wrap them up inside the light LLM. Okay, now let's check out what exactly light LLM is. So it will be kind of a wrapper class like this somehow. And then we can just pass it. So that is the whole idea, everyone. Let's quickly see what exactly is light LLM. Let's go back. Light LLM. Now, when I go to lightllm.ai, give developers is your access, and I think it will be changing. Yes. So the idea is that via light LLM as a wrapper, you can just use any model you want, right? So if we go on the documentation as well, and if we see the whole idea, and again, one thing, please be very, very active in understanding documentation. That is going to take you a long way in your agentic journey, right? So here we can see that how we can call 100 plus LLMs using OpenAI input or output format. So translate input to providers, completion, embedding, image generation, consistent output, text response will always be available at this. So I will just come to that point as well. Now, how it is routing and everything, how to use Light LLM, proxy server, and Python SDK. I think what we are majorly interested in this documentation part, how we have to install the same. So let's quickly add it to our code, everyone. So I can have it in requirements. I can go clear everything. Now I can just do pip install -r requirements, right? So it has installed all these things. And now I can just directly provide my key, let's say os.environ and response. Okay, so I would like to check via OpenRouter because I think that is easiest and the most one where all the models are present, right? So for that, what I will highly suggest now, let's quickly run through this only. I might be having the code already. Let me close everything out. So, okay. Yeah, we are having so many things here. Great. So in this, if you will see few of the codes I have already provided. Now, if you will understand, like first, if I talk about test open router, in this, we are going to first check that, okay, if we are able to connect to open router. So this code I have given to all of you so that you are normally able to check that if your key is valid or not. So let's say if I just ask it, right? Let's see, it is saying user not found OpenAI authentication error. Okay, I think my key is old. Let me just quickly go and show you the whole process as well. So for open router, right? Coming to open router, let's go on Google open router. I can go here, then I can just get on keys. So again, you can easily create your account on open router. It's an awesome service which provides you these models. Now, one thing which I was mentioning is that Light LLM is not hosting or doing anything via this model. It is just kind of giving you the way through which you can get a consistent way when you connect to them, right? Open router, on the other hand, it is having the models, etc., hosted and handling the whole answering kind of a thing. Okay, so don't get confused like this. In open router, or via a single key, you are having all these keys. Okay, Light LLM, that's just a SDK which provides you the code. So it doesn't need any key or something, right? Light LLM, it is not something which is hosting these models in the backend or no. It is just helping you to connect with whatever LLM you want. That's the idea. Okay. So if I go on keys, then I can create a new key. Let's say ADK. Create, copy this. And I think if I hit on this, right? We are having chat completion, import OpenAI. So I think we have to also just quickly do this pip install OpenAI. Pip install OpenAI. Clear everything out. Let me run this. So again, just have hit the same, right? Okay, it is still saying provider returned error, metadata, test DeepSeek is temporary rate limited upstream. Okay, so as you can see, it is having some rate limiting present here, everyone. Like the model which I'm using. Which model is this? It is DeepSeek Chat V3. So what I will do, I will just go to models. I will just search for free. And I will like to use this new one maybe. So let me copy this and I can go back. Okay, so let's use this model because the other one it is saying is rate limited. So no worries. So again, I think it's better if we do a quick sanity check before only, right? So that will be helpful. Let it quickly run. And it can be a little delayed because these are the free models, like supporting many things. Meanwhile, I will also tell you. So once we are able to do this, everyone, once we are able to run this, let's say via OpenRouter, okay, OpenRouter. I'll grab it only. I could just paste it here. That yeah, this is how we are going through it for the OpenRouter via LightLLM. Okay, so see, it is able to give us the answer if I just make it a little bit bigger. So it has come up with a lot bigger answer. That's the I think reason it took so much time, where it has hit the proper thing and given us the in-depth answer. So this was just for the timing quick check that yes, my key and everything is working. Similarly, I've created a test Ollama one as well. So for that, you just have to start the Ollama. And once the Ollama is working locally, right? So Ollama, pretty sure that all of you know, then you can run this as well and it will give you the answer. So I'm using the Llama 3.2 and this file will just quickly help you to do the quick sanity check and see it is able to give you the answer with all the things. Now, once we have tested this out, I think then we can normally just create our agent. Okay, so let's first see the open router one only. In the open router one, what I'm doing, open router model, light LLM. So pay attention here, what exactly is happening. I am just wrapping my model inside this light LLM class, right? So here again, I'm just providing which model I want. API key, os.getEnv open router API key. Okay. So exactly the same thing, nothing out of thing I'm doing. And then finally I'm able to call. So agent, this time direct key will not work. We will have to wrap it up, which I've done here via the light LLM. Okay. So since I have wrapped it up and we just saw that, okay, this is giving some problem. Let us copy this one and just have it like this. Okay. So now I think if I just go clear out everything. So let me clear all things, right? CD module 5. And now when I do ADK Web, everyone, ADK Web, because again, I will be needing to go via the web route or via the server route. So for that, let's quickly go to the local host. Select an agent, let's say open router agent. The second I send hi, it must be replying with to us, right? So hi, how are you doing? To test that yes, we are indeed coming from open router only, let's go to the activity part. And in the activity, you can see. So I think it will quickly get refreshed here. It will take a little bit of time, I think, for the latest one to come. That's the idea. Now, the code exactly is this one. os.environment, open router API key, then response completion model we are providing, and we can give it the message, right? So in the similar manner, I'm just providing the same. Now, coming to Ollama as well, let's go back to Ollama, everyone. Ollama agent. Now, here as well, just make sure of this small thing, which is that use Ollama chat. Okay, so you cannot directly provide Llama 3.2. Using Ollama chat is very, very important. So I will just have this thing, right? That we have to use Ollama chat so that we can use this. Because this is where I think you can make the mistake, right? Now, once this is done, everyone, once we do this, let's go back and check out this one as well. Open router agent. I can have Ollama agent. Press hi. And you see, we are getting the message. Hello, I'm root agent, your friendly, helpful assistant. So that is the whole idea. Like this one is getting powered by your Ollama model. Okay. It is having the export Ollama base API. So if you want to change normally by default, Ollama runs on this server, right? So by default, if I just click here, Ollama is running here. If you want to change, right? If you want to change anything with respect to this thing, you can provide or export this first. Export Ollama API base. Now, for sure, because Ollama is running in your local, it will not require any key or something, right? So that is the reason I'm not giving it. And I'm pretty sure that all of you by now know that how Ollama is helpful in making sure that we can run models on our local. Whereas these other ones, they are just working and we are just trying to access them via your, let's say, OpenRouter or any other way. Okay. In a similar manner, because this is something which is very common across other module as well. For using the Open API one, you can just wrap it inside like this. So model, API key, max tokens. One thing more to note here, since now we are using LightLLM wrapper, right? For these all the parameters, etc., I have just given here. See, docs. And if you go in here in the input, it will tell you all the params which are to be used. Okay, input params, common parameters, which of course will be via LightLLM. Okay, so this time, forget about how OpenAI, how Claude, how DeepSeek, how they take in their parameters. No, this is all via your this thing, all via your LightLLM now, and you can see via this awesome table that based on which model which are supported. Because I hope you do understand, LightLLM is now supporting each and every of these models. So it needs to come to a common ground. Okay, so that is the whole idea. And see, Anthropic OpenAI, it is just supporting all these things, XAI, everything, right? Different kinds of models are supported. And it is given that, okay, what all we can provide. So temperature is supported everywhere. So I can go back and just give temperature here as well if I want, right? Temperature, let's say zero point 0.7, and in a similar manner give other details as well, right? So totally on me. Just have to check it once. So for example, for OpenAI, I cannot, I think all of them are supported. Yeah, so OpenAI, everything is supported. If it would have been Claude or Anthropic, Seed would not have been supported. Okay, so yeah, that is the whole idea, everyone, through which we can power our brain or power our model via different providers. So just to do a quick recap, for Gemini, since it is from Google, just a direct string will do, right? For Gemini, Vertex AI, or let's say cloud, anything on the Google Cloud, direct things are present. For others, we have to go via this light LLM route, right? And then we can easily use the same. So same for local as well as same for your overall these things as well. Light LLM is the way. So that is the whole way. Now, if we quickly just graze through the documentation again, you can see that how using Google Gemini model, it is just asking you to set up the environment variable, something which we have been doing till now, right? Then for Vertex AI as well, just it is asking you the login and the project, etc. So Vertex AI is basically on the cloud. And then if we go forward, right? So all the things are present using Anthropic models. Now I think this is Java. So let's go back and see. Yeah, so this is the way, everyone, using cloud and proprietary models via Light LLM. So in here, you will see all the steps which we have discussed. Export OpenAI key, export Anthropic, then how you have to define this light LLM object, and you can then use everything you want. So see, agent is being defined here directly, LLM agent, model via the light LLM part. And then of course, there are different ways, right? How you can choose the model. Just a few things which are written here, that if your agent is relying on tool, please make sure that you select a model with tool support. Okay. For example, Llama 3.2, if I'm using, it should be having a tool support, which we can just quickly see by doing something like this. And it will tell in the capabilities if it supports tools or not. Okay. So this is regarding Ollama. Then Ollama I've already shown you. So yeah, I think that is all what is there. We just define Ollama create, like this is new model with the following command and we can use that. But I think the one which I've showed you, that is more than enough for you to do anything. Okay. So yeah, I think that is all, everyone. Self-hosted endpoints, we can just provide this. So you can go through the same as well for any other idea. But I think most of the things or anything which we have to do, we have covered the same. So one thing which I would like to clear here, everyone, is the difference between light LLM and open router, because I know many of you will face the problem here. So let's quickly understand the same. And I will tell you like what exactly happens here. See, when it comes to open router says that, hey, give me a key. Let's say give me a key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have all the models. I have all the models, and I will give you the response. I will give you the response. Open router does this thing, right? So it is having Gemini, it is having your Claude. I think it is having many different models, right? So I can just have it from here. Similarly, I can have Gemini, right? And in a very similar way, I can have, let's say, some Claude or something as well. If I can get the icon somehow. Yeah, no. So let me get it quickly. Claude icon. So I think Claude is also there. We can check it quickly, but the idea will remain the same, right? So if I go back, OpenRouter is saying this that, hey, I will be giving you access to all of these models. What OpenRouter means by access is that it will be able to give you the answer when you send a hi or anything, right? And it needs a key for this because in the end, it is just a, let's say, overall combiner where all the models are present. So it is just a marketplace where all the things are present. Okay. This exactly is OpenRouter. When it comes to Light LLM is not hosting these models. Light LLM is not saying that, hey, you come to me, I will be having all these models. No. Light LLM doesn't even need a key. So key is not something which Light LLM needs. And the idea is pretty simple. Light LLM is just making sure that earlier what you have to do, you have to create a chat completion client, right? Let's say for OpenAI. Then for Google or for Gemini, there is a different syntax. So different syntax for Gemini. Light LLM is saying that, hey, I don't need a key or anything because I am not hosting those models. Open Router, it has its own key. Okay. Light LLM is saying that, okay, what I will do when you have to create this chat completion client for OpenAI separately, okay, some other client for Gemini separately, something other for Claude separately, that you import something, let's say from the Claude, you need some other thing. For Gemini, you need some other thing. I will just give you one function, or I will just give you light LLM way of defining this model, and you can use them. So I am not hosting anything. I am just giving you a common gateway. That is the whole idea, right? So just to maybe explain you in a little bit better manner, a little bit better, Light LLM is not owning any of these models. It is just like Swiggy or Zomato in there, where when you are just using them, okay, it is just making sure that it can get you the answer or the food from there. So that is Light LLM. Now Swiggy Zomato doesn't care, like they don't have to handle the menu, etc. That restaurant will do. Open Router, on the other hand, it is maintaining those restaurants. So Open Router is just like, let's say your Fasos or some other example where it is having multiple brands and it is in overall idea that, okay, I have to get the food. So that is the exact difference between them, everyone. Where Open Router, it maintains those model, it needs a key. LLM is saying that, hey, I will make it easy for you. You don't have to define all these things separately. Okay, just give me the key. I will just combine all the parameters, everything, and you will be able to use that. So that is the whole use case. So yeah, with the models and everything clear, that how it has just make sure that it will support Gemini directly, and all the others model it will support via Light LLM, which is very nice thing to do, right? I think we can move on to the next part, everyone. So let's move on, and let me mark it quickly. So this, we have done the configuring models, right? Now let's come on to the next part, which is tools in ADK, right? Which is tools in ADK. Now coming to the tools, very important topic, right? We have been using tools in again all the frameworks. We know that how or what exactly tools can help your model to do. It helps it to become a lot more smarter or a lot more overall, let's say, workable. Let's see the same in action, everyone. So for that, let's go back, and what I will be doing here. 1 second. So we have seen the, yeah, I think this should be tools. My bad. It should not be structural output. Let me correct this. tools. Okay, in ADK. Great. So first, let's quickly understand about tools. I think till now we have a very good idea that just like let's say we human, we might use calculator as a tool. Similarly, our agent in a way lives in a bubble, right? So normally our agent, we can say that it lives in a bubble where it is just having the idea about, let's say what all it has been just trained on with respect to the model. Okay. Then, then if you need it to provide any additional functionality, that is where the role of tools comes into picture, right? So that is where the role of tools come into picture. Much like again how we use the same, right? So for example, if you want to do Google search, if you want to do let's say any calculation, so this is where we can have tools provided. Now in the very first example as well, we saw that how we can use get weather tools as well, right? So that is the whole idea. So let's quickly see roles of tools in ADK. Connect to the world. Tools let our agent connect to the outside world, APIs and databases, because of course by default that is not possible, right? Then boost functionality. Agents are limited to LLM knowledge and also bad at some tasks. Example, calculator, right? Because again, it may happen that your agent is trained up to a certain point. Beyond that, it is not having the knowledge. Make agents action oriented. Now, what do I mean by that is that if you don't provide tools, then agent is just in a way, agents is just in a way your fancy LLM. Okay, so just it is having a brain, which is your LLM, and it is answering your question. But that the way you provide the tool, that is where the whole power of your agent kind of enhances, and it is able to do something else as well. Else, as I've drawn it here, it is just residing in a bubble where it will not be able to do anything, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone. That tools make sure that we are able to use these things properly in depth. Okay, let's go back and let's go to tools. Now, again, in the context of ADK, I think the whole idea is this only. Technically, a tool is typically a modular code component, okay, just like a function majorly, like a Python or Java function, a class method, or even another specialized agent designed to execute a distinct predefined task. These tasks often involve interacting with external system or data. So I think this is very clear, everyone, right? So now let's see key characteristics: action oriented, extend agent capabilities, execute predefined logic, right? So we can quickly go through the same. I've already told you action oriented, how they can query database, search the web. Extend agent capability is also very easy to understand. Executing predefined logic, crucially, tools execute specific developer defined logic. And that I think is totally the right thing to say because we are giving it a function, right? By one way or another. And in function, we define that, okay, what logic we are writing. So possess their own independent reasoning capabilities like the agent's core LLM. The LLM reason about which tool to use, when and with what inputs. But the tool itself just execute the designated function. Okay. So that is the whole idea, everyone. Now we can quickly see how it uses the tool reasoning, selection, invocation. I will highly suggest that you go through this documentation because it keeps on updating. B, it's pretty good, like word to word it is good. The sequence might be wrong, like according to me. Okay. But yeah, the what is written is pretty nice in Google documentation. That is what I found. So and see, if you will have an idea that okay, from where you learned in documentation, you will always be able to follow and for sure easily understand the same. Now, this is the major part, everyone, as we can see, like tool types in ADK. ADK offers flexibility by support several types of tool. First, function tool. Tools created by you tailored to your specific application needs. And I think we have already seen in the very first example, if I just go back, then we have already seen when I created the very first agent and copy pasted that, I was giving it the current time and get weather tool, right? And those were nothing but the functions which I defined. So they were that only. Then second is agent as a tool. So we will learn about that. It will be a little bit clear that how we can give our agent also as a tool. Okay, so understand this here as well. Plus see the same when we will do multi-agent system. Okay, and long running function tool. So long running function tool is again very simple. It just support the asynchronous operation when some function takes a lot of time to run. This is again very much akin to how you quickly order. Your order gets confirmed at a restaurant. Let's say when you go to a restaurant, you order, you get the receipt, but your actual food takes a time to come, right? So this is where something like long running function tool, which you can explore, comes into picture. So just via asynchronous call, you will get a overall result return that hey, we have got your call, and you can do other things. Meanwhile, you will get the answer. Okay. Then built-in tools. So it is having some built-in tool as well. Everyone ready to use tools provided by framework. And then we have the third-party tools. So just like AutoGen, if you have an idea, and previous you must have seen the previous videos, it also supports integrating these third-party tools, okay, via the LangChain and the CrewAI. So that is the whole idea, everyone. With that, let's now move forward. So this is going to be the whole process when we do the tools part. So agent processing request, right? LLM calls reasoning plus tool selection. So LLM tries to reason. If you will ask it that, hey, what is the time? LLM knows that, hey, which tools I have in my arsenal. Just as an example, if I ask you that, hey, I want to talk to someone, you will give me the phone. You will not give me the laptop. Even though you are having laptop and phone both. If I want to talk to someone with on the like directly on the line, you will surely give me the phone first. That hey, Mayank, you can call via the phone because that is a more relevant tool there. Right. Similarly, if I ask you that hey, I want to maybe store some files, etc., then you will give me the laptop. So that is the whole idea. Then you make this function call with tool name plus argument, just like how I will give you the call to call someone with the number. Framework execute tool. So function tool, agent tool, API call, whatever is the tool, framework execute that. Then agent process a result. So whatever result you are getting, right? So I will just quickly have this tool here. We can have this tool here, everyone. Now, whatever it is giving out you the result, right? It will be just uses LN to interpret or summarize, and we get the final response. And I think this is very, very easy to understand as such that whatever you are getting, right, it will be able to easily process. And once executed, it will be giving you that output. Okay. So yeah, with this thing clear, everyone, let's now see the different types of tools in action. Now, what I have also done for all of you, I have created a very good documentation again, right? You will be knowing that how I am a big fan of documentation, where things are kind of written in a more nicer way, as we will see. So pay attention. ADK tools, like again, it is kind of loosely inspired from the main documentation, but yeah, the best part is that how we are having these diagrams. So user messages comes, LLM agent lets your planner. If the tool is not needed, it will be responding with text directly. If some tool is needed, it will call the tool. Now you will see there are some more tools here. Now this is kind of based on the left part, that how we have these kind of tools as well, right? So these kind of a extra kind of a tools, but more or less we can have them inside the major three categories. And for you as well, major three categories are the one which we have to focus on. Okay. So with that clear, in there we have the example as well, everyone, as you will see. Function tool, your Python a tool. So here, if you will see, function tools are the simplest way to add custom capabilities. It inspects your function signature, docstring and types to build the calling schema the LLM uses. Okay, so very, very important. This particular docstring has a very good role to play. This docstring, because this is what tells your agent that hey, which tool you have to use. Just like in your mind, you are having some idea that hey, my phone can do this thing. My laptop can do this thing. My laptop needs a different charger. My phone needs a different charger. Similarly, you will see that how we have defined the inputs as well, the parameters, the output, what will be the output, written it very nicely here as well. Plus, in the end, you will see that how we are also very, very highly suggesting the output. So status okay, status okay, status error, this thing. So these are the best practices which we have to follow in your ADK. Very, very important. Make it as document rich as possible, doc string, parameters, and the return value as well. Now, one thing to note here, typically what we do is whenever we are defining some function, we just return something like this. So let's say return value, right? Normally, whenever we are creating our own function, we make sure that we are returning something like this only. Now, what ADK internally does, even if you're returning something like this, it will just have it inside a JSON like this. So it will be in its backend doing something like this. So return value like this. Okay, so this particular thing, everyone, will be changed into this thing. So let's say if you're returning 5, in a way, your tool, because the weight has been wrapped and done in ADK, it will be returning a JSON with result equal to 5. Okay. So normally it is always suggested that whatever you are returning in ADK, specifically make sure that you have a status, then you have the result, you have the value. So as in-depth explained as it can be. Status, for example, will help ADK to understand what exactly happened. Then result will be having a proper idea that okay, this is a result which it has to use. Now it can be other different let's say keys as well, totally on you. But the idea is that you have to use the same in proper depth. Okay, so that is the main idea, that whenever you are defining it, properly define these 3 things. What are those 3 things? I will quickly write it down. So the 3 things which we are talking about here, and let me write it like this. So built in tools, and in this built-in tools, right, I will have a quick good diagram for all of you to remember. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's custom function. Custom function, right? So custom function tool, it is very, very important. So these are everyone the 3 things which we will have to focus very properly. This thing is also there. As of the version which I checked, it is not supporting the default value input parameters. So you cannot have something like, say, value you are making 5. You cannot do like this. So where we provide this default value, that is not supported. Second, docstring is essential, should be proper and is sent to LLM. Third, make sure to return a dictionary. It should be logical in telling what it returns. So again, it should be very, very logical in explaining that what exactly is happening. Okay. So yeah, I think these are all the things, everyone, which we have to focus on when we are working on a custom function tool. Great, everyone. So let's now move forward. We have seen the custom function tools. Now let's move on to the next part, which is your built-in tools, right? So we will be having your built-in tools. Now, when it comes to built-in tools, there are again few things which we will have to take care, right? And I will quickly just paste them up. So pay attention here. They are present built in the framework and can be directly imported or used. That is the whole idea, that you don't have to define it yourself. A very good example is Google search. Okay. Currently, for each root agent or single agent, only one built-in tool is supported. Okay. So very, very important that if, let's say, for example, if this is my one agent, and let's say you have multiple these agents, right, in something. Now, this particular agent, it can just have one built-in tool, just one, right? It cannot have more than one built-in tools. There is a workaround, but yeah, the idea is that it cannot have by default more than one built-in tool. If let's say, so just as a very good example, Google search is the one, then chat code runner is the one. It can just have either one of them. That is a problem. We cannot use them without Google LLMs. So if you are using any other model as of LightLLM, you will not be able to use them. Okay. So let's see few of them, because I think you will be having idea. Now a few things here, everyone. Just quickly go through these docs as well. Like here, more or less, they have given the example. Okay. So they are just giving this as well. Defining effective tool function, function name, how it should be good. Then parameters or argument. It is saying that provide type hints in Python. Use clear and descriptive name. City instead of C. Search query instead of Q. Ensure all parameters types are JSON serializable. So try not to use your own. That is again few of the more dependencies or limitations. All Java primitive as well as standard Python types are combination are generally safe. Avoid complex class instances as direct parameters unless they have a clear JSON representation. So if you're defining a student, make sure that it is having a clear representation. If it is dependent on other things, it will be a problem. Do not set default value. This is what I was saying, that it doesn't support default value. Self or class handled automatically. Okay. Return type should be a dictionary. If your function return a non-dictionary type, by default it goes to the return, something which I told you as well. Design the dictionary map and value to be descriptive. So status, error, error message. It's highly recommended practice to include a status key, something which I give you. Then docstring, how it is critical. Again, each and everything is kind of written here. You can go through the same. Like these are just the thing, right? Let's function tools we have already seen, everyone. If I go on overview, function tools we have already seen, right? And examples are kind of given here. Now, more or less, these are the things which are kind of handled here, as we can see, passing data. So just go through the same. It will be easier to understand. I've explained the same as well. Just since it is a good documentation, I will highly want that you read this. I was discussing about built-in tools now. So built-in tools, again, overall, I've explained you that how it is having the Google search, right, as one of the tool. Then it is having this code execution as another tool, right? And I will just show you the limitation which I have mentioned here specifically. So somewhere it is present. Yeah. Currently, each tool, each root agent or single agent only built in uh, tool is supported. No other tools of any type can be used in the same agent. So there is one more limitation that you cannot you cannot use your built-in tool with a custom function tool. So I will show you all this in a practical way. Second, built-in tools cannot be used with a subagent. So let me check if any other limitation is there. I remember it only being used by Gemini models. Yeah, see. The Google search tool allows to perform web search using Google search. The Google search is only compatible with Gemini 2 models. So if I remember, I think it was the case with everyone, but we can check. So code execution will not need it. Vertex AI and BigQuery are anyway Google related things only. Okay. So just check it once. It might have changed, but I remember in one of the version it was the case that it is just supporting in your Gemini related models. Okay. So yeah, I think it will be a little bit confusing to understand like this. Let's go and see the same in action. Okay, everyone. So let's see this agent. In this agent, what I have done, everyone, is that I have defined a calculate area. Then I am calling this root agent. Let me just, for the time being, have this thing reduced. So a simple calculate area tool, and I am just giving it all the things. So Gemini I am using. Root agent is the name. Tools is calculate tools. Calculate area. Given the description, given the instruction. In my custom function tool, very, very good proper docstring, telling the types it will be getting and returning proper return messages as well. Okay. So very, very important. Now, let me close this, clear out everything. 1 minute. ADK. So it has started, everyone. Let's go to the local host and let me use the built-in tool agent. Can you tell me, okay, can you tell me area of a circle of radius 5? Now let me see the tools one. So it is supporting circle and square of radius 5. Let's see the same, everyone. Invalid argument, please provide a valid API key. 1 minute. Where have I provided the key? .env. Okay, everyone, let me just quickly change my key here. And again, it should have checked the same in detail there. So let us change the key. Let me close this, open it again. So now again, if I refresh it, let me copy this as well. Refresh and see. So now again, we can easily see that how calculate area is being called. Calculate area got the answer. Now, if I go on invocations, you can see that, okay, how it is happening. So now please focus on here. If I just move this forward, you can see that how LLM was called. Then tool execution happened. And then again, LLM was called. Okay, so this is very, very important to understand. LLM took 952.28 millisecond because it would have taken the call that, okay, what tool I have to call, right? Then executing, then finally calling the LLM again. Okay. So this is the whole trace that how your query is kind of moving forward. Coming to events, we have the different events, everyone. Now these events are very, very important as well. Root agent, calculate area. Now this is where it is very important to understand. See, It is showing you the arguments what it used. Shape, circle, value 5. If you will see here in your agents, shape and value, right? So I hope you're able to see that how it knew what it has to pass. We will see how it knew these things. Usage, metadata, everything is there. Request, it is having this thing. See, function declaration, it is having this description, which I believe will be equal to your docstring. Calculate the area of a simple shape. Now I hope you know that why this docstring etc. is required. It is also passed for other frameworks as well, but the idea is that yes, it is having this thing. Then calculate area. It is having C shape, number, type, string. So I hope you're able to understand in depth that what exactly is happening. Required 0, 1. Very proper things it is making in the backend, right? That might not be the case with other frameworks, and that is why I think ADK is supporting. And one more thing which I like in ADK as well, that how for understanding this is a very good viewpoint, right? The way you are getting this overall thing, it is very good. Here is the query. Can you tell me circle of radius? Then response you will be able to see. So in the next part, when I go to the next event, it will be making a tool call. This time tool is doing its work, right? And in the next one, again we are calling the LLM. So you will see that, okay, can you tell me the area of circle? That was the first. Then we have the circle and 5 tool call was made. Then finally, this is what it returned. And finally, this was the response which my LLM returned. Okay. Pretty simple to understand. I don't think any problematic thing here. Where the problem comes, let me tell you. So for the timing, let me do one thing. First, let me just comment this and uncomment this. 1 minute. So this time what I've done, everyone pay attention. I've just defined another root agent, like I've uncommented the first one. This time I am just giving it one simple thing, which is your Google search. Now pay attention. So from this, I've just defined this Google search thing. Now description and restriction that help with a simple math problem. Not this should be not the right one. With query and search internet when needed. Okay. You are a helpful research assistant. Whenever you ask the query, use Google search tool, always return clear. So now I can just open this, close, start again. So let it run. This time when I refresh it, everyone, built-in tool agent I'm using, but we know that backend it is having your this thing. It's Google search. So let's say if I ask, hi, can you tell me who won the NBA in 2025? So a little bit specific with respect to year as well. So see, it has done the Google search, everyone, right? Oklahoma City Thunder won. Now it has done these two searches. We can again go on this. We can see that, okay, what exactly happened. In the event as well, we can see that, okay, it is having this Google search, right? Has it made the call? Yeah. So it has actually got it directly. I think from the references, it has directly got the same. So not having different event because so earlier, I think it was different event. Maybe they have optimized the same now because it is Google search, like they can do for the inbuilt tools, right? Normally, we can ask any other question as well. Can you tell me latest stock price of Microsoft 2 days back? So let me search it. Hopefully, it will hit the Google search again. So see, it has done that. Let's quickly check on September 5/25. So if it is saying, I think it should be fine, right? So we know that again, something it is able to search. Microsoft stock price 495. 495. Okay. So it has done the search. We can see the second part. But I think what it has optimized upon because it's a inbuilt tool that it is not having multiple events, right? In a single, once it makes the call, somehow it is able to do that thing. So some optimization they must have done where we can see the retrieve query, all these things, search entry point, all the thing we can see with us. Response, request, everything is there, which you can see now. Let me close this. And yeah, I think this is how it is working. We can see that trace here, everyone. So yeah, that is what I was saying. Earlier trace was here only. Now they have created a separate one. Okay. So in the previous version, this trace was here only. Now they have created it in a separate approach. So this is again how this thing works. Now the problem happens. Two ways problem can happen. This Google search will only work with Gemini. So if I provide any model via LightLLM here, by any chance, then it will not work. That's the first problem. Second is that if I make it have the shape, I think calculate area tool, right? Let me now again close this. And when I run it again, so let it run. Yeah, let us refresh it. Everything is gone as you can see. Hi, can you tell me the price of Microsoft stock? See, two problems. Very, very bad. First, that is fine that okay, we are not able to use it. Totally fine. But that is also a problem. Second, the error message is one of the most unuseful kind of an error message. Tool used with function calling is not supported. Like we know that tool can be used with a function call, right? But yeah, that is what it is saying here, which I now hope that all of you are having the idea. When I was doing it for the first time, since even I didn't went to the full documentation towards the end, right? So it is mentioned somewhere here, right? In the documentation part, if we see somewhere in the built-in tools, it is mentioned towards the end. I have to also scratch a lot of my head, but good thing that all of you know this thing. You will not be doing this thing. So yeah, you can use this directly. And the only thing which I've changed is I've just given it a calculate area tool, right? So something which I will have to avoid. That is the whole idea. Okay. So yeah, that was all for your built-in tool, everyone. Let me just show you the 1 minute. Yeah, built-in tools. Let me go outside once on the tools part. And yeah, I think this is all, everyone, where we are able to understand the built-in tool as well. Now we will move on to the third-party tools. But with this, I hope the same is clear. I think I've covered all the different caveat or fallback which were there to discuss. How they cannot be used, how for each agent only one is supported. Now, if you give any other thing, that will be a problem. So that is the case. Cool. So now to make sure that we are able to use this thing, let me just quickly check. If I go on overview, there was agent as a tool thing, everyone, right? So this powerful feature. Now let's quickly see this as well. Agent as a tool. This powerful feature allow you to leverage the capability of other agent within your system by calling them as tools. The agent as a tool enables you to invoke another agent to perform a specific task. Now we still have to cover the multi-agent system, but quickly let us see this. Okay. How you have to do this? Just bind your agent. Okay. So you can just create another agent. So for example, what I will do here, pay attention. So this time, I will do something which is little different. Okay. So pay attention what I will do. I will make and just uncomment this agent, right? I will call this my search agent, right? I will just give it Google search. Now, this time, let me just call it as search agent as well, name as well, right? From google.adk.tools, import agent tool. I will make this agent. So search agent tool equals to agent tool. And I will just give my search agent, which is an instance of this, right? And now I think I can give it something like this. So let me just check once if the syntax is correct. So summary agent, root agent, async def, that is fine. Okay, let me quickly check where it has made it. Tools is equals to agent tool. Yeah, I think this shall work, everyone. This is how we can do it. Now let me close everything again and let me do a ADK web and let's check if it works, right? So this time what I have done different is that I have defined my agent instead of a direct, let's say tool, I've defined my agent as a tool. So now when I refresh it and say when I ask, what is it? Built-in tool agent. Yes, exactly. Hey, can you tell me the area of square with side 5? Let's see this. See, it is able to work around. Can you tell me the Microsoft price 2 days back? I think we should be a little specific. Tell me the Microsoft share price. See, this is exactly the workaround, everyone, which I was talking about. that although by default search like inbuilt tool cannot be used by any functional tools, but you can define your agent as a tool and it will be very helpful, just like we are seeing here. Okay. So now you're able to see each and everything in proper thing fix. So this limitation in a way we have kind of overcome, right? That we cannot use them. No other tools of any type can be used in the same agent. So we have overcome this thing by providing the separate approach, because now for this root agent, it is having a a custom tool and it is having an agent tool. So that is all fine, right? We said that hey, built-in tool you cannot have anything. Is it having built-in tool? No, it is not having that. Okay, so that's the workaround. With that, pretty clear. I hope the same is pretty clear, and I know this is a little tricky, but yeah, that is what I was able to find out after lots of experimentation. Something which I've done all across ADK a lot, and yeah, these pitfalls have a way of avoiding like many of them, and this is how we do it. So to quickly just summarize what we have done, pay attention. Now let's say that we are having this agent, and in this agent, I am giving it one tool. So this is all fine. I am having this agent, and now I am giving it a built-in tool. So I will have a Google icon here. Google icon maybe. So Google icon means Google search. So just let me have it somewhere. Google search icon something. Let me search. Yeah. So this is pretty good, everyone. Now see, this is having the Google overall branding. So pay attention. So yeah, what ADK says that hey, this is all good. You can use a simple for custom function tool, not a problem. This is also good. You can easily use your tool inbuilt tool with a agent. That is all good. The problem arises, or ADK raises eyebrows when you are saying that hey, I would like to use both of them. So due to some reason, this is not allowed, right? So I can say it here, not allowed. And let us have it in red. But the workaround is that if I am having an agent and if I say that, okay, it will be having a tool and I will be having another agent as a tool, I will be having another agent as a tool. So this time, in a way, understand this a little bit in depth. This time, in a way, I am having two custom functions, right? So because if we will go in the documentation, in the tool section, right? Or rather in the function tool section, I think this is where we have this agent as a tool, right? So in the overview, yeah, agent as a tool in the overview. So it is inside function tools. And there is no rule which says that, hey, you cannot have two custom functions or two custom tools. So this is all good. A little bit of weird workaround, somehow which I found, but yes, that is a good way. Because this time we are not saying that, hey, you are having this inbuilt tool with some other tool. No, we are saying that hey, we are having two custom function tool. No one cares. So yeah, that is the workaround, everyone. So this agent, it can have a LightLLM any other model. This agent cannot have. So with the overall inbuilt difference between custom and built-in tools clear, along with these small limitations and their workaround, let's now move on to the last major one, everyone, which is your third-party tools. Now, MCP we have defined separately, and these all you can just kind of see they are just based on cloud, nothing else. So when it comes to third-party tools, again only supported in Python. The idea is pretty simple. ADK is allowed to design to be highly extensible, allowing you to seamlessly integrate from other frameworks. So I think this is very much how we have uh, like extensible, how we have Google Chrome or something, right? Where we can add any of the extension. So for that, what we will be doing, everyone, if I go back and if I just take it, so a minute, yeah. So the idea becomes that this is now third party tools where I am saying that I will be using it something like this. Again, I will be having a wrapper inside which I can have any CrewAI tool and it will be used as a tool directly via me. So that is the whole idea, everyone, that via this wrapper, it will be used. right? So let's directly see the same in action. Actually, that will be easier. So if I go here, right, I can just directly paste some agent, which we can see. So see, CrewAI tool agent we have defined, everyone. Now, one requirement here, very, very important requirement, which will be a little bigger as well. Since you are using CrewAI tool, you would need the CrewAI tool library, and which I think is a valid thing. If you say that, hey, I want to use this CrewAI tool, how will your code know? And that is the reason you are facing this issue here, that it is saying like this. So for that, what you can do, go to Google CrewAI tool, right? And go on this in the documentation. Okay, they have, I think, changed their documentation a little bit. Seems like it. No, this is not the right one. Like this is also right, but yeah, tools overview. So they have changed their documentation a little bit from the last time I remember. So no worries. Major idea remains the same, that your Creo AI is having so many of these tools. We will be just checking with the Serper API, everyone, Serper dev. So which I think all of us know that it is for Google search. So let me go to Serper, uh, serper.dev. I can just quickly sign in. So you can create a free ID. So I'm just making sure that I use a free ID with minimal overall thing, so that you all are also good to use it. Any, like, if you are able to use a simple tool, complex can also be used. That is the idea. Like, the whole thing is that you are able to go inside this, right? If you're able to go inside this once for any of the tool, you will be able to go for any of the tool, right? That is the whole idea. So now, one thing which we will have to do, everyone, just go and search for pip install Crew AI tools, right? So this is what you will have to run: pip install Crew AI hyphen tool. Okay, and it's a little bigger package. So when I will be running the same, so if I, let's say, go on my requirements and Crew AI hyphen tools, I think this was the one. Yeah. So let me close everything. Pip install hyphen R requirements. It's in the last hyphen R requirements. So it will take a little bit of time. The reason is pretty simple. As you will see, Crew AI is having many, many tools, right? So that is, I think, where this wrapper kind of a thing is helpful. We saw the same in LightLLM, that how now Google doesn't care. You can use any of these tools, right? So in a way, Google is saying that, hey, why should I do this extra work instead of defining this again and again, the same tools, etc. Crew AI has a good overall repository of my things. It can use it directly. Just to tell you, it is very much straightforward that how in Edge, Brave, Arc, all these browsers, they support your Chrome extensions. Okay. So just as an example, if I will go on Chrome, say Chrome extensions, instead of my browser providing saying that, hey, why should I create these extensions again and again? It will be able to support the way in which I can just add it. So I can just easily add it to my browser, which is Vivaldi. In a similar manner, all the other ones support that instead of making it from scratch. And of course, they are Chromium based as well, but that is the idea. So yeah, it is going to take a little bit of time. As I said, few things it will uninstall and install. It's a heavy library because of so many tools which CrewAI supports. Once it will be able to run, everyone, meanwhile, I will explain the code. Okay, so it has installed the things, and you can see that, okay, how many things it has installed, right? Langsmith, OpenTelemetry, ONX Runtime, NodeENV, then PyArrow. Okay, so many things it has installed. Now, if I go back and show you the code with the Crew AI one, pay attention. So here, what it is trying to do is, we are having a key, so I can just provide the Open AI Serper key like this. Now we have just imported Crew AI underscore tool, which I've installed, and imported the Serper dev tool. Now there are, again, in a similar manner, there are many tools. Like, you can just see that how S3 related tools are there, how it is for Selenium as well. Snowflake is also there. So the idea is that via CrewAI, ADK becomes a lot powerful. Okay. Then I'm just giving it that, okay, this is the tool. I am just asking it to specifying all the things. I am now just specifying and wrapping it inside this CrewAI tool. So this is coming from Google ADK. So this is also very important to understand. Tool is coming from CrewAI. Wrapper is coming from CrewAI tool, which is from ADK. Okay. So first, this is where I define the tool. So this is exactly where I define the tool. Tool definition. This is where I define the wrapper. So this is exactly where I define the wrapper. Now, once I have wrapped my tool, it is just like a Google ADK tool, and I can directly provide the same. So as you can see, directly ADK server tool can be provided. Now this agent thinks that, hey, I am only given a Google tool, like I am given a compatible tool. I don't care. Okay. So yeah, if I again just close everything and let me do ADK Web, let it run. Yeah, so let's go back and let me run it again. So this time I have the CrewAI tool. Cannot find specific session. That's a fine thing. Hey, can you tell me the price of Microsoft 2 days back? Let us run this. Let's see if it will be able to call the same. Invalid argument. I think the key is not valid. My bad. So if I go back here, environment, I will have to just correct my key, right? So Google API key, everyone. I've corrected this. Close. So ideally it should check it, I think, in the starting only when it is starting this thing, but that doesn't happen. Hence we have to do this. So I will just copy this thing, run it, and ask to create. So let's see. Hopefully it will make the call to the server. I'm sorry, I cannot get the price. Okay. Can you use the server tool and search for who won IPL in 2025? So let us be a little bit specific. You can see that how it did a internet new search. I think my key is wrong. Let me check that thing. But overall, I hope you're able to see that how it is trying to call this thing. Okay. Forbidden for URL Google server def search. I think the key is wrong. I will have to set up this environment. Okay. I will have to set up the os.get env. But yeah, the idea is that once it is set up, it will be able to run the way we are doing it. Okay. So via just this wrapper thing, we will be able to use any of the CrewAI tool, right? Just as been kind of, I think, explained in the web here. So see, we have to just, I think, export this key because my environment is not having that. That is totally on me. So what happened, I will quickly explain you. It tried to get this wrong key, this key which is not valid, and that's why it failed. Okay. So I think the second I give it the right key there, it will work. So a little bit of things of key handling we have to do, right? So let me quickly just show you and it will work. So let it run. Great. Let's go back. And when I just now refresh everyone, then we can just search for this and hopefully it will be able to get the answer for us. So internet search, bad URL. Okay, so we can fix this. That should not be a problem. But the thing is that how it will be able to easily get this thing running because we have provided it with the right thing. So some overall credential related thing is the issue. But if you go in the documentation, you will see that how in a similar manner it is just wrapping everything, right? And it is able to just then add and able to see the whole thing. So this is the full example, kind of same thing the way we have done it. And we will be able to use our CrewAI tool in this manner. So let's now continue. Everyone, now we have understood about tools in depth. And yes, there are some caveats. So I will highly suggest you to be a little wary of that. Now, going to the overall roadmap which we are following, in that we have done this as well. Now, the next part is very important, everyone, with respect to the session runner and state, right? So let's see the same in action now. For this, what we will do, we will go to the part again. I will copy this and just write here, seventh session runner and state. Okay. So yeah, this shall be very helpful for all of us to understand the in depth, and I think this is around how ADK works internally. So that is why it's a little bit tricky. So again, I will highly suggest all of you to pay lots of attention. Okay. Now, first, let's discuss about the session, right? Session overall. Now, when it comes to session, everyone, the whole idea is that if you see, and the good part is that most these three things we have seen actually, right? So if I go on this UI, right? If I just quickly take a screenshot. So this is actually where we have seen this thing already happening, that how we have a session running here, which is session ID. Now to make sure that you are able to better understand the same, what I will do, I will go to ChatGPT and I will quickly try to show you the uh, comparisons, right? Because I think ChatGPT is something which all of us uses. Now, let's say if I start a new chat on ChatGPT, you will see that how some ID came here, right? So in here, we are having some ID overall, which is very like similar kind of a thing which we have here as well, right? Now, the second I just have another session, then I can have a new chat here, and it will be again if I do hi, it will be having a new session assigned. Similarly, how it is having a new session assigned. So in a way, you can just think of session as having a overall new chat or this whole chat thing which is happening. That is all around your session, right? Simple approach. So I just explained you that how we will be having this session and this session kind of a similar kind of a thing, right? So session is just basically your chat which is happening, right? Now, when it comes to session, one thing more you can understand in here only that in session as well, we have something of a concept of a memory, right? So when you talk about chat GPT, you will see that how it is having these memories. Now, chat GPT can save something to the memory. Like I can just say, uh, my favorite language is Python. Please add the same to memory. Now, pretty sure that many of you must have done this, not have done this, but this is how you can also add ChatGPT to update the memory. So now ChatGPT knows that hey, this person favorite language is Python. So if I let's say, can you give me a code to add two numbers, right? So again, it will be given Python only. If I would have said Java, most probably it would have given in Java. So a thing to note here is that though many people confuse it, memory and chats are different. Memory is something which it remembers about me. Okay. So even if I maybe start a new chat, it will remember somehow that, hey, this is the favorite language of this person. Okay. Whereas when I ask it a question, so let's say if I will ask it, can you give it in Java? Then it will understand that it means this particular thing, right? Because all the messages will be kind of sent. Now we have seen the same in our agent. So I will just show you here as well if it is working. So let's say, hi, can you tell me who won uh, the World War II, let's say. So it is doing an internet search. Okay, some issues. Can you uh, tell me what is 5 plus 5? What if I multiply it? So again, I'm just giving it what if I multiply it. Now see, there is a very minute difference which I want all of you to understand. It is able to make sense of this it because if we go on event, right? And if I go on the NAS event, then it will be having the full idea of the chat. See, it is having this content where all the things are kind of getting said. But that doesn't mean that it is memory. Memory is different. Okay. So because ADK also has the concept of memory as well, right? If you will see, sessions and memory are kind of clubbed together. So that is why it is very important to understand that how exactly they happen. Okay. So yeah, that is the whole case, everyone. And I think this should be a lot clear with respect to that how exactly is it happening. Okay. So memory we add separately, something which we can do in other frameworks as well, like AutoGen, etc. And in a session, it can have some idea that okay, what we are talking about. So session is maintaining this thing. That is the idea, right? Memory we add separately. So in ADK as well, you can go and you can just go here and you can just add a memory. Okay, long-term knowledge, you can just use the memory service. Again, a little bit advanced thing, but yes, you can do that thing. So it is very, very important to understand this difference in depth, which I'm pretty sure should be clear now, right? Now, let's see the same in depth, everyone. So let's go to the Scratchpad so I can explain you these things in better. So I think with this particular example, you understood about session and memory at least, right? And this we have seen with respect to ADK, right? So the whole idea here is that with respect to ADK, you have seen that what is session and memory. Now let's talk about other things which are present inside a session. Okay, so very, very important to understand that what are the other things which are present inside a session. Now in ADK, session is handled via a session service. Okay, so this particular session, it is handled via my session service. Now, when it comes to session service, there are few things which you have to understand. Session service handles all the session for us. Now, normally it is doing it itself. It doesn't need our help. But the whole idea becomes the same that somehow it will be having that guess or idea that, hey, this is a session which I have created. So this can be a session which I'm creating, right? And let's say I can have multiple sessions as well. So I can say that, okay, this is my session 123, S123, and this is my session 456. Now, inside a session, I have events, right? So I have a chat in which my events are kind of working, and we do know about these things. We have seen the same as well. So this can be your chat. Inside this chat, I could easily have some different messages. So let's say this is my message being sent by agent. Agent can also call tool, right? And the good part is that I, as a user or human, can also send it a message. So this is something like I sent a message, agent is replying, then I sent another message. These are what your events are, right? So your session is having these events. Along with this thing, it also maintains a state. It also maintains a state. So this is the state, everyone, which we can have here as well. So for each session, you will be having a separate state, separate terms of events. So I'm keeping them same, but what you can generally do is you can have, let's say it something like this as well. So you are having these things where these are your events. Now to quickly help you revise, you will understand and remember that how inside this, if I just quickly untile them, then in here, these are my events, right? So see, first message which went, then second one, then third one. So in a way, these are the events which are happening. I sent a message, then this is another event. This tool call is an event, right? So that is all around your session overall. That these are the things. Now, if I come about a session, your session maintains multiple things, right? So let's see what are those things. Your session maintains an ID, which we are able to see from here directly. This is your session ID, everyone. Along with that, your session maintains few more things. So session maintains your app ID, right? That which application we are using it. Okay, so just as an example, let's say if we are having Grok or something where we have different providers, GROQ, one Grok, then if you are chatting with ChatGPT inside that, it will be having that as an app. If you're chatting with Claude, that as an app. Your ID will be the session ID. It will be having a user ID, right? And it has a last updated time. So these are the things which are inside your session. So when you're able to define or handle these things, this is when you say that, okay, you have created a session. Most of them are pretty straightforward to understand. ID we have seen already. For app and user, it maintains another ID and it also maintains when it was last updated. Okay. So now coming about the roles part of session service, everyone see the same in action properly. Session service is the central manager responsible for entire life cycle of our conversation sessions, starting new conversation or sessions, resume existing conversation, saving the progress, listing conversation, and cleanup. What do I mean by this? If I, let's say, start a new session, Now, someone is maintaining this, right? Why did the new session get started? Because session service is maintaining that, okay, these are the sessions which are running. It will be maintaining the history, it will be maintaining these things, that it is maintaining all the events. If I chat again, it will be having that, hey, these are the earlier events. It is maintaining this ID. So this is where the use case of session service comes into picture. Now, if I go and show you in the session, you will see that, okay, the session object, it is having identification, it is having history, which is your events, as I said, session state and activity tracking. So we have discussed about these things as of now, right? We have discussed about how it is having your ID session. We have discussed about the identifications, ID, app name, and user ID. Now the same I think is very, very clear to you. ID, unique identifier, app name, identify which agent application that conversation belongs to, and user ID. Now the reason it is all very, very important is because ADK, it works on these all things in the backend. Now, ADK Web is all handling all of these things for you as of now. But if it will not be there, we will have to handle these things for us, right? So yeah, this is where this session service comes into picture. And if I show you in depth again, so we will be having different session service, right? So session service implementation, if we talk about, we are having a in-memory session service, something which we are using on ADK Web, where it is on memory, no persistent at all, no persistence, right? It is in the application memory. The way you close your application via, let's say, ADK Web, once you close the same, it will be deleted. Then we have the Vertex AI session service, uses Google Cloud Vertex AI infra, right? And we have the database session service, which, as the name suggests, is using the database to handle anything, right? So all of your ID, chat, everything, events, all of these things will be supported or stored inside your database. So that is the whole idea, everyone, that how we have different session service implementation. Okay. Now, for this, I will quickly have another one which will be very helpful for you to understand, right? So if I just go and paste this up, everyone, pay attention. Here I have just compared these different session services, right? So in-memory session service, Vertex AI session service, and database session service. How it works: stores all the data into apps memory directly. Google Cloud Vertex AI infra for session management, connects to a relational DB like Postgres or SQL, right? No persistent, managed by Vertex AI, persistent can be there. Database, of course, there will be persistence, even if your application restarts, right? Even if you are going. So that can be happen. Now, this DB is, of course, it is Postgres SQL or SQL. It can be third party DB as well, no problem at all. Now, again, no requirements. Cloud project, of course, is required. Vertex AI is on cloud only. DB is required. Then use case, quick dev, POC and testing, something which we have been doing till now. Production use cases for scalable and cloud apps. App needing reliable and persistent storage that we can manage. So I think that these are also very much clear what is the use case. So I've created this kind of a summary kind of a thing after understanding in depth from the overall documentation, so that it is very helpful for all of you. Okay, so that is the main idea. And in a way, this is all the things which has been written here, right? So I've just made sure that it is better for you to understand, something which pretty sure that you will be able to better get an idea from that, right? So let's now see the same, everyone, a little bit more, because it will be very helpful. Now, when it comes about the session life cycle, everyone, right? So we will see this is the diagram of session life cycle. Now, session life cycle is pretty easy to understand because we have seen the same multiple times now. Coming to session life cycle, this is what happens. See, you will be sending it as a message as a user, right? So if I open ADK and if I open new chat, session service internally started up a new session, right? So a new session has been started, everyone, right? Now, what will happen is that if I send up a new message, hi, how are you? So now, see, user help me to do this. Something of a session ID gets started here, right? A session ID has been assigned and gets started here. Now, runner is something which we will talk about. Session state and runner it is, right? So runner will come towards the end. It is basically the whole orchestrator, some which happens everything, which handles everything. We go to the execution logic. So this message which I have created, it will be going to the execution logic, which can be your agent, LLM, callbacks, tools, all the thing which is happening in the backend. So this is all your execution logic in a way. When you send a message, this message is routed, and again, it can be gone to an agent, it can be gone to an LLM, it can be gone to a tool. All these things kind of happens. Once then we get the response, so we ask and we get the response. In turn, we are in also connect with the services, so we can have some session state, right? I will come to what state is. We have any artifacts, we have the memory. So just like ChatGPT, how the memory is kind of independent, just like I explained you. In a similar manner, this session have all these things which it can get to. So for example, if you ask you what is my favorite language, it can give you Python because it is having the same in memory, right? State is also some variables which you store, so it can have access to that stored variable as well, which it can give you the answer on or the idea on, right? So that is the whole thing, everyone, which you can use. Now, yeah, with this, it will be having a storage as well if required. And this is the whole ADK runtime. All these things are happening in the ADK runtime. So this is the major use case of everything inside your session. What happens? Ask a message. Runner is like the orchestrator. We will come to that. But yes, it is having some artifacts and everything. State, artifacts, memory. We already know that it is having the IDs and last updated time, etc. And finally, it will be able to get you the execution logic. So in the execution logic, everything happens with support of these services at storage. So that is how exactly your session thing is happening in depth in ADK. Now, normally we don't need to care about this because ADK is handling all of this in the web. But if we have to go to production or if we have to handle these ourselves for complex use cases, this level of understanding is required because then we will be doing this thing. So now with the whole idea of session clear, let's jump and try to understand the next part which is there in session, and that is known as state. Now we have seen the state when we were using the output key, right everyone? So when we use the output key, we were able to see that how exactly state is getting used. Now let's talk about state in a little bit depth. State is just like your scratchpad for your session. Okay. So when it comes to state, the best way to understand is it's just sessions scratchpad, right? Now, what do I mean by session scratchpad? Pretty simple thing. If you are having multiple messages between like in events inside your session, then a session state is created, which is effectively a dictionary or a map, depending on if it's a Java or a Python, which means that it will be key pair just like JSON. And these things can be used across your let's say events. That is the whole idea. Okay, so it can just recall or track to make the current conversation effective, or rather more effective. Now when it comes to this, everyone, if we go back and I show you let's say in state, within each session or conversation thread, the state attribute acts like an agent's dedicated scratchpad for specific interaction. While event holds a full history, state is where the agent stores and updates dynamic details needed during the conversation. Okay. Now, state is of course it's a scratchpad. You can update it, you can edit it. That's totally fine. You can give it an initial stage as well, right? So, state is a collection of holding pairs, personalized interaction. So, remember user preferences mentioned earlier. User preference theme dark. Keep the track progress, accumulate information, make informed decision. All of these are the things which your state will be handling. Right now, it is again structure. It is a serializable key value pair. I highly suggested not to use your own, which cannot be serialized. Mutability, it changes. Persistent depends on session service. If it is in memory, it will be deleted. If it is DB or Vertex AI, it will stay. Okay, so see, in memory, not persistent. Database, it will be persistent. Store is saved reliably. Now, again, in state as well, like it is kind of in continuation with the understanding that, hey, if I can maintain a state, and I know that the hierarchy is something like this. If I talk about a hierarchy in the system, hierarchy is something like this. See, I have an application. Inside an application, I could have multiple users, right? So inside an application, I could have multiple users. User, right? Now, these users, they can have multiple sessions. So these user can, of course, have multiple sessions, right? So So let us keep this as the session. Yeah. So these users can have multiple different sessions, everyone, and that is, I think, very logical to understand. Chat GPT can have multiple users, right? And you as a user can have multiple sessions now. So totally dependent on these things. Now, what it is suggesting is that, hey, you can append few things to state and you can make it a little bit more personalized. So, for example, things which are related to user, just have user in front of that. So, user state. Things which are related to application, just have application state. For example, application state in case of ChatGPT will be model. That, hey, this is the model, right? User state can be that, hey, user likes Python. Session state can be that, hey, user in this particular chat is specifically asking question related to Java. So this is your session state. This is your state, sorry, with respect to user, application, temporary, and no prefix is basically specific to the current session. Okay. So that is the whole idea, just like how they are making state a little bit more divided. Okay. So they are saying that yes, states are there, but let's also have appended something. So that is what they are doing. They're adding a prefix tied to the user ID shared across all sessions for that user within the app name. App tied to the app name shared across all users and session for that application. So with the if the hierarchy is clear, then I think it will be very much clear. Temporary again specific to current invocation, not persistent again. When not to use and all these things are given. Temp, it is kind of like this. So see, temp raw API response. App API endpoint. So it is something like this is happening in this, right? Where it will be able to handle those things. Now, the whole idea, which is at your level to understand, is that if I take this up, everyone, right? So let me take this up. Now, all these messages, everything, right? Whatever is happening here, this kind of is tied to your session. Sorry, these messages, which all is happening here, they are kind of trying to make sure that they are able to make sense via your sessions. So if you are able to make sense of them, it will be pretty helpful. So they just have this state. So this particular session, it will be just connecting and having this access to state so that it can give you the answer a little bit better. That is the whole idea. So again, this is the core of ADK. So very important to understand. And that is all what state is, right? So easily you can just read the more documentation that what exactly they are kind of helping you to understand how state is updated, recommended methods. So we have seen this output key method for agent text responses, right? So for this, if I just make, let's say, if I go inside session state and runner, and let me close this, CD, right? What maybe I can do is, I could just have this multi-agent one, and I can just paste it here, right? So now if I go to module 7 and do a ADK web, let me go inside this as well first, agents. Now I would just like to set up a output key, let's say message. And the second I run this ADK web, right? Let it run. Yeah. So it will be a lot clear. Let me just show you the example directly. Let's say I refresh it. I select the, okay, I think I've not done it in the nice manner. My bad. Let me do CD module 7. Now let me do ADK web. So what happened was that it was getting all these things, right? I ran it on the home folder, the main folder. Now just multi-agent tools. Hi, how are you? Okay, key is not valid, I think. What is the problem? Let's quickly fix this. Let me check. So I have actually changed the key because of the fear of getting it lost. But no worries, these are a few things which will always happen. So yeah, now when it has restarted, pretty quick in that. Hello. So again, it's a very simple example, but you will see that how in the message, this last message is kind of getting saved as a state. The second I create a new session, it doesn't have any state. Go back to the previous session, it is having a state. So state, just like I said, it is a overall scratchpad, right? Now, the good part is that if it is a multi-agent system, I can go forward and access this state as well. So instead of relying on, let's say, that my chat will handle all these things, I can specifically mention something like this in my prompt of message, so that my next agent will specifically get this thing, because in the same session we are having this state. So that is the main use case, and that is what they are suggesting, that hey, either you can have a output key, right, where we provide this output key. Now don't get confused with this setup runner session, I will be explaining you this thing as well. Then standard way is we have a event service as well, as you can see from events, like the event and event action. So for more complex scenario, updating multiple keys or non-string value and scope, you manually construct the state delta within event action. So it is again a little bit complex, but the idea is that hey, for easy use cases, use output key. For complex use cases, directly just go with this event details, etc. So that you are able to properly work on the same. And then via some context which ADK supports, tool context, callback context, you can also just update these things. The use case is that it will be able to be used across different sessions. Sorry, in a session by different agents. So that is what the state is. Simple language, sessions, Scratchpad, right? Nothing else. Just a Scratchpad of a session. I ask it another message. Good, it will change. So because this is a very simple manner, right? This is a very simple sense of doing this. We can make it as complex as we like. So that is the whole idea behind the state understanding, that how these things can use it and how it is at a level. So application user, and this I can say as sessions, right? So this is all about your state, everyone, more than what you need to know for the time being. And with this, pretty sure that you are able to now connect the dots at how in a session we have the state as well. So if I go back to the documentation and if I show you the state session, I hope you understand that how it is having this state as well. So I think with this, we have understood each and everything about what is there inside a session. Session has all the IDs. Session has events, the messages, etc. Session has state, and session has this last updated time. So last updated time is a very basic field, like when was it last updated, right? We can easily get that. Session service for a particular session will be maintaining this thing. So that is the whole idea. Great, everyone. So, with the understanding of session and state clear, and I know that it will initially be a little bit confusing, but believe me, if you understand for the diagrams, once again, these things, plus the way I'm explaining you with the ChatGPT reference, for sure you will be able to understand it. Believe me, the documentation is also not that clear. And I have specifically set up this time to understand that this is the best way of understanding this thing, right? So, that is why I'm explaining it with this. Now, let's come to the runner. Runner is actually which handles all of these things. Now, this is where I was saying that documentation is kind of a little, like, let's say, it can be better. Maybe it's because of the way I have understood, but now running is here. So, as you will see, session inside session, we have the session and state and everything. But this is where the runner comes in picture, right? So, as we can see, the core idea and all these things. Like, but the problem is that in the documentation, you will see that how we are having this session service, all these things mentioned, even before they are kind of explained. So again, we will get this diagram and it will be easier to run. But the whole idea behind runner is that it is a conductor, right? Or the orchestrator. So it handles everything. It is just an orchestrator. So now it will make a lot of sense, right? It is the component that is, let's say, run your agent logic. It is handling everything. It is making sure that all these pieces which are spread across, they work together. So when you do ask a question, a runner is running in the backend. that runner that runner basically sends your request to the execution logic. That runner then kind of connects with the session service. That runner makes sure to update anything if it has to be updated, because session service is just maintaining the session. Session service is not sending your message to the LLM or to the agent. Okay, in a similar manner, it is not responsible for getting the result back. Session service just say that, hey, I will maintain everything related to session. I don't know if I'm getting an event, I have to send it where. That is where runner comes into picture. Runner says that, okay, I will handle those things. So this is the case. If we see the same as well, if you don't understand this thing, ADK runtime is underlying engine that powers your agent application during user interaction. If the system takes, it's a system that takes a defined agent, tools and callbacks, and orchestrates their execution in response to user input. So though you have this agent, tools, callbacks, everything defined, right? Finally, whenever the user input comes, it is your runner which is making sure that okay, which should go where, right? Managing the flow of information, state changes, and interaction with external services like LLMs or storage. Because nothing else is doing this thing. Think of runtime as the engine of your agentic application. You define the parts, as I said, and the runtime handles how they connect and run together to fulfill a user request. So engine, basically the role is that it is able to connect the tires to the steering and all these things. So let's say your tires are session, your steering is state, your car sitting is kind of LLM. It is all being connected via the engine. That is the main idea. So in here we can understand that again. I think I've already explained this diagram, but now this runner thing will be clear. At its heart, ADK runtime operates on event loop. This loop facilitates a back and forth communication between runner component and your defined execution logic, which includes your agent, LLM, call they make, etc. So this is all what is happening, everyone. You send a message, runner will make sure that it sends it to execution logic, which is your agents. It will also be connected with service. Service will be connected with DB if it's a database session service, and it will be maintaining everything. The same has been pretty nicely explained here, and pretty sure that the way I've explained now, this documentation will make sense. Runner receives a user query, asks the main agent to start processing. Agent and its associate logic runs until it has something to report. Runner receives the event, processes any associated action like saving state changes via services, and forwards the event onwards. Only after the runner has processed the event does the agent logic resume from where it paused, now potentially seeing the effect of changes committed by the runner. So, for example, when the agent has given his answer, right? And let's say it is waiting for something to happen, runner will handle all these things. This cycle repeats until agent has no more events to yield for the current query. So if all the things has been now happened, everything is fine. Now agent will sit back and relax. Another thing, agent will take care. So yeah, I think this is where it is mentioned. Runner's role is orchestrator. Highly will suggest you to go through it. It is not that difficult the way it has been explained. The code part will be difficult, but that I will be explaining you properly, right? Execution logic and everything. A bigger diagram is also created, I think, somewhere here. Yeah. So this diagram is also created. Again, it might seem a little difficult, but believe me, it is also not that difficult. In the end, if you will just quickly go through it, you will understand that what is happening, right? I will highly suggest to go through the same. It will be very, very like not that difficult because we have explained, like understood everything in depth. But the main idea is in this diagram only that is how your runner is kind of handling each and everything for you. Okay. So when it comes about the execution logic, in this execution logic is where you are having your let's say this agent. I will get the tool as well maybe. So 1 minute. Yeah. This execution logic is where you are having your agents, your tools, right? And I will just quickly have a brain icon because in a way, your brain, which I call as model or LLM, that is also kind of inside this whole execution logic. Okay. So if we just make it inside a box and if we can just connect the same, this is exactly okay. So that is the whole idea, everyone. This is exactly how your runner is handling all these things for you. And I think this is where your understanding now should be a lot clear about session, state, and runner. Okay. So this whole diagram is very helpful. Again, official log diagram only. And all of this is kind of being handled for you in this whole ADK web, something which will not be possible when you genuinely want to move to the production use case, right? So are they complex? Yes. Are they necessary? 110%. Rather, this is the most necessary thing in ADK. Because if you don't understand this, you are not understanding how internally things are happening. If you're not understanding how things are happening internally, you will not be able to make a lot of sense of when you try to define and make it yourself. So that is the whole idea, everyone. And yes, with that, I think we have understood the core concepts. I told that how this overall module will be a little bit heavy, but pretty sure that if you will just go through it once again, it will be clear. Now, in the next part, we will see the code part that how, with our understanding and with all of these services, etc., we will be able to do each and everything. And without even the ADK as well, we will be able to call our agents, handle all of these things ourselves. Something which, of course, will be required, right? Let's now move forward, everyone. Now, what we will be doing if we will go inside this and you all will be having the access, I will highly suggest to once for the initial part, just download all these things, the code, etc. In this answer agent, I will quickly tell you what all I have done, right? So just let me do a rename of this. So pay attention what is happening, everyone. Pretty sure that till here, each and everything is clear that I have just defined an agent, right? So just I have defined a normal simple agent. In this agent, I am asking it to get something from the state, right? So up till now, we were not able to do that because we were not having the initial state. But since now I will be the one handling everything, right? So I will close everything down, close all the other things, just to make sure that I don't get any issue with respect to, say, my working. I will be making this env key, right? Now you can easily make it at a higher level, but I just like it at a separate level as well. No problem. Now, up till now, what was happening, everyone, is that I used to run. So I used to run ADK Web, right? And my web used to handle all these things. Now, since we have an in-depth understanding of each and everything, the goal will become that, hey, can we handle those things? So now if I refresh it, if I go to say answer agent, if I ask it a message, hi, let's see. See, it is giving an error, context variable not found name, which I think is a very valid error. I told you that how this will be able to get once it is having the state. But as of now, when it starts, it is not having the state. In ADK Web, you cannot start with a preset state. So that's a limitation, right? So normally this agent, I believe, is pretty easy to understand. Simple agent, just like we are having this thing. Okay. So for this use case, everyone, what I will be doing, so pay a little bit of attention, right? Just a minute. So what I was saying is, for this overall agent, we are expecting that it will be having this. So let me make it data, right? I am saying that, okay, I will be giving it some information, but now I can just close this ADK because I don't need this. I will be handling everything myself because now I have the whole knowledge. Okay. So let me go to this runner practical where we will be orchestrating and handling everything. So pay attention very much. I will be explaining line by line. I am importing runner because now I will be handling it. I am importing in-memory service because I will be needing it to create a session, right? In-memory session service. Types is basically will also be used, and I'm importing the agent which I've created. So this time I'm saying that earlier I used to have an agent and I used to just directly use it via the ADK web. So earlier I was able to use the same via ADK web. So 1 minute, do everything. Yeah. So let's say this is an agent, everyone. This is my agent. Earlier, all I was saying is that, okay, I will be able to use my agent, but it will be via ADK web. Now, since I'm having a lot more clarity, I will be going via the green path. The green path says that, hey, now I will handle these crucial things which I know: runner, session, and state. That's the whole goal. Okay. So now I will be handling these things. So for the timing, let me just remove this. Pay attention. I've created a new session service, just like how it will be happening in ATK Web. I've created the initial state. So name Mayank, data can be I am Mayank. Uh, okay. How is it getting this? That's a little scary, but should be fine. I love NBA and my favorite player is Kobe Bryant. Okay. So this is wrong, but like it is the area of space is wrong, but it's scary if it is able to get it. So that's a problem. But anyways, this is my initial state. So this time I'm saying that I'm going to make sure that it is having the initial state. I'm defining an app name. I'm defining a user ID. I'm defining a session ID. Now you could have made the session ID just like how it gets it. Now UUID based, right? So that I think everyone will understand. That if I have to get a session ID like this, I could ask it to create a UUID. But for our use case, I am making it a little better. Like I'm saying that, hey, I will call it Mayank session. I will call the user ID as Mayank, and my app name will be answer agent. Okay. Now I am defining a asynchronous function main. Inside this function, I'm creating a session. So I am awaiting now because all of these are asynchronous in nature. I have to make sure that I call them with await. And that is the reason I've defined them inside a async main function, right? So again, this is related to Python concept, very, very important. But the idea is that if you are having a function which is asynchronous, then you have to call the same via the await method so that you can get the same, right? So you can see in this, it is a method which is going to create, it is a coroutine based one, right? So you give it the app name, you give it the user ID, you give it a state and the session ID. We have defined all of these things and we are giving it everything, which means that a new session will get created. So just like how when you do a plus here, we have closed this, but when you do a plus here, a new session is created. It will be creating a new session. And thus it can give you session created with ID. Now, I am just for the timing because the understanding is that I will be having a session service which I have named. And in this session service, I can have multiple sessions, right? I could easily have multiple session inside this. I could just say that, okay, this is, let's say S1 and this is S2. Now, again, via the session service, I can list out all the sessions, which I think is very, very logical. In the chat GPT, you can get all the chats. On the left, rather, every chat is every chat is visible, right? So that is just what sessions are in a way. So I am just, in a way, session service in memory is the service which I created everyone here. This session service, I'm getting all of my sessions. To get the sessions, I think you will need a user ID and an app ID. Very, very logical thing. For my chat GPT chat, it will need me as a user. So it will need my chat GPT ID or chat GPT user ID, right? Now, once this is done, everyone, then I'm defining a runner. Runner is having an agent. I hope with this diagram which we created, you are having that understanding that runner will need this execution logic, right? Where it will be having an agent. Now your agent can have tools, your agent can have a brain. All of these things will connect. It will be having a session service because in the right, it is able to maintain these services, right? Session service, artifact, memory service, like all of they are having their own services which are handled by a runner. So if I go inside a runner, see app name, agent, artifact service, session service, memory service, credential service. Just like all these services are handling these things. I am for the timing just maintained with session service. Then I am sending a new message. So just like how I send a message here, hi, how are you? In a way, this whole message, right? So this whole message in a way is kind of taken and it is kind of run like this. So this whole message is taken, everyone. And this whole message is the one which is kind of run via this thing. So runner already defined, send a message, go to the execution logic, come back, see if it has to interact with service. Finally, give me the answer. What is the answer, right? So this is what is happening here. I am saying that, okay, this is my message. Role is user, which is me. Parts type dot part. So just make sure that you go through this. Text, I'm just sending a text, which is the best agentic AI tool of users. So let me add it here. If I'm asking, or let me ask, which is the best or favorite player of user. Okay. Now, since I am already loading it with the initial state, not memory, initial state, different things, I will be having this access. Now for event in runner.run, so internally, it runs in a event only, right? So this events will be kind of exchange. It's a event based architecture only at the end of the day. So a little bit tricky, but important to understand that everything is happening via event only. A event got called off for a call, then an event got received. Session service runner, they do their work in between. Event in runner.run. So I'm running my runner. And if the event is a final response, so just like how when I used to run this, so I can go here to show you maybe. Okay, everything is deleted. When let's say I run this and I get a message, let's say if I send a message once here, then I'm getting this message. So I am catching this event, right? So this is one event, this is another event. I am saying that, hey, if my event is a final response, okay, then if event has content and if it has part, please just give me the text of that part and the content. And finally, I'm just running the service. Okay, so I will quickly go through it once again. We are defining the component inside this diagram one by one. We are defining a session service, which is this one. Then we are defining the state. State comes inside a session that is already we have kind of properly understood. App name, user ID, use session ID. Creating my service, getting the service, defining a runner, sending it a message, getting the events. Now Up till now, all of these things were done by ADK Web, but because I will be using these things for productionizing agent in real time in the Google ecosystem, anywhere I like, in A2A, I have to handle these things. And this is something which you will be now seeing across the higher level code. So as you move forward in any of these things, you will see that how the codes were being run like this only. See, if I show you quickly in the runtime agent, in this particular part, they were defining these things themselves, right? Updated data, all these things. So these codes also, they started getting a little bit complex because they are assuming that, okay, by this time, now you have an idea that this is how things are happening, right? So in the code as well, they are defining about project ID, all these things basically they will be just creating. So yeah, that is the whole idea, everyone. This is something which we are also doing. Let me show you a proper code here. So let's say in third party tools, if I go, yeah, you will see that, okay, how it is defining these app name, username, everything. Then how set up session and runner, and how finally it is calling the agent in an async manner. So all of these things I have just done here by understanding in an easier manner for you to understand. Now, if I just run this, my message will be sent to an agent. And since I've defined each and everything, I hopefully will be able to see the message. So let me clear it out and run it again so that you're able to see it properly. Run it. So this is running. Let's see the same, everyone. Session created with ID Mayank session. Created session. Sessions is equals to Mayank session. App name. It is having all the details. It is having the state as well. Initial state as well. Now it is having this state. And finally, I'm getting the answer, which is the final response. The user favorite player is Kobe brand. So via this whole runner practical thing, I am able to call my agent, just like how ADK does it behind the back. But now the good part is that we understand each and every component. And this is how we can control these things ourselves. So again, this is an awesome piece of code, very, very simplified after going through multiple things. But with this, now your understanding of ADK in depth is a lot clear. This understanding is not just limited to ADK. This will be very, very helpful in understanding in other frameworks or normally how LLM works as well. So that is the whole reason that we wanted to make sure that we understand this. Once you have done this, this is where if you want to now create an application via Streamlit, via anything, connecting it to a DB, normally let's say any other fast API or any other application. This is where all of these things now you will be able to do. So if you want a proper thing, just make a database session service and you will be able to control each and everything, right? So yeah, that is the whole idea, everyone. With that, we have make sure that we are able to understand and rather not only understand and implement the most complex part of our ADK, which is our session, state, and runner in complete depth with practical as well. Right? So, very, very important. Please make sure that you understand this in very, very much in depth knowledge. Run this practical yourself, and you will be having a full confidence. And once you see this part again, surely you will be able to make a lot more sense at how things are happening. So, quickly, we'll run you through the last topic which we discussed. I think the other things are pretty more or less clear to you only, like the tools, etc. Let's come to the session runner and state. Now, coming to session runner and state, everyone, what we learned was that, okay, how exactly or what exactly is a session? So, just explain that how it is very, very much like how we have the chat ID, right? So, if I go on, say, chat GPT, just like how this chat is having some chat ID, let's say if I just start this chat, just how this chat is having a chat ID, and this is a session. In a similar manner, we have this session. State is something which is the Scratchpad. So session is something like this, where let's say session 1, 2, 3, session 4, 5, 6, right? This whole thing. Inside a session, we have multiple things: ID, app ID, user ID, last updated time. So these are all the things inside session. And it also has this state and different events. So events can be from agent, tools, user, whatever we are sending it. Then we discussed that for the session, we are having a session service as well, everyone. So now your session service is centered manager responsible for entire cycle. Just like how in chat GPT as well, we will be having some service, right? Which is maintaining all these sessions. So very, very important. Now, this is all everything about the session service in depth and about the life cycle as well, that how exactly the full flow goes. Then we have the state, session scratchpad. Okay, application user, like how it is like getting maintained and different your scope as well. Okay, so that is the whole idea, that session state is something which can be used, right? across your app or across your user just for a tiny bit of, let's say, some key value pairs, etc. Then we discussed about runner, which is the whole orchestrator. So session, state, and runner was the thing. I think that is what I have written as well. Sessions, runner, and state. Yeah. Now in this, if you will see, this is all the thing in which we were explaining about the runner in depth, right? So that was the whole idea. Now, with this thing clear, everyone, let's now begin with the multi-agent system, right? We have already discussed about these, the other things. So let's now jump into the multi-agent system. Now, coming to again multi-agent system, I think the overall idea is very, very straightforward that up till now, we were in a way having a single agent. But we are now saying that, hey, what if my use case is, let's say, complex, or I want to have multiple agents like this? So agent one, or we can have a agent 2, and how we can have a agent 3, right? So that is the whole idea, everyone, that we can have a multi-agent system in ADK or rather in any framework. So that is something which is being supported across. It is not something unique to ADK. And one very important thing to understand is that the way you just feel about any task, like let's say we want multiple humans to do a particular task, in a similar manner, of course, we will be having multiple agents for doing some complex task or normally any task. So that is the whole idea. Let's quickly discuss about the benefits we get, right? The very first one is, let's say, the scalability. It's very, very easy to scale multi-agent system, right? One agent with lots of prompt or lots of tools, etc. Just like a human can get overwhelmed, not a very good way of scaling. They are more resilient, so more like resilient to scale, let's say, errors, more resilient to any overall instructions which you give them. Third, it is pretty good in efficiency, able to quickly solve the problem, run parallelly as well. All those things are possible. And fourth, overall, they have a better problem solving capability. Okay. So this is majorly everything about the multi-agent system, everyone. Now there are few things which we need to understand, that how this multi-agent system in ADK, it is a little bit different in, let's say, your ADK, then we compare it with other frameworks, right? So I will quickly tell you what happens. So yeah, let's say like this is our overall root agent. Now this root agent, it will be having sub agents. So this is how the ADK suggests that this is okay, the multi-agent workflow, that a root agent will be having a different sub agents underneath it, right? So let's say this is one, then this is another one. We can easily say that root agent, which is the entry point in your ADK, without which you cannot even start your ADK web or anything, it requires that, okay, I am having one uh, agent, I am having another one, right? So that I believe is totally easy to follow. Let me quickly make them a little bit. Okay, where's this? Yeah. Okay. So they are having these root agent, everyone. I just call them as sub agent. Let us have it like this. And we can just say that they are sub agent. Now these sub agent, they can have tools, etc. of their own. So that is totally the same and like normal thing, just like how we have a hierarchy in an office, right? These sub agents can have their own tool. So let me just quickly get a tool thing. So tool icon. Yeah, I think we can use this one. So each can have their own sets of tool, each can work on their tasks, but now they are in a hierarchy, right? So their common goal will become that they want to solve a particular problem, right? So that will be the idea. Now, when we talk about a task, right? When let's say we talk about a task in ADK, what happens? So just let me get the quick button to help you visualize. In ADK, like the thing which is different from other framework is that the task is going to go to the root agent. Now, dependent on the capabilities of its sub agent, like let's say this agent is having a computer in the image, maybe it is able to take that better decision that, okay, what exactly is that which I want, how exactly I want to move forward. In that way, this root agent is going to delegate the full task to the agent on the right. So we can say that sub agent 2, the blue one. Okay. So here overall complete delegation happens. Complete delegation happens. Now all the other things, all the future part is something which your blue agent will take. If it has to complete that, if it has to move that back, all those things your second or this particular agent is going to take the whole role, right? Now this concept is a little bit different than how it was or how normally it is in other frameworks. Like let's say if we talk about your this thing, the CrewAI, AutoGen or other frameworks, in that normally the way they are decided, if a task is there, right? If a task is there, so I will just quickly make sure that it is easy for you to understand. Let me write it for let's say CrewAI or say AutoGen or others as well. In this, normally task is done and completed in a collaborative manner, that the task will be assigned to this particular agent. If it is having sub agent, it will go back then to this, then it can go to this, then above, right? Finally it will be having all the shots to call and it will be completing your task and everyone will be collaborating. In this, the complete delegation is happening, that once the task pass on to this particular agent, then it will take all the call. Okay. So the task is still getting completed, but the way in which it gets done or gets moved forward, that is a little different. Now, this is a little bit like how we have Swarm handover in Swarm, that the full task is kind of handover to the sub agent. Okay. So a complete handover, complete delegation happen. Whereas when we talk about other frameworks, there is a proper collaboration, that okay, this is how they will be collaborating to complete your task, right? So this is the by default way of doing your let's say work in a multi-agent system in ADK. Now in ADK we have a way of as well, like we can have a sequential, like if you don't want to do this kind of architecture, we have the sequential loop and I think parallel workflow, right? Parallel workflow as well, so that we can have the agent collaboration in some other manner. So let's say agents can be one after another, they can be working in a loop, or they can be, let's say, parallel or fanned out way as well. But uh, in the basic way, right? In the basic way overall, this is how it happens, and this is a little bit different thing, right? When compared to the other frameworks. So this is where your the way you will be doing it, we will be seeing the same by a practical as well. So let's go back onto our notes, everyone. Now, in this, again, what I have done, I have created a very, very good thing for all of you so that you understand this in depth, right? So, first, let's go on to the official documentation. And in this, when we talk about agents, then here as well, there is a little bit of thing. So, you will see workflow agent first, multi agent system afterwards, not the right way. Okay, so what we will have is we can just go to the multi agent system first. So, again, here it has just explained the multi agent system, right? As agentic application grow in complexity, structuring them as a single monolithic agent can become challenging. Thus, ADK support MAS, which is multi-agent system. Now, again, they are saying that you can compose various types of agent derived from base agent. Okay, so base agent is the base class. We have been using LLM agents that, of course, we can define. Workflow agent, something which I will tell you what it is, and custom agent. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. Now, one quick thing which I would like to show you, because somehow it will not be making sense. Let me just quickly check if I built in. I think built in. No, let me check it here in the agents. So if you go outside to the full out, let's see. 1 minute. Let me go to the multi-agent only. So there is a one caveat which I wanted to show you in this thing, because when we will be creating them, it will be clear to you. So let's quickly try to understand, everyone. Again, here they have just explained that how parent agent and sub agents are the case, agent hierarchy. The foundation structure for multi-agent is the parent-child relationship, just like how I have created it here, right? Establishing hierarchy, that how we have the sub agents and we will be having one parent agent. Again, it can be extended to make sure that your children can have other children, etc. An agent instance can only be added as a sub-agent once. Attempting to assign a second parent will result in value error. Pretty simple thing. The hierarchy defines the scope of workflow agent and influences the potential target. So this workflow agent we will discuss. It's pretty simple thing. It will be discussed in the next three kind of modules. So this is again the overall uh, example, right? So we will see that via the code, but let me quickly explain you. Here it is saying that we have a greeter, right? And we have a task doer. So we have two agents. One is greeter and we have a task doer. So I can just quickly write it like this. Let's say this is your greeter and we are having a task doer. Task doer. Now, if we see, we are creating a coordinator. Okay, so which is going to be something like this. So coordinator sits above them and they are the sub agents of your coordinator, right? So they are the sub agents of our coordinator. In this, effectively, what happens if any task will be coming, coordinator will take the call that okay, who should be going about that task. For example, if I just draw a little bit down, it one thing more, they are already assigned this parent agent when you define it like this. So parent agent of task is coordinator, greeter is coordinator. We can do this as well. We can just quickly assign it separately, but the idea is like this. They are having this sub agent. Now, if we give it a task to let's say do some greeting, it will go to the greeter because this is kind of having as an orchestrator. This coordinator, it is coordinating the whole idea. Okay, pretty simple thing. Task will come. Task will come here. It will just decide that okay, who should do my task. Okay, that is the whole idea. Now, let's move forward and we can see workflow agent as orchestrator. So in workflow agent, we have actually three kinds of agent, which normally is very simple as well. If I just tell you sequential, one after the another. Loop agent, when you want things to run in a loop. So let's say one first and second agent is present. And then you can have a parallel agent as well. So parallel agent, it will fan out and do these things in a thing, right? So that is the case, everyone. That is how it will happen. Now, let's move forward and see the same. If I just quickly move forward. Interaction and communication mechanism. So shared session state. As I told you that how we can have a session state which is shared. So it will become a lot clear in the example as well. But the idea is that again, when I go to my ADK console, okay, and I will show you that as well, that in this console which we are everyone, this one, here, when the state get created, it is shared across the agents. Okay, so state we have already understood. That is the whole idea. Now, if I go forward, and I hope that you can read about these things. They are very, very easy to understand, not a lot difficult. Okay. Now, LLM driven delegation. So agent transfer. These are different mechanism in which they interact. Okay. So for example, mechanism agent LLM generates a specific function called transfer to agent. Now, if you remember, I told that how we can transform to the agent. Okay. Similarly, it will be handled all together. Then calling LLM needs clear instruction on when to transfer. So this way you will be able to understand. I will be showing you the practical directly. Okay. So reading each and every line is not worth it. Just go through these things and I will be explaining you via practical. Then explicit invocation agent tool. So there is a concept where we can create our agent as a tool. Okay. So as we were discussing that we will be having agent as a tool. So I will be explaining you what exactly is the use case of that. Now, there are some common multi-agent patterns as well. If you can see here, coordinator, dispatcher, sequential pipeline, parallel fan out, hierarchical task, review critique, okay, iterative or refinement pattern. Okay, so it will be easy to understand. I have actually created this very good notebook as well because I found the overall documentation a lot repetitive. Okay, plus these are again the thing which we kind of, if you have learned any other framework, right, you will be having the idea and it is more or less very easy to understand. So this is exactly how your workflow like kind of is spread out, everyone. Parent agent, specialist A, B, workflow agent. Okay. Now, ADK primitives for composition. So agent hierarchy parents, just like how we have a coordinator, this greeter and helper. Okay, the way I explained you. Then workflow agent, I talked about how they can be something like this. So sequential is, let's say, one agent, step A, step B, step C. Like these are the agents in a way. Parallel agent, worker 1, worker 2, worker 3. Then if you move forward, this is the loop agent where it will be kind of running in a loop based on some condition. Okay. Then this is again on the communication side, that how if we have a request, LLM decide transfer to child, invoke with shared context. So if it is moving towards with the next, let's say with the child, a context will be shared. It can complete the response, plus it can update the state if required. So that Scratchpad can be improved. And yeah, this is how the final answer will be coming. Explicit invocation agent tool, wrap an agent as a tool. The parent can call synchronously result and state propagate backup. So I will just quickly explain you what is the difference between these, right? When we are creating, okay. So if I just quickly copy this thing, everyone. When we will be creating an agent as a tool, right? So for that, what I will do, let me have this agent, or rather, let me have a tool here that will be helpful for us to visualize and understand this in a lot of depth, that what happens here. So pay attention, everyone. In this, we are saying that, okay, my agent is a tool, right? This time, if you all remember, I was mentioning that how in a normal flow, the full delegation happens, right? This full delegation will be happening. But when we are using agent as a tool, the full delegation will not happen, because now it's kind of just a tool only. Okay, you are just using that agent as a tool. So it will go back to my root agent. So once it completes the task, it will go back to my root agent. And there is one very small caveat as well, which I will show you. So as of now, let me check for the version if it has been upgraded, because I think it has been 2, 3 minor versions since I last checked it. So you cannot use built-in tools in sub agent. Okay. So we know that how we are having Google tools, etc. in our built-in tools, those cannot be used in sub agent. So you cannot say that, hey, my sub agent will use the Google tool for searching or something. Okay. So if I have to just quickly show you that, I think in the tool part, in the built-in tools, if I just search for sub agent, yeah, built-in tools cannot be used within a sub agent. So that is one of the reason where we might need to define our agent as a tool. Okay. So very, very important thing, just mentioning it here. So let's go back, everyone. This is again a very, very good way through which I have summarized all these things here, right? It will be able to, you will be able to understand each and everything. More or less, it is the whole docs in a way which has been now created a lot better by me, helping you to visualize. Now let's see the common multi-agent patterns, which, if you remember, were mentioned here. So multi-agent system, it is having all the things here, common multi-agent patterns, just again helping you to visualize, making it a lot better. So pay attention. See, coordinator. So this is coordinator dispatcher. We will be having a coordinator. Dependent on what a task is coming, it will be dispatched to where you want. Okay, so that is the whole idea here. Sequential pipeline, pretty simple, one after the another. Parallel fan out or gather, something like this parallel agent. A task will kind of be divided, and it will be kind of then coming back to all of them. Hierarchical task decomposition, multi-level tree. So planner, analyzer, research analyst, web search, summarizer, multiple manner, right? So a hierarchy is there. Complex problem benefit from structural breakdown. Pretty simple to understand. Just like how we are having an industry structure. Then generator critique. More or less like how we have the React kind of a thing, that okay, sorry, not React. Basically where it will be doing something, it will go back in a way in a loop, right? Then it will come out, then it will go back. So sequential agent, you want quality gate or factual check. Generator writes to state, critic reads it and approve or rejects. Okay, so it will be a very good flow if you are trying to write a blog or something. Okay. Iterative refinement. So loop agent wraps steps to refine output. So loop agent, it will be refining. If it meets criteria, then forward. Else it will just again go through this whole cycle again. Okay. And yes, finally human in the loop. So human in the loop is not done via any agent here. You will have to create a function or a tool. So I can show you this quickly. Integrates human intervention points within an agent. ADK doesn't have any built-in human agent, just like some other frameworks. It doesn't have any human agent. Allow for human oversight, approval, correction, or task. Then interaction can be implemented using custom tool that pauses execution. Okay. So the idea is that we will be having some tool which stops the execution and it goes back to your this agent. Okay. So yeah, these are all those things in which we have the different ways for multi-agent system. I think I've covered all of them. This overall thing is very important because the way you are able to quickly visualize. Okay. I'm not sure if ADK will take these if I even try to push that, but I believe that it should be kind of explained like this with the theory, able to in a easy to able visualize manner. So yeah, make sure that properly you're understanding each and everything here, and you like the effort which I put in to create these particular things, right? So with that, I think yeah, this thing is kind of clear with the recap thing. And yes, the examples we will be seeing shortly. But those are all the things which we need to understand in depth as a base for the multi-agent system in ADK. So yeah, with that, now with the idea about the multi-agent system clear, let's now move forward. And what we have to do now, everyone, let's see some examples, right? So let us go to see the close this and let me show the multi-agent system. So if we will see here, it's a proper well-defined multi-agent system. And again, it is having the proper nodes as well. Customer support travel, multi-agent demo. This code defines a multi-agent system for a travel customer support scenario. So something which we all kind of, or which we might have to create a use case. Customer support is very common use case. So again, this is like a mini project for all of you because these are the kind of use cases we normally create. Check order status, look up product info. Those are the two functions or tools rather. Agents, order agent, product agent, search agent, and finally a route agent. Tools on route. I'm providing the search agent as basically as an agent tool, and then check order status. Okay, so I will quickly run you through the code. I'm just getting and importing things. Now these are the different tools. Everyone, if I show you these tools in this, we can see that how these are the 1 minute. Yeah, these are the tools which are present. So Google search is an inbuilt tools. Vertex AI search tool is an inbuilt tool, right? Then I think yeah, as of now, these are the inbuilt tools which are present. Others are not the one, right? So let's now see this everyone in depth. Check, yeah, when we check order status, everyone here, as we can see, return the status of travel booking by the PNR or reference. So you will see that how very nicely I've defined the full documentation. Very important in ADK. Print status. Okay, so bookings are this. It is just checking that okay, NYC, status, ticketed, PNR, all these are the ways. Then order ID. If it is in booking, if it is not, then I can say that status not found, PNR none. I can just return it in this manner. Similarly, look up product info. So here as well, I'm explaining that okay, how exactly it will happen. So based on let's say Bali, Paris, Tokyo, Alps, where you want to go, some price is given along with the highlights and everything. Same way, if it is present, we will do something. If it is not, it will not. Then let me close this. Yeah. Next, we are having a order agent. So agent, it is again just having I handle all booking related inquiries and tracking. Instructions are present, and we are giving it a tool. Similarly, next is product agent. In a similar manner, it is also having a tool. Okay. And here I have specifically made sure now we have learned in the tool that how it should be having the status and everything, right? Because as of now, it is going to go inside a result. Like if you are not pressing it is as JSON. So specifically, I have just stop it. It will still work. But the idea is that please make sure that you are providing it properly the way tools has to be provided, right? We have discussed the same in depth. Now, similarly, we have created this. There is a search agent as well, which will be having the inbuilt search, right? And then finally, I've created a route manager. Keep the same route agent name and structure, right? So this is very important, right? We can just remove this quickly. That will be just for a extra documentation. Now, if we will see this, everyone, if we focus on this here, customer service manager, this is the route agent. Travel service manager who coordinates all inquiries. It is having these things. Now it is having the tools which is check order status and search agent. And I'm giving it as of now, let's say just the product agent. Okay, so if I show you quickly, we have the search agent, we have the product agent, and we have the order agent. Okay, so though we could have provided it again as order agent as well, I'll just make sure that I explain you how we can have the tool directly provided as well. So that's few things which we are kind of planning or different. Now, first thing I would like to show you how it can break. So let's check it out. Let's say for the timing, let me remove this, right? And let's clear everything, cd into module 8, and now I could just do ADK Web. So let it start. Great. If we go on this particular local host 8000, then we can see that how we are having a multi-agent system. If I ask it hi, let's see what it will reply. So great. So as we can see, everyone, we are able to get the message, right? Simple message we are able to get. Can you tell me who won the last cricket World Cup by searching the same? So let's try. Many times I have seen that in these frameworks, even the documentation is not updated, but things are working. So let's see if it will happen or not. It is transferring to an agent and it is giving us an error. Tool used while function calling is unsupported, invalid argument. I think we all know what happened here. If I go on the events and I just see this particular one, so what would have happened? It would have transferred to the search agent where it is search customer service manager. Yeah, it is trying to just pass it to the search agent, calling this transfer to agent, and we are getting the error, right? Pretty simple thing. We are getting the error because this thing is not allowed. So as of now, also it is not supported. Worst thing, the error is not very intuitive or very much in depth. So something which we will have to understand with proper like knowledge, right? So yeah, with that, everyone, what I would like to now do, stop this thing, create and go out. So let me just create it like this only, the way it was. And now let me run this again, ADK Web. So let it run. Yeah. If I will refresh, and let's say that this time if I will ask it something. So for example, if I ask for order status of this, right? Can you tell me order status of this? Let's see. So this time it's a simple tool call. It is able to make that, right? If I show you in the event and show you the flow as well, pay attention. What happened? Event one, it kind of called it as a tool and it was able to get me the result. Okay, so this is something which we have seen. Now let's see the next part. When we see on the product info, right? So let's say if I ask for Bali, pretty awesome place. Let's see the same. Can you tell me the product info of Bali? One thing which I want all of you to notice is that how the whole flow or the control is still with this customer service manager as of now. Okay. So it is not shifted. It used the tool and it went out. It used the tool and it was out. And this is something which happens in a tool, right? The flow is kind of shifted to tool and it is taken back. Now, when I ask it the next question, pay attention. And this time it is called transfer to agent. Okay. And it is just looking the product info and everything. Pay a lot of attention. It has given me the details. It is specifically saying here that how the flow was transferred to agent. Okay. So see, product agent, it is calling its tool. And in the end, we are having this whole control with product agent only. It has not been transferred back to the customer service. Rather, if I now ask it some question, okay, it will try to get solved by the product agent. So the next question will try to be getting solved by the product agent. So let me get this quickly, everyone. I can just add this to the notes as well, just so it is very easy for all of us to remember and understand, right? So quickly, what I will do, I will just go forward and I will just make sure that I ask it, can you tell me the order status for, let's say, NYC 123 only? Or rather, try other one out because it might be in the memory, like in the whole doc, which will go. So yeah, let ask this. And now we will see, it will try to get back. See, it is trying to transfer back to the main agent. And now this agent is kind of fulfilling your request. Okay, so this is the whole flow that what I was explaining, that how the delegation happens. So this is why it is very, very important to understand that it has to transfer back to the agent again, right? If your model is weak or if your prompts are weak, it can very well happen that it can even just stuck inside this cycle where it is trying to transfer, then it is transferring back. All this cycle it can also stuck. So that is the whole quick demo of your multi-agent system. Very important, easy to understand, right? As such with the demo. Few caveats what all were there, which many of you might face problem like this. Search tool one, this thing was something which I faced problem because this documentation is present in the tool section and not in the agent section, right? So those things are very, very important to again understand. And this is all I think in the basic agent things. I think these are all the things which you have to understand. And with proper going through this, you will be easily able to now create multi-agent hierarchy and all these things, right? So easily you will be able to create that. How the sequential flow and other things will happen, that we will discuss in the next module. The workflow agents as they have been written, right? But for the time being, I think, yeah, this is more or less what you have to understand. And all the other things you will be able to create once we understand workflow agent as well. But the basic of the whole idea will remain the same, that this is how the full your delegation and the task is getting done in a multi-agent system in your let's say ADK. Okay. So with that, I think we can go forward and with the proper understanding and in the documentation. So nice things which we are creating, we can just mark this as well done, right? So minute. Yeah, this as well as done. Okay. So, with the idea of these things clear, everyone, now let's see the different types of workflow agent as well, right? So, what are the different workflow agent? For that, if you will see, I have created a separate module, which is your workflow agent, right? So, let's see them in action now. They are overall pretty easy to understand, rather a lot easy to understand. If we try to just see the whole documentation only, it will be clear. So, without wasting any time, let's go to the documentation. When we talk about multi-agent system, now again, they are a little bit not in the right manner, I believe. I feel that, but no worries. Let's go to the workflow agent. Basically, now it is saying that, hey, if you want more complex kind of interaction between your multi-agent system, we have provided you with workflow agents. What are the workflow agents? There are three major types, right? Sequential, loop, and parallel. I think by the name only and by the overall diagram which I created here, it should be clear that what are these things, right? So if I just show you by going above, sequential, parallel, and loop, right? Sequential, loop, and parallel, like in any case, you can take this. Execute sub agent one after the other. Repeatedly executes its agent until a specific termination condition is met. Execute sub agent in parallel. So these are again the workflow agent that why you can use that predictability, reliability, and structure, right? Many times that hierarchy kind of a thing is not always what we want. We want some specific way in which it is one after the another. So I will quickly show you and explain about you in this sequential agent, workflow agent that executed sub agent in the order they are specified. Okay. So again, you can see this example, everyone. This is a good diagram. Let's keep this, right? So we can see this code writer, reviewer, and refactor agent example. Pretty simple thing it is. We define a sequential agent like this, where we provide this as a sub agent. So effectively, what ADK is saying that, hey, this is a sequential agent which you have defined. Now, inside this, you define and tell me what are the subagents, right? Now, I'm not sure if it's a brain trick question or something from Google that how many agents are inside this. You can easily say that there are three agents, one, two, three. If they consider sequential as a separate entity, which they kind of is doing, if you will see here, then you have the four agents. Okay. But yeah, the major agents are three only because they will be working. overall, the use case here is pretty simple. That how we have the code writer agent. It will write the code, and we will have that in the generated code. Then we can refer to this generated code via the code reviewer agent, and then it is the code refactor agent, which will be able to see both the codes and finally give the answer in the refactored code. Okay, simple approach overall. That is the whole idea. Just one thing to understand here: think they are going to just take a single turn, right? No second turn, not coming back like this. It will not happen. That is not what will happen. Okay. So with that, I think sequential agent is clear, everyone. Let me just go and quickly explain about that. So with this thing clear, yeah, I think we can just quickly write eighth workflow agents. And in this, we can just say that, yeah, this is my very first one, which is your parallel agent, right? Parallel agent. Now, again, we can just quickly go through like what the whole documentation is. Again, very simple to understand. And I think the whole flow is also very easy to understand. The way I've explained you or introduced to you about your multi-agent system. Now, if we see this sequential workflow, everyone, and if I go on to the agent here, you will see that how what I have done here is make translator agent. I have just created an agent where you provide the language code and the output key. Okay. Now the concept of output key will also be a lot clear with what exactly is the state now. In this, it is just returning the agent. So this is kind of like my agent generator kind of thing. If I provided something, it will give me back the agent, right? So if you will see, it is returning a LLM agent object, right? So it is giving me the name, the model, instructor, and output key. Okay. Then I'm creating a, okay, my bad. This is a parallel one. Let me make it a sequential agent maybe. So what I can do here, no, okay, that is fine. Just that I've created a parallel agent before. So for this, what I can do for the timing, I can just create it as a sequential agent. And I could just say that for the timing, my parallel agent is, oh, sorry, my root agent is my parallel translate. So let's actually try to understand it step by step. What I've done, I've created these three agents, Spanish, French, and German. Run three translation agent in sequence for the timing. Okay. Although parallel is also not very difficult to understand, right? Let me close this. Let's go back. Let's cd into the module 9. Okay, where is it? Yeah. And I could do ADK Web now. So let it run. And if I refresh everything, we can select the sequential workflow. Hi, how are you? Let's see what it will do. What's the problem? API key is invalid. No worries. Let me go back here. Let me go to environment and let me just quickly provide the right API key. Somehow the wrong one is there. You will surely have to use your own key. So let's close this, create it again. If I go back, I refresh it. It has started. Sequential. Hi, how are you? So for the timing, I think it will just show you the output. So this is the French. What was the sequence? Spanish, French, and German. Spanish, French, and German. If I go into the events and show you translator Spanish, translator French, translator German in the end. Pretty simple flow. Now, many of you, if you are aware about, let's say, something known as round robin and AutoGen, right? Then it is not the case that it is running again and again. No, it is a simple sequential thing, right? Can I get the image from here? No, I cannot. Let me try to just get this image for all of you. Okay. One thing which I should be correcting here, or which I can mention in this, no worries, that this is how it happens, right? I could just mention it quickly that name is, or name should be sequential translate, right? Great, everyone. So with this, pretty sure that the sequential thing will be clear, right? Let's move on to the next one. Pretty simple these are. I would like to cover on the parallel agent first. So the idea about parallel agent, I think, is very, very simple and straightforward. If there is any task where there is no dependency, right, of between multiple tasks, just like it was for this particular example, when you are converting the language, right? And let's say when you want that, hey, I want to get the result in Spanish, French, and German. I don't think that there is a any dependency of anything on that, right? So it is not the case that, hey, I want Spanish first, then French, and then German. Why can't I convert all of them all together? It will save me a lot of time. And that is the whole idea in a way about your parallel agents, right? In this, so again, workflow agent under these three agents are defined. So if you will now go forward, everyone, parallel agent is not powered by an LLM. Acha, one more thing which I forget to mention, but which makes a lot of sense, is that in this sequential agent, I have not provided any LLM or brain to it, right? In this sequential agent, I have not provided any brain to it. And the reason is pretty simple. It is going to not need anything, right? The way you have defined it, it is just going to run. So it doesn't need any brain or LLM to execute agent one after another. That is totally something which is inside it, right? So yeah, with that, this is your work parallel agent, everyone. I think here as well, this diagram is pretty good. Now, overall, the idea is pretty simple that how or exactly you're going to use it. You can create a state here which can be used. One thing which I would like to also show you, if we go out, they are creating their state as well, right? Which can be used if required by the other one. But in this, we have to make sure that the state is kind of defined here because they will not be able to share each other's state, right? State again, once it gets created, future people will be able to do that. Okay. Now, researcher agent 1, 2. So this is the case, how you will be creating it in parallel. They have created a flow where it is researching. So we are having the research agent, right? Uh, which makes a lot of sense. If you are doing research at some point, right, it can be parallel. Research doesn't need to be sequential. Okay. If let's say I ask you that, hey, can you tell me about a particular player, right? Let's say about Virat Kohli, for example, or let's say Kobe Bryant or LeBron James, some basketball player. You can do it in parallel. You can go via the Wikipedia, via the some stats or sport website. It doesn't need to be dependent on each other. Okay. Now, yeah, I think this is pretty simple to understand. If I just go to the parallel agent here, everyone, I think the code will be pretty simple as well. So I'm just defining these again, this full function, Spanish, French, and German. So sub agents, right? It is now in parallel. Then merger agent, what it is doing, it is just merging the output and returning the response like this with the merge translation. So let's go back and I think it will be very clear, easy to understand parallel workflow. And now again, since I've changed the agent, all the session, everything is kind of here only. You will see no state, nothing being maintained. So let's ask how. How are you? Let's see this. Okay, another errors in task group one exception. What happened? Let's check. I think key is valid. Yeah, I've thought that that will be the case because I have not done that thing. So let's just provide this key. Not sure why it give a totally different error. Error handling, I think, can be a lot better here. Let me refresh. Parallel workflow. Yeah. Hi. How are you? So yeah, we are seeing that again. It is just giving it in these languages. I think Spanish, French, and however it is giving it in English. So I think we have not given it proper things. Let's go back and see this. Spanish, French, and German, right? Now, one thing to note here, one thing very important to note, it is not that it will be completed in the same sequence, like Spanish, French, and German, ES, FR, and DE. So this time it is the same. Let me try it again. Uh, hope you are doing well. So one more thing to understand that it is not the case that always it will happen. So if you will see, what I wanted to explain is that what exactly is this language? Let's see the language. France, I think it is French, right? First we gave was Spanish, but the answer we are getting as French. Now, again, very simple to understand. If you start with the research, the way I'm defining it here, that is no way, right? It is just in parallel the way you're doing it. So just in a way in parallel, it is just doing these things, right? So totally something which will happen. Uh, it can complete it works first. It is not that if you're defining it like this, because it's parallel, right? It can complete the work first, then it can complete it, then it can complete it. Can be random. In the end, I'm just combining it in the same manner I gave it. So that's a simple thing, right? So that's the whole idea with respect to your parallel agent. Now, in the documentation, again, they have just explained that where can you use it, result connection, concurrent execution, independent branches, which I think is very simple to understand. And yeah, an example is provided. So with that, I think sequential and parallel agents are clear. Let me do one thing. So I will just explain you via the event as well. Yes. So pay attention here. What is happening, right? Yeah. So this is a very good diagram, everyone, which kind of explain what all transpires here. So see, if I just get this diagram and I will explain you this in a whiteboard. Pay attention. So now I could have this in parallel agent, right? And this is the whole basic idea. So this is we can have as a basic idea, which we can go through. This is something which I'm more interested, right? See, now if you will focus, I actually made something out, right? So what I did and what normally all of us will also be doing is that in any case, we will be having a agent here which kind of collaborates their responses, right? Which is making sure that, hey, everything which I'm getting, I am able to combine them. That will be the whole idea. And that is what I've directly used as well, right? Because we want them to fan out and do their work. And finally, we will be combining or using the same. In majority of the cases, that is what you will be doing. So I've just taken up this use case where if you will see now, these are my parallel agents. These three are my parallel agents. And then I'm having a merger agent as well. So I was getting this in a merger agent, right? So that's why what I did was first I created a parallel translate, right? Sorry, first I created a parallel translate in this sequential agent is defined, and inside that, 1 minute, let me check where am I messed it up. This is the case sub agents. Okay, sorry, this is not the code. I think this is the code, the right. 1 minute, let me go back. I think lots of code we are having. Which one was the right code? Multi-agent system and parallel workflow. Yeah, this was the right code, everyone. We can close all the others to not have any of it. See. So again, I've just created these things. First, I created a parallel translate where I created this parallel agent. So the internal thing is created, right? Then I created a merger agent, which is your LLM agent. Here, I have defined that, okay, what all it has to do. And finally, in the end, I have created a sequential agent where first is my parallel translate, second is my merger agent, which I guess is very easy to understand. That first I defined, see, if I have to quickly visualize this thing for all of you. First, I created this agent, right? Spanish, French, and German, right? After this, I created a merger agent. So after this, I created a merger agent. Now to join this agent, I kind of created them inside a sequential agent. So that is how it will work. A task will go to these three, fan out, then it will be kind of transferred. So that is the reason we see that how we are having a parallel translate inside, and finally we are having the sequential agent kind of outside. This is exactly what is happening. And yeah, that is what the case is. Okay. So with the idea, so with the overall idea of the parallel agent clear, and with this understanding as well that how what we try to always do to make sense of things is that whenever we have these parallel agents, right, we will try to make sure that they are getting merged in their output, like their output is getting merged somewhere. And this is something which the official documentation has also done. In the end, we are having the merger agent, we are using the state which has been created, right? So this thing can be used to access the state. And finally, we are just making them in a sequential way. So just this is happening, right? Just this thing is happening where now I'm able to get all of their outputs because this output is saved in the state, right? So yeah, with that, I think the overall parallel agent is also clear. Now let's go on to the next one, which is your loop agent, right? As the name suggests, now loop. where there will be some iterations required where you want to do some things again and again. So if max iteration is one, your loop agent is like your sequential agent. Pretty simple thing to understand. If you're just working on a single sense, right? Where we can get this image as well. See, your input will go, it will try to keep on running and will come out in two cases. First, max iteration thing is done. Second, the exit condition has been met. Okay. So there is another way of exit condition for people who are aware about AutoGen. Uh, kind of termination condition, but not that uh, strong, right? You could just create a function here, right? So the example they have chosen is of writer agent and a critique agent with max iteration of 5. So they will be working on these 5 iterations until they get over, or until, right, one of them says that, hey, now we can exit. Now in the example, they have kind of done something which I feel can be done better. So I will explain you in this right example only. See, they have created this exit loop which sets this tool context false and returns empty. So this is again call this function only when the critique indicates no further changes are needed, signaling the iterative process should end. Okay. Then we have the initial writer agent. Okay. And then we have the critique agent. So pretty simple thing. They are in a sequence first, writer and then critique. And then they are kind of working in this manner. So it is having a loop, right? Now, output key they are maintaining. So this is the initial topic. Then we will see that how it will get this current document. What is the output key? Let's see that. So output key has been defined as current document here, criticism as criticism, completion phrase as no major issues found, right? So in a similar manner, they are able to access each other's state. It will be giving us it the output in a critique thing. It will be able to access that critique thing. That is what is happening. Output criticism, right? Now, one thing which I feel like something, let me check here. So this is critique agent, then refiner agent in loop. Okay, yeah, no, that is fine. Sorry. I think they have updated the same. I remember some earlier implementation where this writer agent was having the tool. Now you are defining this, both of them, if you will see, they will be defined in a loop agent. See, loop agent, first is critique agent, second is refiner agent, max iteration is 5, right? So they are working in that sense. And in the end, refiner agent in loop, right? So they are working it out. LLM agent, where the description and everything is present. Output key is also present. Tool, they have provided the exit loop. And finally, the root agent is sequential agent, where we have the initial writer agent and the refinement loop. So if you will see what happening here is that, see, first your agent, okay, pay attention. First, we have an agent which writes initial writer, right? It gives the very first draft. Then this flows goes to your next one, which is your critique agent. So next is our 1 minute. So next is going to be our critique agent. Critique agent. Then there is another agent which is known as your, what's the exact name? Let us check. Refiner agent, right? So if you will see, refiner agent loop and critique agent. Yeah. So this is known as refiner agent. Refiner agent. Now, what is happening? This refiner agent, it is further having a tool which is your exit loop, exit loop, and they are working in a loop 5 times. So either if it completes 5 times, or if it says that okay, we can exit out, that is how it will be exiting, right? So that is the criteria for exiting, and this is exactly how it is working. Pretty simple approach. One thing which I think should be better is that instead of my refiner agent having this logic, sorry, yeah, instead of my refiner agent having this exit loop, I think it should be given to the critique agent, because if you think critique agent is in the end saying na, that hey, I can end it because I'm happy, not the refiner agent. But again, that is fine because initial write up has been done. we can close it anywhere. But normally I felt that logically it might make a little bit more sense to have critique agent take their final call. Okay. But totally simple thing, not to worry. So that is around the loop agent. If we go on the quick uh, easy example. So this was an example which was kind of done. So if you will pay attention here, everyone, we have the exit loop, which is defined exactly now how it can use to exit. Code writer agent, it writes the code and gives it in the current code. Code reviewer agent reviews the whole code, right? It gets the current code, reviews everything, and it is having the exit loop because, according to me, the one who is reviewing, the one who is critiquing, that should have a power of closing that loop, not the next one. And then final is code refactor agent. It is getting the current code, it is getting the review comments, and it is giving the right one and changing it into the current code only. So this is how it is happening in an iterative manner. We get the initial code, we get the review, and then we change the same code. So that's why this key is very, very important because it is going to access this key only. And yes, then the same approach is followed as the official documentation, that they will all be in a sequential and a loop agent kind of a thing, and we will be able to get our answer, right? So yeah, with the understanding clear, let's now move on to the quick example. Now, again, it is very, very important to understand the working from this particular case, because I believe that if you're able to understand this, then you will be able to understand this state, event, etc. yourself. So that is why, though it is taking a little bit of time to understand the documentation and then this example, I think it is totally worth it. Hi, can you write a code to sort an array? So now let me send this. Okay, totally valid. I should be providing the right key again here. So if we just paste this out and let me do ADK Web again, close this out, refresh, loop workflow. Hi, can you give me the code to sort an array of 5 numbers? So let's see this in action, everyone. This is your very first one. I cannot sort a number directly in SQL. Okay, I think I've done it for SQL. My bad. Uh, totally fine. It has done the exit loop. So no major issues found. As we can see again, the exit loop was called. It is, I think, having the SQL thing to write, right? I have not read that. What exactly it was? Yeah, loop agent. It is saying that to write a SQL query reviewer. Okay, write a SQL query and everything. So makes sense. It is for SQL, not for DSA kind of a thing, right? But we can still see the flow here. So it started with the, it is again, this is the flow. Now, code writer agent kind of wrote what it wanted to write. Next, it went to the code reviewer agent, which is having the exit loop. It called the exit loop because everything was fine, and we are able to stay at the code reviewer agent, because the multi-agent thing, which I told you that how the delegation happens of a task, that delegation is still at here. Now, if we see the state as well, I think you will see current code. This is the code. Okay, whatever it is saying, it is kind of getting it at the code. SQL, I cannot write this thing. Review comment, just okay. Okay, so that is the whole idea, everyone. Let us create a new session, and can you write a SQL query to get the maximum value by ID, right? So let's see how it will go through it. So it has just given us the query. Now it is saying that, okay, everything is fine. It is not going on to the next one. No review comments, everything. And it is able to finally tell me that, okay, this is the case. So easily just coming out of that and telling that, yes, everything is working fine. Change, we can again have some major use case. So if I just have another session, just last try, can we have a query to sort, or rather to order by name and income? Let's see this. So it will give a query. I think it's a very simple one, but let's see if it will anyway have this. Again, every time it is calling this exit 2 because the query is pretty simple. But yes, if there will be some comments, we will having a review comment. When those review comment will go to my refactor agent, It will see the current code and it will see the review comments. Based on that, it will make the changes. Those changes will again be in the current code only, and this current code will be taken up by the code review agent. Okay, so that is the whole flow. For that, what we can do, let's go to here, and here we can just quickly get this thing. So with that, pretty sure that the loop thing is also clear. So two conditions, either the max iteration one or your condition of this thing where it is calling an exit loop, right? So normally we will try that we keep the max iteration a lot high and try to exit on the exit loop. Okay. So that we are able to do a proper reviewing feedback here. So that is where your loop agent comes into picture. And if you are feeling that how this is a little bit straightforward thing, but how ADK is making it complex, you are totally right. But the problem or the point was that I don't want you to make sure, I wanted to make sure that you understand this diagram. So you would not have understand if I would not have taught in depth. So a diagram is very important to understand. So great, everyone. I think now with this we have completed our mm, workflows agents as well. Now again, they are not very difficult as such. Just I found the way they get created into your use case. That is, I think, something which is a little bit different thing, right? Great. So now let us start with callback in ADK, everyone, right? Callback in a very simple sense, like if I just try to explain it in the way I explain and keep things easy, just like how we make a callback to someone, like how we call someone or something like that, right? How can, like, let's say before going somewhere or after reaching, how we make sure that we are calling back that person. In a similar manner, if we will try to focus in ADK, we have multiple different things which we have to handle, right? So for that, if I show you, let's say we have the agent, right? So we have this agent, everyone. Then we have the model, which is your LLM, and then we have the tool as well, right? So the whole idea of callback becomes that before I am going to my agent, do I need to check anything? Do I need to log? Do I need to call something? Right? Do I need to call some observation, some Grafana? Do I need to send user a message? All those things can be done by the callback before and after. So this is the two type of callbacks, before and after. Similarly, in model we can have a before callback and an after callback. Similarly, in tools we can have a before callback and an after tool callback. Okay, so that is the whole simple idea of callback. Now if I go and show in this as well, callbacks. Callbacks are cornerstone feature of ADK, providing a powerful mechanism to hook into agent execution process. So we are in a way just going inside the agent execution process now. We know that whenever a task is given to an agent, it applies his brain and if required uses the tool. Right? Those are the two things it does. So in a way, in my full cycle, we have three entities: agent, LLM, and tools. Callback allow me that I can hack into their process, right? Like it is written hook here. I understand it hacking. That I can make sure that I can, before and after they are getting used, I can do some changes. Or I can make sure that I'm maybe providing some extra work or doing some outside work. That is the whole idea. Okay. So they allow you to observe, customize, and even control the agent behavior at a specific predefined point without modifying the core ADK framework code. Right. So they are saying that, hey, don't change the ADK framework code. Rather, please make sure that you do the same in the callback function. So that is the whole idea. Now, with that, again, we can quickly see that why they are used, right? So for this as well, lots of theory. If you will go, types of callbacks, lots of theory. Callback pattern, lots of theory. So what I've done the heavy lifting. If we will go back and if I show you, so if we go into this thing, right, kind of have tried to make sure that all the heavy lifting is done here. And I have created these notes in which we can understand callback a lot in depth, right? So let's see the same, everyone. Callback lets you observe, modify, or override an agent behavior at precise points. Now, when I talk about agent, inside an agent only we have the tool and the LLM as well, right? 6 callbacks. How to let default behavior continue versus override it. So this is something which is a little bit tricky. And if you will see, again we have the runner. Runner calls an agent, right? So let's see the same in action. Runner calls an agent. Agent then will be calling an LLM. Now I can make sure that I check something before an LLM, so I can do a before model callback. Similarly, when my LLM returns, let's say if I want to censor some word, or if I want to just do a quick sanity check, if the output is genuinely fine, it is not offensive, it is not, let's say, racist, all those things, if I want to check, I can do some after model check, right? If I want to apply some more guardrails that, hey, please make sure that whatever your instructions are, you are going to reply politely. Okay. Similarly, tool gets called. If I want to do a logging, if I want to do some monitoring, all those things can be done. Return back. Coming to agent again, uh, it is like before agent, right? So it should be something like this. I think it has not messed it, like it has messed it up. That before agent, and when the agent is returning, then it is also able to call the same back. So in that, I will just quickly show you. These are the 6 callbacks, everyone. These are the rules. So pay attention. Before agent pre-checks and the setup state, I have just made sure that I explain you the typical purpose. Again, they can be used for any manner. Like if you want to just showcase or print something to the console. If you want to tell that, hey, we are doing your work. That is also, but common use cases I've written here. Before agent, pre-checks or setup state. After agent, post format or final edits. Before model, guardrails or prompt tweaks. As I told you, we can apply the guardrails. We can ask it to make sure that it is not always polite. Sanitize or reshape LLM output. Authorization, args or rate limiting before the tool. After tool, normalize the tool result. So let's say if I'm getting some things in INR and I want to change the same into dollar, that is something which I can do, right? So these are the different types of callbacks, everyone. So with the idea of callback clear, now they are just return types, which I will quickly like to go through. I will first explain you the return type. See, normally when we talk about your tools return a dictionary to us, right? The tool returns a dictionary output. So when we call a tool, we get the dictionary output as the final thing, right? In a similar way, what we are saying or what ADK support is that when you apply a callback to a tool, it will be having the dictionary as the return type, right? So where exactly is this mentioned? Let me show you. If we go on callbacks and if we see now again, all these things you can see where you can discuss that. I have kind of made all of that in a table, right? So that is the whole idea, right? In the callback, we can discuss that why it is called and everything. What I am interested in telling is that how exactly callbacks come into picture, right? Because the idea is that if you're trying to change the input or output of a tool, it will be in a way the tool understand that is a dictionary. If you want to do that for a LLM or a model, it should be in a LLM response. Okay, so this is what it is saying. By default, it is return none, which I think makes a lot of sense. Like if you are not doing anything, it is just set as none. And I will show you where they are used. Return specific object, override default behavior. So now this will make sense. See, before agent callback, it is of types content, right? So agent, we understand that it kind of returns you a content object. So which makes sense that we will be dealing in the content object only, right? If you will be sending something to agent or changing its output, it will be via content, right? Before model callback, LLM response, pretty simple. Before tool callback, dictionary or map, dictionary in Python, map in Java. After agent callback, again in content, replaces the content that the agent run logic produce. After model callback, LLM response. After tool callback, dictionary or map. So just you can understand this in a way that if you're applying, let's say, callback on me, let's say if it is an after and before, since I'm conversing in English, it should be also in English. Or let's say if I'm talking to you, it should be also in a sound, right? So that is how you can understand that it's a video and the output, not some more like Morse code or something, right? So that is the basic idea, and this is what I've tried to explain here, right? This is what I've tried to basically mention here. If it is none, then it will replace and everything. Sorry, it will just not run and it will happen. Now we can see the code as well quickly. That how in a before agent callback, I am getting this callback context, right? So context, as the name suggests, if I define the word context, then considered together with surrounding words or circumstances out of context or in context, So in ADK, each and everything is kind of having a context. Like we have the, if I go on different types of context, you will see invocation context when something is invocated. Then callback context, right? It is having the context related to callback. Then your read only context. Then we have tool context, which makes sense for tool only, right? So that is the idea. So if I go back onto model everyone in the callback, right, and show you there. So let's understand that by the official documentation rather. Okay, it's a lot complex. I think that is the reason I've written my own. Yeah. So again, here the idea is that it will be returning the type content because it is before agent, right? After agent, I am just trying to keep it default, but you can mention anything. We are just mentioning a trace ID here so that we can handle these things. So pretty simple thing, right? I am using the context which is getting maintained by the callback to do anything which I want. Similarly for LLM, I can just add a system message, types content role, be concise. Then in the configuration, again, I can just pass it out and make sure that it is used. Similarly, again, it is none in that sense. In the tool context, I'm checking if it is dictionary and limit in arguments. Then I'm making sure that it is minimum of 5 or limit. So that again, I don't make a call where my LLM says, and it's a very, very good use case to understand. Let's say you ask that, hey, can you tell me the detail about this project, this product? Your LLM creates a SQL query, and in that SQL query, it is saying limit, let's say 1,000 or 10,000. Do you think that, like, if you're able to understand how bad it is that I will be getting just 10,000 result if my query is all fine still? So I can just limit the same to 5 via this before tool callback. And similarly, after tool callback, I can make sure that again I can change something or all these things. Normally, the use case which I've given you here, they are more than enough to understand like where they will be used, because this I have kind of written after understanding and based on my experience as well. Right. For example, we use after LLM callback majorly to make the sanity check to make sure that nothing kind of bad is said. So I can check the response, and then in the response I can make some changes. So that is the whole idea, everyone. Okay. Now there is another uh, callback patterns which I think you can go through. But again, what I've done is I've created this notebook, very, very well defined notebook, which kind of explain these patterns, right? So this is the full callback map, the way callback happens, right? Pretty sure that the whole idea about callback, it is pretty simple to understand, right? In this, I've mentioned that how we have to use this Jupyter extension. So the idea is pretty simple, that how they are handling these things, how we have the whole idea. Now, of course, where they can be used. So they can be used for guardrails and policy enforcement. So let's say if it is a chatbot, if you want to have some guardrails imposed, that is where you can use it. You must block or standardize responses under specific policies, right? Then you can have the dynamic state management, everyone, right? Where let's say if you want to do some changes into your state, which is outside the way we created that trace ID, that is something which we can do. Then logging and monitoring, very, very common use case. Before every call, you're logging something. After the call as well, you're logging that how much time it took. You're logging the output. So instead of defining a tool, I think it's best to use a callback directly, right? So what I meant by that is, let's say when you are having a model call, you can log the output. Log what you were getting, log the output. Then similarly here also you can do that, call that logging. Okay, because tool call is dependent on the agent's brain. Callback will always happen if you're provided that, because they are provided as a function. Then if we go forward, you will be able to understand. Now these are again very, very well defined. I have genuinely spent a lots of time creating these diagrams. Is not very easy, but somehow after spending time with AI and everything, I was able to create that. Because again, I find that the way they are explained here is very, very difficult for anyone to read, right? So many of these things. So for all of you, I've done that effort where I've explained that in an easy manner, in a concise manner. So you don't have to go there. But one thing, please make sure that you learn these things. Multiple reason. Official documentation, it can have 9 here. This will not get updated here. You can do that. Next thing is that uh, tomorrow, these concepts, they are not just related to ADK. If you understand that what a callback is, you can make sure that you are able to kind of implement the same thing in other frameworks as well, right? Because these use cases which we are defining here, they are not ADK specific. They are basic cases: caching, logging, monitoring, guardrails, response modification, conditional skipping, tool specific action, artifacts handling. All these are something which are very, very generic, right? So that is why I want that all of you understand this thing. Now, created these because I want that you are able to properly understood, understand, and explain that to someone. So you will see that in the logging and monitoring how for agent, when the request is made, before the agent, I am doing this logging, log agent turn ID prompt. Then when the call is made, then let's say when the response, I am logging the latency, tokens, and truncation. Then it comes back. So very specifically, I've made sure that I create that. Spent a lot of time in Mermaid, so I know that what is possible, what is not. And on that knowledge, I was able to do this. Then of course, everything will be finally kind of returned. Okay. So yeah, this is then next is caching. We can just make sure that we can check based on some key if it is a cache hit. If yes, we can return the cached LLM response, something which is very, very important, which saves you a lots of token, right? If not, then we can call the LLM and after the model, then after LLM response, we can maybe cache it, right? Similarly, request or response modification is pretty simple. We can normalize the same, we can tweak the response, right? Conditional skipping is also possible. We can easily make sure that if your tool is giving something out, if I want to make sure that I skip that, I can just send that response to null. I can change that response after tool callback. Okay. Tool specific action, again, pretty simple. Before tool, if you want to do something, missing token request credential, right? If let's say before calling the tool, we are making, we are checking if the authentication has been done or not. Do that via the callback, right? That is the whole idea. So this is the specific reason I will be focusing on that. Plus, you will not see anywhere it is being taught via this much depth. And kudos to the ADK documentation here. Though I think very less people will be coming to this for understanding callback, like as a standalone concept. But yeah, hopefully people will come to this, the one which I've created. But the idea is that this gives you a very holistic idea. And after this, artifact handling. Artifact is just like files, right? So when we discuss about artifact, it is just like files which is there in ADK. So state helps you maintain some small key value pairs. In artifact, you can maintain your files, etc. Right? And then just best practices as well. So you can go through the same. I think more or less I've taken from ADK documentation, but made it a lot better. I like the documentation, but I like this better because it is having all the ways. So make sure that you understand from both of them, right? So that is the whole discussion and idea about callback. It is not a standalone concept. It can give rise to many concepts. If you ask that, hey Mayank, how to do caching, how to do guardrails, how to do some checking, callback is the way to do it. It can be with different name in other frameworks, but yes, that is as good as it gets. Okay. So that is the whole idea and in-depth understanding about callback, everyone. The whole understanding and everything clear on the callbacks and pattern, let's move on to the practical. So I will just show you this one example, or rather let me show you the multiple one. Yeah, we can discuss this. Pay attention. So here what is happening, before and after callback example, how to use before and after agent callback. The very first thing where they can be set is when you define your agent. Inside the agent is where this callbacks are defined. So if we see this, before model callback, after model callback, before tool callback, after tool callback, and then of course the before and after agent callback is there, right? Now, one thing which many of you might be having a doubt that Mayank, if it is having multiple tools, then what? So we get this tool to be called, right? An argument to the tool. So we can have a check that, hey, if the tool name is exactly that which I'm expecting, that is only when I will be using this callback. Else you can just continue the way you are continuing, right? I think the examples are in the official documentation as well. Let me quickly check. So this is a very, very broad example. Okay. Not a very easy to understand. Let's see types of callback. If we have any example here, yeah. So let me first explain you via this thing, modify output after agent. So it is again, it is getting the callback context. It is returning this types.content, which I explained you. Now, agent name, invocation ID, and current state. We are getting everything. Now we can do all the checking we want. That if the state is having this thing, right? If the name is the same which we expect, all those things we can check, right? Those are just the way of understanding. What I will highly suggest here is that if whatever you are getting this callback context, just make sure that you print it out to understand what all we are getting. So once you do that, you will be able to understand that yes, this is the thing which I can play upon. So now with that, everyone, let's see. If I show you what we are doing in this, so pay attention. No, sorry, not this code. This is a lot complex. Yeah. I'm just defining the before agent callback where I'm getting the state from the context. I think this is exactly how they must have got that as well. So I can convert into dictionary as well. Then timestamp. If agent name not in state, I'm just adding the name. Then I'm just increasing this counter. Request counter not in state. I'm just saying that hey, request counter is 1. If I call it again, then its request counter will keep on increasing in the state. So I can just check then. I'm just doing a dynamic state handling here, right? That how many times the agent has been called. Then I can just print out these things. Then after agent callback, we can just simply get the state again. We can get the timestamp, and we can just finally check that okay, what all is happening again, right? So for that, let me do one thing quickly. Let's get the let's close this. Let's go back. See the callback in ADK and ADK Web. So let it run. I do hope the key issue is not there. Let me refresh it. Now when I go to, let's say, before after agent, and if I ask, hi, how are you? Missing key inputs to use the Google AI API, provide API key to use Google Cloud. Okay, totally on me. I think I have not updated the keys. Okay, that also makes sense. Let me rename it ENV. And what I can do, I could just provide my key here. So great, with the key provided, I think we can go on terminal. And what we can do in the terminal, close this, start it again. Now this code actually, we will quickly check. I think it should be working. There are a few things which I don't remember, but no worries. Let me just see. So before after agent, hi, how are you? Let's check this. So let it run. Hi there, I'm doing great. But the good thing is that see, agent name simple chatbot, request counter 1, request start time. So the idea is that now we are handling it dynamically. We are doing this dynamic state management at our end. It is not being done by agent. If you will see, the agent is just making sure that it has these callbacks. Make them none, nothing will happen, right? LLM agent, as I showed you, before model, before tool, after tool, and before and after agent is there, right? So it is having all these things. So now if I say that, great, can you help me? So we will see the state changing, right? See, it got to 2 because earlier we have created it and now we are able to answer the same. So again, I can just have this state inside some DB as well, right? That would be the best or the major use case. And with the state in DB, it will make a lot of sense that I can check that how many time my particular thing was chatting. Then I can use this request as well that, hey, if the call gets, if the agent is not able to help after 20 calls, let's say 20 counter, then I will go back to a, let's say, a real user. Okay. So these are again small things. But if you know how to use them, you can make your end agentic AI application a lot more powerful. So similarly, let's now jump on to the tool one, right? This was before after agent and then before after tool. Let's see that. So what I will do is I will just have it. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me copy this, paste it here, and let me paste it here. Okay. So let's go to the tool. Let me close this up and let me start everything again because that is something which we will require. Great. So great. Now let's move on to the tool one and see the example, everyone. Now when it comes to tool, you will see that how it returns this dictionary, right? So getting the capital city. Before tool callback, tool, base tool, what are the arguments we are getting and the tool context if needed. And we will be returning a dictionary only because tool handles in a dictionary manner. Okay. Now we are just printing the tool name and everything. So Acha, I think I forget to show you these things in the last example where in the in this thing, see, we are getting this print statements. So we don't get it into your ADK web. We are getting these print statement directly onto a terminal. If you're logging them out, you can surely log them into some log file as well. Okay. So with that, what I'm doing, pay attention here. I'm saying get capital city, get country, dot lower. So America, I've just reduced that A. Converting America to this, right? And I think it should be America. I just messed that up. Yeah. So it is saying that I'm converting the America to United States. So again, this can be something which you can handle, right? Let's say there's a change of name of some tool inside or some product inside your company. How can you make sure that it doesn't happen? Let's say there is a split up between your parent company and your company. How can you make sure that that name never shows up in your agent? Just have that callbacks, right? So kind of we are doing a sanity check. So this time we are saying that, okay, change the argument to United States. So I'm changing the argument. It was America, I'm changing it to United States. Skip the call completely for restricted country. If let's say we are getting the restricted country there, then we will skip the call. Then after callback as well, what we can do, original result was this. I can get that via the tool response. So tool, our tool concept and tool response also I get here, right? So how to do this? Highly suggest. Go to the documentation, see the before and after tool call tool example, and see that what all it is using. So as we can see here, in the before callback, it is using base tool, tool, argument and tool context. But for after tool callback, it will be using the tool response as well. So this is how we understand from the documentation that how things are moving. Okay. So here we see that how tool response is also coming because tool has worked and it is after tool callback. So with that, let's move forward. And now this time what it is doing, if capital city and Washington in original result lower, then print callback detected, adding patriotic note. This is the capital of USA. I think this is the official one only, if I remember. Yeah. So official documentation only I've taken. No worries. Let's go back and before and after tool. What is the capital of America? Let's see this answer. See, get capital city, get capital city. Washington DC, note this is the capital of USA. Now, if I show you in the terminal, it will be properly mentioning that how it got toolback. Before tool callback for get capital city, original arguments country America, converting America to United States. Now it is country United States. And this was important because in my get capital city, I won't be having any America, I believe. See, I'm having United States. I'm not having America. So that is the reason. Okay. Then again, tool got executed. It is very much in depth if you will try to focus, right? Because of this proper logging, you will be able to do things properly. See, I have mentioned how to callback is there. I can make it again before callback. Tool then kind of doing it works. Tool is returning this. Then again, it is the callback where I'm saying that, okay, what is the argument used and all these things, right? So detected USA capital, adding patriotic note. And finally, we are able to get our whole thing in a better manner. So with this understanding, I think it is very easy to now change anything you want, right? You can just handle the tool response, work on that, log it, cache it, all these things we can do, right? We can do one more thing as well. If we want, like if let's say this is a very heavy tool, which takes a lot of time. When we get these arguments, we can cache it. And if let's say the argument and the tool name matches, just directly get the same from cache. Why do we have to call it again and again? And these are again small things which not your client or your company will know because they are not very much discussed in agent because people are normally just trying to understand agents. That hey, I want to understand AI agents, not just that. I want to create my first agent. Oh, this is very cool. But these are the things which makes things production ready and useful for real. right? And similarly, if we go on the model callback, everyone, so before and after model, let's pay here. So in this, what is happening? Let's quickly focus. Before model callback, it is getting the state and the agent name. Then it is getting the last user message. Now I am just having this agent name here so I can have some checks, right? Although I will be providing this inside my agent only. But I still want to, if I want to have some checks that, hey, it is not unnecessarily used. Like let's say content filter agent is fine. If by mistake I provide this into some helper agent, I should check that thing, right? So that it doesn't get called. So again, we will be just getting the last message, right? This time as well, go to the documentation, try to understand what all we get, print the same out, and you will be able to get the last message. Once we get the last message from user, then we can check that okay, if last user message is bigger, then make it less than 100, right? Say, save it to state, have a timestamp, check for any inappropriate content, like let's say if last user message and sucks in last user message dot lower, inappropriate content blocked, return a response to skip the model content. I cannot respond to message containing inappropriate languages, right? Similarly, after model context, it will just check uh, and do the replacement if required. So let's say for problem, it will kind of make it challenge. All these things it will do. So here as well, if we will see, I think in the after model callback, if we see this, so search term joke, replace term funny story. This is what we are doing, right, everyone? And this is what again is the case. So if I now show you this thing, let's say, let me go back and in the before and after model, hey, ADK is good, other things sucks. See how quick it was because it has not, it doesn't have to go anywhere. Can you tell me challenges one face in ADK by Google? About the company you mentioned, okay, I think it is totally a different agent. So let's see that. Your helpful assistant answer user question correctly. Can you help me in understanding problems I will face while I try to hold my breath? A very basic question. Let's see. Hopefully, it will answer it. Holding your breath can lead to several challenges. So it has changed it. Why? Problem, challenge. Let's see if it is complex somewhere. No. So difficult, we have not mentioned. Okay. So yeah, with that, I'm pretty sure everyone with the no with this practicals and with this in detail theory, each and everything about the callback is clear. I have kept it in a way that it should be seen as a broader concept, not just for ADK. And with the use cases, I'm pretty sure that you will be having many, many things which you can do via this callback thing. More or less, not maybe directly via callback, but either agents will support that or they will have some way of doing this thing, right? So in other frameworks, do also check out this thing, right? But with the understanding in ADK, I think it is a lot better with all of us that what exactly is a callback. So yeah, with the concept of callback clear, everyone, what I will like to do, let's go back. Could I have it here only, but yeah, no worries. Pretty sure that this is also now explained in lots of depth, so no one of you will have a problem. With this thing clear, now let's move on to MCP with ATK, right? The whole idea is that with after that we will be having a very good idea on the project as well, because if you will focus, we have kind of done many things, right? So the first 10, I think we have understood in lots of depth, installation all the way to callback. Now let's move on to MCP, right? Coming to MCP, pretty sure that how the whole basic idea of MCP is a lot clear. So the whole thing says that if I am having a agent, right? Let's say if I am having a AI agent, yeah. So maybe we can take up this one now. This is something which we are taking, yeah. If I am having this agent and if this agent will be given a lots of tools, right? Something which we have understood that how our agent can have a tool. Let me take up this colorful one. Now these tools can be Google search, any custom tool, or in a best case scenario, these tools can be something which is related to some application. If we get the Tavily icon, yeah, right. See. So Tavily is one such application which we will take everyone in the Tavily. It's a very good application for searching, right? Let's say that I want to use Tavily onto my application, right? Now, for that, if I go on Tavily, the whole idea is that I will be kind of using its APIs, which I will be wrapping inside my tool, right? So the whole idea will be that Tavily will be having some API. These APIs I will be wrapping as tools. So these APIs will be wrapped as tools, right? That is all good, totally fine. But what if I have, say, maybe I have around 10 plus tools here? Will I be keeping this thing where, okay, I will be now making different things? So I know that Tavily has 4 APIs as of now, right? So when we will go to Tavily and rather let's go on to the docs and we go on the documentation. These are the 5. Okay, I remembered 4, but these are the 5 APIs which Tavily has access to. Now, if I want to make sure that I can use these things, I would have to create a wrapper around them, right? So that is the whole idea about tools and everything in agents. Now, this is all fine, but the problem arises in multiple things here. What are the problems? Let me quickly enumerate that. When we talk about problem, multiple problems. First, no updates, right? Second, many tools can be there. Third, handle each and everything myself, right? So if tomorrow there is something changed, I will have to go and change my API. There is a very high chance that I will create an issue or error because let's say if I am trying to write a code and if I'm trying to understand each and every API, which are very common in a way, I will be making an error for sure by if let's say some changes are done. Some tool code which is working today might not work after let's say 1 year because the API whole structure has changed. But the biggest problem was that it is kind of violating the very important principle of coding: do not repeat yourself. So, this is the biggest problem. Why this problem arises? Because, see, I am fine that, okay, I will be creating my 4 tools. Okay, everyone. So, I am fine with that. But there comes a problem. Let's say that I am using these tools in one of my application one. Okay. Now, inside my application one, I have defined these tools. So, totally good. I have defined that. Now, I can use it very nicely inside my application one. The problem arises when I have to create an application two, right? Let's say now I'm creating an application two. So, here as well, I need this. Okay. What I will do, I will again make sure that I can copy and make this thing. Lots of code repeating, right? Now you can say that, okay, Mayank, why cannot you have those tools in a separate thing? Let's say instead of doing like this, or let's say if I have now number of application everywhere, these tools will be there. Great, Mayank, why cannot you be smart enough and make them something like this that they are outside, and now you are accessing them via all your application? Totally good, very happy. Problem arises: what if they're between different departments? Right? You normally don't share your code between departments, right? What if it between your different companies, different entities, right? Very big problem. Next problem, not just at a micro level where you and me are discussing this thing, at a macro level where let's say I am creating these tools, you all will be creating these tools as well. So everyone, each and every developer, if he wants to use Tavily, Google's Gmail, Calendar, Notion, any of the tools or any of the application which we normally work on, right? Or even let's say internal as well, right? Why should each and every one of us create a tool? What's the benefit for doing the same thing? That is where it's a problem at a micro and a macro level. And thus, this is where MCP comes into picture. So this is where the MCP thing comes. And MCP says that, hey, You just get an agent, right? And you just create to the Tavily MCP. You just create to the MCP, Model Context Protocol. So for your model, I will give it to the context via some protocol. Just connect this, have the same connected to Tavily MCP, right? And once the same is connected, you could get all the tools. So that is the whole basic idea, everyone, around MCP. Simple sense. That is what happens, and this is the problem which arises, right? If you are able to handle these things in depth, like if you're able to properly make sure that you are able to connect to MCP properly, then you will never face a problem because MCP will handle all the tool updates. It will handle all the other things for you. So you don't have to worry about anything in that sense, right? So handle it properly and you all will be pretty much at a good level. So that's the whole idea behind MCP. Now, with the whole thing clear, everyone, what we will be now doing is that we will be trying to understand that how can I get my MCP, right, to connect to, let's say, my ADK agent so that I don't have to create those tools, right? So for the same, let's now go back and let's go to the documentation and go to MCP. Now, what all I have explained you, this has kind of been explained in a pretty basic language only, right? MCP tools in ADK, MCP tools documentation. Now, what happened is that we have the MCP toolbox. Now, it has given you the example for common Google related tool like BigQuery, AlloyDB, Spanner, Cloud SQL, Dataplex. Our relational databases also have the MCP now. All these one which you can see on your screen. No SQL, like I can just go and search maybe for MongoDB MCP and I will get something. MongoDB MCP. It is a server and it will be having the tools, right? So see, supported tools. So when I click on supported tools, it should have went down, but no worries. Let me scroll it and see. These are all the tools which it's just having. These are the database tools. Now, if I would have been doing this myself, I will have to do all of these tools. And I think there are more easily 20 plus tools which I will have to handle. Right, everyone? So that is the major problem where we have to understand that why MCP might be helpful. And for the same, if I now go on MCP, first, I've created a very basic diagram. So MCP along with tools, it maintains resources and template as well, right? We can go on to the MCP official website where we can learn about these things that, okay, what all it supports. So data and file system, this is the standard protocol via which we connect to MCP. And I think in the server, because MCP will be at a server, yes, we have tool resources and prompts like tool resources and templates. This is like normally what I've written, the template kind of like prompts, and it will be able to connect. Okay. So that is the whole quick overview of what MCP is and where or how we will be using the same. It is not again with respect to ADK, but it is in general as well. So with the understanding of MCP clear, now what we can do is we can quickly go to the remote MCP and here we can understand that how MCP is kind of created. So overall, it is pretty simple, right? All we have to do is I will be taking the example of Tavily only. The idea is that if you are able to connect one of the MCP, you will be able to do the other things as well. Now, normally, uh, there are again, if I go on MCP servers, GitHub, and if you will see servers here, you will find many common servers. So if you will just scroll down, you will find that how these things are kind of, this is again the official one. If you will go forward, MCP servers, I will have this in the file as well so that we can refer to it, right? And there are again many different websites. Each, if you will just search on Google by the application and it is MCP, you will get the same, right? So now it is having so many of these different things. I think our Tavily will also be there. See, Tavily. It will now take me to Tavily MCP, right? Now, either we can do it via npx. So this command, it says that, hey, please install the same via the node modules. Hyphen y means that when you are installing for everything which it asks, any question, anything, it will be answered as yes, right? There is again the way of Docker as well. I think it will be shown here. So npx hyphen y, this is the command and this is all the arguments, right? And you could do this via Docker as well. Like let me check quickly. Okay, it is not in here, but I think I remember seeing it. So let me check for this one. Maybe if it is present. Yeah, see, using Docker as well, you can have those MCPs servers created. What it does is that it kind of gets the code, right? So ideally, what you will be doing, you will be like defining like this: tool one, tool two. It kind of gets those tools or resources or prompts and creates a local server onto your system, majorly via STDIO. STDIO is the same format through which we talk to our, let's say, things here. So STDIO is exactly the same there, right? Standard input and output. Now, it is asking you to set the Tavily API key, right? So let me close all the others and let me show you. Now you can easily get your key. It is allowing you to have 1,000 free searches, which are more than enough, I think, and it's per month as well. So instead of using my key, you can surely go and create your own key, create your account, and if I log in, I think I'm already logged in. It is having these 1,000 credits uh, per month. Totally fine. You will get your key. You can just copy this and paste it here. Define your key, right? Then Tavily API key is none, raise value error. I'm just defining my header here. So it expects that I will be giving it in authorization and bearer manner. Okay. It either you can do it like this, or what I've done is I've just directly provided the same Tavily API key. I have directly provided this. So for the timing, I can just uh, comment this out. This is another way of doing it. Again, authentication can be done in multiple ways, right? I am just doing it like this here. We can have the authorization and bearer way as well. That is just an API concept in a way. Like the whole idea of this comes from API only, right? Then when you define in your tool, you just define this MCP toolset now. Tell that, okay, this is the stdio server parameters, command, arguments, and the environment. If you want, you could easily have more things here. So you could have more tools here like this. So again, MCP toolset, and just keep on defining what all you want. So it is not that one agent just connects to one MCP. Fortunately, in Google ADK, we have seen so many, I'm not saying illogical, of course, there will be some logic, but so many of these small things which are kind of restricted. So, yeah, with this thing, everyone, what we will be now doing next, let me have it and let me go to CD in your MCP. And if I do ADK Web now, if I just quickly do ADK Web, it is started up. Let me go here, refresh it, select my remote MCP. I can ask it, hi. We will see that, okay, how it will be hitting it. Authorization config is missing. We'll skip authentication using function tool instead. Warning is there, can be ignored. Can you tell me all the tools you have? See, Tably search, Tably extract, crawl, and map, right? So I have not created them. It is saying that, hey, I have four tools. I think you say they have not exposed. We can check again if in the tools of MCP, what are the different tools. And again, I have used this with this particular manner. There can be different ways of setting up an MCP server, right? The idea is that it will be running onto your local. You can pass it authentication via different manners. Highly suggest just do a quick chat GPT or Claude, search onto there, and they will tell you that, okay, what is the best way out. So it is not that the format is written in stone. Either you could get via this particular way, or you can get the same via MCP latest, right? For example, I think I have done the Tavily MCP. So by default, it will be picking up the latest one, right? And a Smithery is also pretty good one. Yeah, we can move to Smithery as well if you see. So here as well, they have this thing, right? Smithery MCP, I think. Smithery.ai. Yeah, Smithery MCP servers. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Again, Smithery has kind of also combined this MCP now, right? Where if you search Tavily here, it will be in a different manner. right? Tavily MCP server. There we can see that how it is having so many of these different things. We can go on MCP and we can see that okay, what all it provides, right? It is saying no tools found, pretty strange, but yeah, that's the whole idea. All the things are given here, how you can connect with different let's say clients. If we want, we can have it. I think I don't have that enable Copilot. Uh, okay, I think I've just messed it up, but here as well, you can have your MCP connected. That's the whole idea, right? And yeah, if I want, I can just search now. If I go back, let's say to my ADK, can you search and tell me some great AI news over the last 1 week? Let me ask this. And we know again, most probably it will try to call the tool based on the whole your prompting. But the good thing is that if I go to my MCP, it was 9, I think the usages, right? Usage was 20, sorry, 21. Let me refresh it. 22. Just now I've used one thing. I don't have, I think, the whole exact way of seeing the docs here. Maybe it is in Pro. Let me make it dark mode as well. So use cases is different. Yeah, I think that kind of helps. We can, I think in this we cannot check the same, right? So that should be totally fine. But we know that the same is getting used. It is just telling all the news here, right? Integrating Anthropic and everything. Can you search for 1 year? Now again, I will show you that how it will also still be used. So 22 it was. It shall be 23 now. 23. Okay. One good thing as well. Let me show you a few more things. Can you list all the tools you have? Let's see this. So this time as well, via the MCP, it is able to get this. Can you describe the Tavily extract tool? Now again, all these things will be happening in the backend where we will see that how like we are having those things. The idea is that see, it is training. Tavily extract tool is a powerful content, right? In a way, what about Tavily search? Hopefully, it will understand that I'm asking it to describe it. And it is able to explain that. See, query, give me the topic, give me the time range, location, domain filtering. And this is the way your LLM or agent knows that, okay, these are all the things which are provided to me. Just like in a good documentation or that doc note, basically, it is provided, which your LLM can then use and understand to finally use the same, right? So that is the whole idea, that how your MCP is working for any framework. And this is again also common for any framework, not just related or dependent on your ADK. Okay, cool everyone. So I think the last what we learned about was how to use Tavily using your Tavily MCP rather as a remote server. That was the whole idea, where we saw that how in our MCP. So if I go back and we see this, so what we saw was that how can we use Tavily MCP server, right? Which is again going to be an STD kind of a server directly to see all the tools we have and how the same can be used, can be extracted upon. And we also understood that what is the benefit, the trade-offs, etc. with using MCP. So the whole basic idea becomes that if you are using external tools or application, right, then we can go with MCP. If internal tools which will not be used a lot across, then the basic idea of tool works, right? So that is the whole case. Now already we have seen that how exactly we will be working and creating our Tavily server, right? It is an stdio server. That means it is running on my local. So with this whole thing clear, now what we will be doing, let's now move forward and let's quickly see that how we could start up an MCP server in a local as well, right? So as of now, this MCP server, what was happening? Tavily had this server, right? We were in a way getting that code and running that server locally onto our some port, right? So that is how MCP works in the backend. Like even if we go on the MCP official website, we will see that how it is having multiple ways of running, right? Something which again we have already learned about, that how we could run it in a, let's say, HTTP server or STDIO, all these things. So that is what we have understood, right? The host application is there, then we can have multiple servers. Now, along with that, if we talk about exactly, yeah, connect to local MCP server and remote MCP server, right? So that was the whole thing. That is the major idea what we have got. Now, let's say that we want to create our own MCP server because we feel that, okay, something will be used a lot, or overall, this sets of tool, right, or any resources in MCP, that is something which we want everyone in the team to access. Okay. So, on that note, let me just quickly write this and reiterate this point with all of you. First, if we are using, yeah, if you are using external tools or application, go with MCP. If internal tools or which are not be used a lot across, right, then simple tool works. So then don't unnecessarily try to understand that, okay, I have to go to MCP. Don't complicate your system overall, right? That's the whole idea. Now, with this thing clear, with the whole idea of remote MCP clear, let's quickly see the local MCP thing as well. So for that, I have created again a pretty good agent. So quickly, I will tell you what exactly is happening here, right? We just like before, we have an agent, so intelligent assistant capable of performing various math operation using a connected calculator toolset. Simple approach. Your tools include, so we are just giving this prompt to our agent. Ideally we could keep this into a prompt.py or in some constant, but I have included this here only. Handles addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, calculate exponential, compute the remainder, all these things. So we are just understanding the same, that okay, if I have an agent, right, and I want to create a local MCP server. So this time it will be a local MCP server. How can I do that? So that is what we are interested in understanding. Just like before, where we were kind of getting the STDIO Tavily server, we will be understanding and creating our very basic idea of a local MCP server, right? Now, this is again a quick prompt. Usage principle: always respond using the appropriate tool based on the user request. If user says this, then do the add. This is the basic idea. And we have created an agent where this is a root agent using Gemini 2.0 Flash. The name is given. Instructions, we have given this prompt only, the prompt which you see in front of you. In the tools, I am saying that MCP toolset. Connection parameters are STDIO server parameters. Now they are exactly the same like I provided. Command Python 3. So because this is on my local, I am trying to run it via a local Python 3 file only. So when we do this, say npx, right, or when we use Docker for our MCP server, in a way, it is just starting that server for me. Okay. So what Python 3 can also do is Python 3 can also run some code and start that server for me so I can connect to that. That's the whole idea. Okay. So with that, let's now go to the main file here. If I just come out and show you the server.py. So this is the whole file. I will zoom it a little bit. In this file, what I have done is that I have just written down that how can we create an MCP server for us. Okay. So you can make it as complex as you like. Like we can have our database related, we can have our internal tools related server here, provided you understand how to write APIs. Because in a very easy to understand manner, your MCP server is kind of a wrapper around API or wrapper around some resources which you can provide. Okay. So for that, you will see that again, async IO, JSON logging, few basic things I've been imported. Then from Google ADK tools, function tools, I have imported a function tool. a tool that wraps a user-defined Python function. So just this tool you can use to just wrap your any tool which you are creating, any function, the self-created function. Then Google ADK, MCP tool conversion unit. So this we will see ADK to MCP tool type, converted tool in ADK into MCP tool type. Okay, so these are the things which are provided by your Google ADK. Then I am just importing from the base MCP library. Okay, from MCP import types, MCP types, server, low level models, and server.stdio. So now what I'm doing is I am trying to make sure that okay, I will be having this agent. This agent is everything is fine. Let me now create this local MCP server. Now to create this local MCP server, what I want is that I first need MCP library, right? So maybe we can have this image. I will be needing this MCP library. Like we are going to make sure that since we are creating a MCP server, let's have this library. And of course, few things related to ADK as well, because at the end of the day, we are creating those things for ADK. Okay. Now let's move quickly. Loading.env. So load.env, loading all the things, right? Let's see if all things which are in env. So I'm just having my Gemini key here. If anything is required to be in that, we can have that. Then I'm just logging the same. So I'm just making sure that I'm creating this particular thing on the fly. We can have that MCP calc activity, or let's say logging. A very, very good approach or good way of doing this thing. Then basic config, level of logging, format is this, and handlers logging.file handler. This is a very, very basic thing that we are saying that, okay, please do my logging in this format at a debug level, and handler should be this, which is writing to my file. Okay. Now let's see the tools of calculator. Now, one thing to note here, like we can use anything to create our MCP server. There is one a very awesome library, fast MCP as well, via which we can create our MCP server pretty quickly, like just like this from MCP import fast MCP tool, and this will run and create a MCP server. Similarly, recently, Postman, the thing which is very common in API, it also kind of give you a way that, hey, since you are already working on APIs with us, right, you can create an MCP server as well. So pretty simple thing. If the idea of MCP is clear, I don't think it will be a problem to understand that why or how to create that. Multiple ways are there. I am just using the default way of using directly from the MCP libraries, right? First, I am defining these tools. Basic math, it just does a basic level of math. Now, you can have these tools as complex as you like, using the databases, using your own application, using your own internal APIs as well. So it is, let's say, hitting some more internal API. Then power, modulus, and square root. So basic functions I have used here, right? To make sure that we can understand for the timing easily. Then we are registering the ADK tools. So ADK calc tools, basic math. I'm just wrapping it inside this function tool from ADK. So if you will see, initialize the function tool extracts metadata from a callable object. The whole idea of this is this function tool that you can just wrap it. All your function which you have defined, let's make them as a ADK compatible tools because it's a common function as of now. Once your tools have been created, then I am saying that, okay, let me start the MCP server. So this is going to be my server, multi-tool calculator. So my app is basically starting with this. This server is again given by the MCP library. Then in my MCP server, I have multiple ways of using them, right? So I am just now listing the tools. As you can see, list MCP tools. It is going to return a list of MCP type of tools, right? So when I ask my agent that, hey, can you list all the tools? Ideally, this is what will be used there, right? So this is the whole idea that this is what will be used. And we can see that how it is returning list of tools, which I think is fine, right? Because we have asked it all the tools. So understanding these return type is also very, very important. Now, I am saying it's an empty list as of now. For name and ADK tool in this ADK calc tool which we have created, this particular thing which we have created, it is having a key value pair. So this is the name and this is the tool. So I am saying for name and tool in this items, just make sure that we are if not ADK name.tools, then we are just setting up this tool name, and just changing the same. So we are just picking up these tools one by one, right? Changing them into an MCP tool. So ADK to MCP tool type, right? Transforms an ADK definition into equivalent representation into MCP. So just I will explain quickly. We have a function. We have a function. We change this function into a ADK tool. ADK tool. Now, when we did this thing, this is what we have done till here. We created basic Python functions and we have chained them into my ATK tool, right? But if we are trying to list the tools, that should be ideally independent of ATK, right? Because MCP server, it is not saying that, hey, I am creating an MCP server just for ATK. You can use that MCP server wherever you want. Maybe it's inside your VS Code directly, or if you're using it with any other framework. So that means it should not be dependent on a particular framework. So that is why you are seeing that when we are listing it, it returns a MCP types and tool, and that is why we are converting them into MCP underscore tools, right? So this is what this function is doing, ADK to MCP tool type. That hey, you had these tools which were ADK compatible. I want them to be MCP level. I want them to be in line with the MCP tools. Okay. So very important. Small things happening, but the understanding here is very important, right? Now, once we have created this thing, we can log that okay exposing MCP tool, and we can append into our tool. Once this gets done, I will extract all the tools created here and I will have them into my MCP compatible manner. And finally, my list will be completed. So when you ask that, hey, what are all the tools you have? Please list the tools. This is what you will get. Similarly, when we have to call a tool, a name and an arguments will be given, right? Let's say if I want to call this modulus tool, arguments will be different. Power tool, arguments will be different. Basic math, arguments are different. I hope you do understand that how whenever we are calling a tool, ideally we should just tell those two things only, that which tool you want to use, what are the arguments which are required. So here as well, I am saying that okay, first thing, the name should be in ADK tools. The tool, the name or what tool you are calling, right? For example, here, if you want to call power modulus square root, that is fine. Log is not defined. So if we try to call that log tool, that will surely not be present, right? So a basic sanity check, that tool should be the one which is present, right? Once your tool, you have seen that okay, it is present, then we get that tool. We make sure that we are calling this tool with the arguments. So this is where the arguments come into picture. If you want to pass any context, etc., you can pass that as well. Then we are just returning that okay, what will happen with the result. If any error occurs, then we are logging in that error. If the tool is not there, right? If the tool is not there, by any chance we have made any problem, okay, then it will be something which is going to say that hey, tool not found. Now, similarly, MCP server execution logic. Now, this is more or less something which is a basic code where we are saying that, okay, I'm just running my MCP STDO server. Okay. Please make sure that you start my server with the read and the write stream. So in the read stream, it will be reading all the things. When we, whatever we mention or write here, right, basically. So stdio, you can just learn or read a little bit about that. Stdio is a standard way of taking the input and the output, right? In that, it is just making sure that has both the streams to read everything and also allow to write. Starting MCP server via stdio. Await app.run, so the app which we have created with these streams, etc. Right, in this run, read stream, write stream. Initialization option, server name, version, what are the capabilities, and I think last is stateless and all these things. So raise exception. This we have not provided anything. By default, they are false. And in the end, we are saying that okay, if this file is called, we can start a server. In a way, if I just click on this as well, right? If I just click on this play button here, let me show you. It will be starting a server, right? So if I go back and see the logs for you, you will see that how a server has been started. Initializing server, starting MCP server via STDO. So here, your server has started in the backend, which if you want, you can use the same. Okay. So all this server.py, all it is doing is it is just making sure that by having the MCP level understanding this app, we can just start this app as an MCP server so that if someone wants to use the same, we can use the same. That is the whole idea, right? Now, once, of course, if we have the server here, everyone, then the next obvious point or obvious thing will be that let us try to start this server as a way inside or via my agent, just like I used to do for Tavily, right? Earlier, I was starting this. Let's say, sorry. Earlier, I was doing this for Tavily, where I used to provide Tavily API key and all these things. Now, I will be just doing this thing. So this time, I will be doing this thing by providing that okay, I want to run it via Python 3, the way I have just ran it, right? So when I click on this button, in the backend, it started Python 3 and server.py. So it is saying that, okay, provide me the full path of the file, right? So this is how I'm providing the path. Now I have made sure that I've used this string path parent, then server.py, because if you will see, this is agent. Parent will take me to local MCP. Inside this, I will find my server.py. So to make sure that we don't mess that up, because normally if you try to provide this just by writing the exact path, surely you will make an error. So this is just a smarter way of doing this. And then I'm saying that okay, once you have this thing, just start my server with Python 3, and you will have full the idea. Okay, so that is the whole thing, everyone, in which we will be kind of setting up and starting our MCP server. So quickly, I will just run through the server code again, just importing the libraries, majorly from MCP, making sure that we use the MCP one related to Google ADK as well, because we are using it for Google ADK specifically. Doing the logging part, defining our functions. So basic API, power, modulus, square root, just defining them. Registering the ADK tools so that if required, we can use them directly. We are just having a app server now because at the end of the day, it's a MCP server which will run, and we will be using a client which will be our agent. List tools, I'm defining that okay, how we have to make sure that we are able to get the tools, changing the same into the type as well. Then I'm just under explaining that how can we call the tool. So as of now, just two functions I'm supporting: list tools and call tools. Okay. Then async def, I'm just running my server in a MCP studio server thing. If it is run, then it will start my MCP server. If I interrupt it, it will stop. If any exception is there, it will be an error. And anyway, what happens? I will be having the MCP server terminated when it stops. Right. So that is the whole final thing. Now I can go on to my local from here. Right. And what we can do is I can just clear out everything. And let's say CD. Yeah. So clear everything. ADK Web. Great. So let's go to local host 8000. Select local MCP and ask it a question. Hi, can you list all the tools? So the understanding is, if we see here, if I show you quickly, when this started off, and if I go on to the logs, right, 8:47, it has started that thing, right? So 8:51. So 3 minutes back only, it has started my MCP server. So it is saying that okay, the same has been started. Now when I try to ask it, can you list all the tools? Let me ask this question and see. It is saying that info loaded env. We see that how the logs have kind of now been full, and it is saying that okay, processing request of the type list tool request, dispatching request of type list tool request, getting all these things, response sent. And we are able to see that okay in the logs as well. So these are different logs. These are the logs which are for your agent, right, from ADK. These are the MCP logs. These logs are controlled from here. Agent logs, as of now, we have not saved onto any log file, so that is also very important to understand. This all are your MCP logs. Okay. And in here, if I now ask, can you calculate 3 to the power 5. So let it run. It will be a little just seeing the same power. We're able to get 243. If I go on to events and show you the whole thing. So this is the whole event, everyone. It is having these 4 tools because that is how it happens in an MCP, right? That we are having these 4 tools. Yes, it is using the power one. We can see each and everything. So those things are going to be the same. That what we are getting as the message, what all thing happened, what are the artifacts, then what we sent as well. So we send the base as 3, exponent as 5. Then finally, we are able to get the result. So all this is just in line with how we normally do things, right? How we normally run our code. And we are able to get our MCP server working. So this is again a very, very good intro on how to start an MCP server. Now, as I said, you can make it as complex as you like. This was a very basic example, right? The aim is to understand that how to start a local server, not how to set up a most complex server. That will just how you define your APIs, how you define your personal functions, right? So these functions which you are creating, how complex or how you want them, that is the case. Once you have done that, then just like how it did for Tavily, a server is getting started, right? We are starting a Python 3 path to my MCP server script, which is my server.py. So here also it is very, very important to understand. Ideally, if I copy the path, right? If I copy the relative path, I could have provided this as well. Or if I would have wanted, I could have provided the full path as well. But normally what happens, it can have some issues, right? So in that case, we are just trying to make sure that we provide the path as well programmatically. How to do that programmatically? Now, again, this path can be anything. It is just a Python file because we are running a Python file to set up a server. Since we have the agent here and server here, right? I am saying that, hey, go back to parent. So go outside and then get the server.py. So this is how I am able to get it in a programmatical manner. You can easily just ask ChatGPT or anything to write this for you. And once you have done this thing, just like how Tavily tool was getting started, like if I show you the same thing, like let's say if I close this all up, if I go to say remote MCP, can you list all the tools? If I ask the same question to it, let's see the answer. Just like how it is having the Tavily related tools, right? Same thing. Directly, it is just starting a server somewhere on the local. Okay. It is able to get all these tools because those are the tools which MCP Tavily client provides. We have just done the similar kind of a thing where now we have created our own tools, right? So if we go back on local MCP, I think the session we can choose the earlier one. Yeah. If we go back and if I show you, we are just having the tools in a similar manner. Just that we are the one controlling it because we have created our own MCP server. Just that how MCP server was being started by the npx, which is a node package, right? We are doing it by the Python thing. And if we go, let's say if I just quickly search for you, Tavily MCP server Docker. Again, Docker is another way through which we can do that. So you will see the Docker image, like how it starts the same thing. Let me show you. So can we have that? 1 minute. Okay, let me check quickly because I want to show you these things. Yeah, Tavily MCP. Let's see this. So in it, there will be multiple ways. NPX is one way, right? Claude desktop we can connect. Then if I search Docker here, Docker file is provided. Let's see what this file has. Okay, 1 minute. So let me just check one thing quickly. I think it will be in some place where we can run it via Docker as well. Yeah, so this is again using npm node for stdio for SSE. This is using Docker. So same thing, Docker, run -i, all these things, Tavily API key. We are just providing that the path and everything, Tavily MCP server. So the idea is that again, just like how we can run the code in multiple ways, we are able to just do the same thing into our code. We are just running the same via Python. Okay. Let me check if it supports via Python 3. Let's quickly check that. Although I think it is not very easily supported by Python 3 the way we are doing it, but let's see. Not here. PyPy. So here pip install MCP Tavily. And after that, once we have installed that, git clone Python environment prompting. We are running it via UVX here. So again, this is the what I was saying. So we are able to run it. If you will see here, for Claude, we can run this via Python as well. Okay. So just different ways of running your code. That is all what is happening. We can run it via Node package, via Docker, via simple Python. We have just used a simple Python thing here. If it is a lot complex, we can have it inside a Docker as a node package. Totally on us how we want to execute that, right? So yeah, with that, I'm pretty sure that we have understood how we can kind of run our MCP locally as well. Once the same is set up, and once our agent is able to run it via STDIO, it is exactly the same thing. So with that, you can have different MCP servers, and this is where you are able to get rid of a very common problem in handling and maintaining or creating multiple tools, right? So pretty sure that with this, the whole idea of MCP is clear. Now you can create your own MCP server. You can add multiple MCPs here. Totally on you, right? You can have multiple agents, each having its own MCP. So those all things come into the design pattern now. You can have a sequential agent, one kind of creates, one kind of deletes, one kind of does that. You can limit the tool as well. So all those things can now very easily be done, right? So yeah, with that, everyone, I think we have also understood about MCP as well, that how we can work on the MCP, right? Great. So now with the MCP clear and how we have seen that how we can have a local as well a remote MCP, the whole idea now becomes that we have kind of got a very good idea about each and everything in lots of depth in ADK, right? We have seen that how can we do the installation, how to run through the introduction, agent, structured output, configuring the models, tools in ADK, right? Understanding different tools as well their limitations and some overall things which ADK doesn't support as of now. Session state error, multi-agent system, workflow agents, callbacks, and finally the MCP with ADK. This thing was very important because normally when we are not using say your ADK web, then this is how we control our whole thing, right? So with respect to that, everyone, with the whole idea clear, let's now move on to a project. Now, one thing which I have done here is that since we have understood these things, the team and etc. in a very in-depth manner, I have not created a project of a type where, let's say, now we are having three agents. We are giving them a very easy task and they are doing it, because those are the things which we have learned in the multi-agent architecture as well, right? Where we have the sequential agent or let's say parallel agent. Instead, I have tried to make a project a little bit which is complex, taken from the official GitHub of ADK, but it will be using the basics of RAG and multi-modal things. So let me explain you the project as well, right? And you will understand that okay, why it is a better project to understand the whole power of ADK, okay, and not these kind of a project, because giving a simple task to multiple agents, this is something which can be very easily done. We can create a multi-agent system by defining all what we have learned in the first 11 modules. So with that, now let's move on to the project. So if we will go to the project, it is a Python notebook where each and everything is kind of defined. So let it load and let's go to the top. Let me clear all the outputs as well, and we will see. Build an e-commerce recommendation AI agents with ADK plus vector search, right? So I will be doing a vector search here. What is generative recommendation? Now, made sure that the project is a little bit advanced. So we have the curiosity open, right? Generative recommendation refers to AI ability to not only retrieve items directly by matching a user explicit search query, but also to intelligently infer, expand upon, and create new search queries and item suggestion based on deeper understanding of the user's intent, external research, and contextual information. So the idea is that if I ask it for a formal shirt, it will try to not only search for a formal shirt, it will try to say that okay, a formal shirt for office, a formal shirt for boys, formal shirt for let's say meetings. It will be able to think, right? That is what the idea is. Infer, expand upon, and create new search queries and item suggestion based on deeper understanding of the user's intent, external research, and contextual information. Here's a breakdown of its capabilities as demonstrated. Understanding and expanding user intent instead of simply taking direct query, the system can interpret the underlying need. For instance, when you ask for birthday present for a 10-year-old, AI doesn't just search for those exact keywords. Leveraging external research, which is your Google research, right? And I think this is very much how we also do the things, right? So let's say if I ask for birthday present for a 10-year-old, right? If we just ask this question, Google in a way will now be giving us different things. We will get the idea from there and then we will see that okay, what we want. Instead of just keeping our query open, like this is how we also do the research. So now what it is doing, pay attention. It is leveraging the external research. That is the whole idea. The generative recommendation process involves using tools like Google Search to perform market research. This allows AI to understand what kind of items are needed purchased for a given intent. Generating new queries. Based on this research now, the AI generates a list of more specific and diverse search queries. These generated queries go beyond the initial user input, aiming to broaden the search and find more relevant results. Example, education toys for 10 years old, adventure books for boys, coding kits for kids. So it has just tried to understand that this whole process is known as generative recommendation, right? So via this project, instead of just keeping a simple thing, I wanted to introduce to some new thing, right? That how this kind of a thing can also be done. Now, kudos to ADK for providing this like kind of a notebook directly onto their GitHub. I have to find that though, but yes, this is something which I've taken here, and it will be a good example, I believe. So in essence, generative recommendation moves beyond simple keyword matching to more dynamic and intelligent approach. So let's see the whole idea here, everyone. Let's say we as a user, we will be asking any birthday present for my son. Okay. So we are just going to ask this question. We will be creating a shop agent, and this shop agent will pass on my query to say research agent. The research agent is going to use the Google search. So we are using the Google search as it has to do the research. Then it search on the birthday present for boys. So it is just doing this search for me, get back the results, and generate the 5 queries. So now it will be generating 5 queries like STEM toys, Lego sets, and everything will be thrown out to me. Here are the suggested queries. Is it okay to search with these queries? Right. So it is just kind of having that kind of a thing. Like we can introduce those kind of a thing that yes, these are the suggestions. Kind of like again how ChatGPT work if you ask it to write a draft, or let's say if you just normally ask it the same question. Then let's say if we do implement human in the loop, then it can go STEM toys, Lego sets, STEM toys, Lego sets, backing, back, and finally it will be able to give me the answer. So that is the whole case, everyone, in which we will be working, right? Now, for this vector search, we have used a publicly available vector database. So let me show you that as well, right? Here we are just installing agents, everything. Let me first show you that database actually, then it will make sense, right? So let's go to, I think it was this only. Yeah. So this is the one which they are using. Datasets are provided by Mercury, a popular online marketplace in US and Japan. And I think yes, this is the one which we are using. So we can try the same as well, right? Let's say I ask for cups and search the same. It is giving me the results, right? So this vector database, again, this is something which has been there, which everyone can use, right? We are going to use the same as well. Right now, we are not compare like creating our own vector or RAG based kind of a thing. It is just having that, okay, when you will ask something based on the matching by sparse embedding, etc., and it is multimodal, you send in the text, it will send you the images. It will, again, it can generate the queries as well, right? So 30 result retrieved. These are few things. Dense embedding, sparse embedding, it is giving you these different images. So that is the whole idea, right? That is how we will be using it. Now, to be a little bit exact, like what it is known as, let me show you that thing. Mercury 3M we are using, right? So let me just check and show that where exactly. Yeah, this is the one. Mercury 3M. Okay, this data set. So if we go on Google as well, right? And search Mercury 3M, then you can see your go-to marketplace for deals. This is, I think, where all the things are kept. And if I just go on Google Docs, maybe. Okay, I remember, just let me check where I've kept that link. I remember keeping a link where we can use this thing directly. So that was also the link which I showed you. Like this is what it will be doing. But let me check. There was one more link which I remember. So 1 minute. Great. So I have found that link, everyone. Not sure why it was not mentioned. So this is the link, right? Now, if I go and show you here, just this is again also working in a right manner. That is not a problem. Just that it is having the full idea of the database. So multi-modal search, what it is, LLM with vision, right? Now, if we go here, this is again what it can do. So when you search by text, it will be able to do these things. I know that it is the same thing, right? But just to make sure that it is not complex for you, we can do this Merkin text to image, right? If I now ask it for, let's say, cups or let's say Starbucks gift card, it will be searching on the database and providing you with the results. So these are the gift cards, etc. Now, just using that, so that again, a little complex use case, you will make sure that with all what we have learned in ADK, we will be kind of keeping it a lot open ended and understanding the same, right? So now let's move forward, and with the whole idea or the architecture thing clear, like what will be happening, let's try to understand the same. So let me define this. First step is installing the ADK. So if you are running this on Collab, okay, then of course in the Collab interface you may see this error, but you can ignore it. So that is what it is saying. I can just install the same. Select the virtual environment. Seems like it has already been installed, so that should not be a problem. Now I will be just importing all these things, setting up the logging thing as well, right? So let it run. Then I'm just setting up my environment variable, right? So there is a get pass as well, which we can use. We are just setting it directly for the timing, right? False. And we are using the Gemini API key directly. We are not using it via Vertex AI. So let me define this. Then just for a sanity check, we are defining our test agent, define test agent function for testing agent, Google Gen AI types, right? App name, user ID, session service. Now these are all the things which we have learned in depth, right? So that was the reason we have to understand, because here we will not be able to use a ADK web, okay? Because ADK web, as we have seen, it is not that easy, right? ADK web is just controlling all these things for us, but that is not something which we can use directly. So anytime we are doing these things, it will require a session service. In memory session service, to test the agent, we are creating a session, we are using a runner, we are making sure that types content user, okay, we are just sending a text query, final response text, we are getting the last event, the final answer event is final response, and we are just putting that out. So let me just quickly run this up, right? Test agent, and we will be doing this testing once we have created our agent. Now let us create a shop agent. As you can see, these are the instructions. Your role is shop search agent on e-commerce site with millions of items. Your responsibility to search item based on user query. Gemini shop agent, description and inscription, right? So let me run this. And now we can just quickly test our agent. So let me test this up and let's see. User query, what kind of site is this? Agent. This is an e-commerce site. I'm a shop search agent helping you to find items. Seems like what all we have created in our flow, the same is working, right? What all we have created in this flow to define our agent, handle this dynamically. Now we have already seen that how we handle this thing ourselves, right? How we are handling the session state runner, all these things ourselves, how we get that final event thing as well. All those things in a way we have understood in depth, right? And this is now, that is the reason it is we are able to run this, because in a project like this, ADK web is of no use. That is the whole idea, right? ADK Web does all these things for us in the backend. We are already aware of that. Let me show you here. Yeah. So in the backend, we know that it handles the session, the events, all thing for me, the state. But I will have to do it myself when I'm trying to do it in a project manner. So cool, everyone. Before now we move forward, let me also explain this with an example. Let's say if you go on Amazon.com or Amazon.in, and if I search for, say, mobile, right, mobile phones or something, it will show you the mobile phones. The second I write mobile phone for old people, now internally, what Amazon surely will be doing is that it will try to understand that, hey, from this particular query which I have, can I get more queries, right? So can I say that, okay, this might mean a keypad phone, right? Or it may mean, let's say, a cheap phone. Because normally we know that, okay, if someone is buying for old age people, you will not be buying an iPhone which is very expensive. It will be around 2, 3, 5,000, depending again on the overall generic thing. Then it can be something, let's say, long battery. So now when Amazon tries to do this thing, you as a user surely will not be asked that, hey, these are the new queries which you have to do. We are just kind of explaining this thing that how it happens in a backend. But by using these new queries which it has generated, it will be able to provide you the better result. So in a way, this mobile phone for old people, nothing like that is there, right? So we don't normally say that, okay, this is a mobile phone for old people. But with keypad phone, etc., we are able to get a better result. And if now Amazon understand this particular thing, which pretty sure it will do, that hey, we are doing a generative recommendation here, okay, then it will be able to provide us with a better results. So that is what the whole idea of this project is. That it is having a use case by case, use case base of a project. Now this vector search, these tools, of course, they are not specific to ADK. We can use it with anyway. But yeah, that is the idea, right? Or anyway, just like you as a person, you as a real human, me as a real human, we can have different tools and we all can use that. Similarly, if it supports, if it understands, if those things are there, then it will be able to use that. So that is the whole idea. Now let's continue. We have defined our ADK. Then we have defined set the variables, test agent, all these things we have done. After that, defining the shop agent and quickly doing a sanity check that yes, my agent is working. So based on this thing, it was just able to check. Now, a very important thing to note here, we are containing the session, runner, everything here ourselves, content, final response. So this is where I'm passing my query. This query gets changed into a text, right? So with that, we are able to get the answer. Now let's move forward. And this time we will be calling the vector search. So the good part is that it is very nicely documented. Now I showed you this vector search interactive demo as well, right? And I showed you with the link as well. So this is again the interactive demo. There it was a research paper, almost the same thing, just that it is having more things here, right? And here, the one which I showed you, that was the proper research paper. What is multimodal search? LLM with vision, change business. So yeah, that is the thing. And I think with these things, you will be able to understand. So see, image, look around images for other images, right? Kind of very similar to how RAG works in a way, right? That you get that, okay, what is matching by changing this image into some embedding. Your query will also be changed into embedding. What you are getting, get around these things, and finally you will be able to show better results. So this is very important to understand. Please go inside this. The aim of the project is not to just do it and understand. No, understand in depth like what is happening in the backend. And that's why this particular thing I showed you, right, it is very important, because these are the things on which you will be able to create more such projects, right? So it is again explaining everything, that how, okay, it is having all the images. And I love these kind of visual explanation. I think the way I am explaining these things, you will also be able to understand that how like surely I will be all okay for these kind of execution, right? So yeah, they have done a pretty nice job here, that how they do these things. uh, OCR as well, they have used LLM with vision, change business, with e-commerce or marketplace service. These all things are happening, right? I think this is very much it is on 23, but this is very much like how now Nano Banana or these new state of the art models, they are also kind of changing the e-commerce platform, right? So now you can give your photo, give this image, and it can provide you with you wearing that photo. So understanding that, okay, what exactly transformed an industry is very important. Okay. So let's now move forward, everyone. Define call vector search. Now, call vector search calls a vector search backend for querying. It is a kind of a tool. URL, query, rows. Return the JSON response from the API. So pay attention here. I'm getting a headers. I'm getting a payload. And this tool internally is calling. So I am having this, let's say, this is the dataset ID anyways. Query rows. I'm providing that, okay, use dense parts, everything. We know that, okay, now this will be just an API call. So I'm just making my payload. I will be making a post call to the URL where my vector DB is hosted with the headers and the data. So since it doesn't require any authentication, means that it's an open-ended API. Anyone can use that, right? Then I will be getting response. If it is having the right status, if it is 200, I will just return this. If it is not having the right status, we will just carry out the exception. Okay, so define this tools now. Then define find shopping items tool. Now we will wrap the call vector search function with an ADK tool named find shopping items. Okay, so what effectively we are doing here? First, we define our vector search tool, vector search. This will be called by another function. This will be called by another function, which is your find shopping item. Find shopping item. And this is what I will wrap. This is what I will wrap for my ADK tool. So my ADK will be using this. It will be using this internally, right? So yeah, everyone is dependent on each other. That's the whole idea. ADK will be using this. I will call the find shopping item. It will call the vector search in the backend. Okay. So let's see this. Find shopping items. Find shopping item for the e-commerce site with a specified list of queries. The list of queries to run. A dictionary with the following one property, status, items. Now this is the URL, right? Like this is the URL where we will be making that API call. If you see in here, it was expecting a URL. Okay. Query we will also be passing because I will be able to create the query by find shopping items. So URL, items. For each query, I will call my vector search. I will get the three rows. Then I will just keep on adding it. Once I have done that, I will return my items. Simple approach. So let's test this tool now. Let me first define it. I am asking for cups with dancing people, cups with dancing animals. Let me run this. So we know that first it will try to search for cup with dancing people. I think three results. So how many it has done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we have specifically asked that we want three rows, right? So the way it would have happened is that first cup with dancing people must have been taken. We would have called this vector search and got the results, right? And second, cups with dancing animal must have been called. So let's do one thing as well. If we go back and since we are understanding in depth with the reference as well, let's see this. Where can we try it out? Yeah. Mercury text to image, cups with dancing people. Let me move this, cups with dancing people. So these are the three results. Let's go back and check what we have got. So ideally the first three ones should be for dancing people. Uh, Same one because again it has done the mapping for the same query it is doing the mapping. So more or less it will be same. Okay, why it has messed it up? Let's see. Uh, Description: free people, women, dress pink, MKU, SKU number. Okay, somehow it has messed it up. Pretty barn render mux. So this is still fine, right? Now image URL, image URL. Okay, not sure why it has messed this up. We will see that. Then this should be with animal, right? See, something related to that. Now again, if I go back, yeah, so it is now having the animals. Okay, so that is how it is working, everyone. Pretty sure the tool should be clear. Again, the best of the animals, it is having this, right? Maybe it does some randomization, so we are getting some random result as well, which totally makes sense. Like if I just maybe like have it again, or let's say dancing people. Okay, people. Some randomization is something it might be doing for the API. Maybe it is not doing on the web. On the API, it might be doing, right? Now, let's move forward, everyone, and see add the tools to the shop agent. So again, I'm now defining a new agent, which is your shop agent model, shop, shop agent for e-commerce website, find shopping items. I'm just giving the tool which I've just tested out, right? So a awesome way of defining your tools, then testing it out, and then giving it to your agent, right? So what we can do is for every tool which we are creating, I think the overway takeaway is that we can have a test tool function or something as well, right? So let me define this. Now let's test the agent, cough with dancing figures. More or less, again, it will to call the tool and show you in a better manner, right? So user queries, cup with dancing figure, found three items. agent response. Just now, this output has been wrapped inside my agent. So it is saying that Easter decor containing this, Mayfair collection by this, and it is showing the whole logo like this thing as well, right? So seems like there is actually some randomization because we were not getting this earlier, right? See, somehow it has typed this out. Now we are not getting that dress. And yeah, that is what we are able to see, everyone. And we are able to see the answers, right? So now let's define the research agent. Till now, what we have done, if I go into the whole idea back in the whole this thing, right? 1 minute. Mm, we have seen you from here only. So what we have done, we have kind of done this find shopping items, right? Vector search, and we have created a shop agent. So this shop agent, if you will see here, it is calling this thing, right? The shop agent calls it. It calls your vector search. This gets back, and then we finally get the results. So we have done this pipeline. Now let's do the research agent pipeline, which is very important as well. Okay. So let's now go back here and let's jump onto the research agent. Okay, so now that we have done this, let's now move on to the research agent. Now, just we are defining the research agent. We know that we can provide it with an inbuilt Google search tool, right? We have understood the same. Now, here as well, it is just given in the documentation. So, the instruction market researcher. When you receive a search request from a user, use Google search tool to research on what kind of item people are purchasing for the user's intent. Generate 5 queries. Use Google search. So, let me run this. If we tested birthday present for a 10 years old, let me search this thing. Again, I'm just using the test agent thing which we have created. And let's see the same thing, right? So it is doing the Google search in the backend and it gets Lego STEM building kits, remote control car, outdoor sports games for 10-year-old boys, strategy board games, science experiment kits for 10-year-old boys. Plus, this covers a popular education strategy. It is having these things as well. Now, if we want, we can just ask it to provide us with a keyword, with a SEO optimized thing, with a e-commerce friendly terms. All these things we can do nicely, right? Now let's finalize the shop agent. So your role is a shopper concierge for an e-commerce site. Follow the following steps. When you receive a search request from a user, pass it to the research agent tool and receive 5 generated queries. Now, one thing to note here, we have created a research agent here, which is having the inbuilt tool, right? Now, based on our discussion, we should remember that how we cannot use a agent as a sub agent if it is having a inbuilt tool, right? We have discussed the same thing in depth that if we are having, so if I show you quickly and go back, let's say to the documentation and we go on the agents, or rather we should go on the tool and say the built-in tools. We have this small caveat here which we have to understand and always remember. The caveat was that, yeah, this one somewhere here. Yeah. Built-in tools cannot be used within a sub-agent. Now we have also understood that how within a sub-agent in ADK the full delegation happens, right? So in line with that whole thing, we will have to make sure that to make it work, we will have to make it as a tool, agent as a tool concept, right? So for that, the reason that it has given research agent and tool here and receive 5 queries, then pass the list of queries to find shopping items to find items. When you receive a list of items from the tool, answer to users with items name. So here I have just now defined Gemini shop agent. This is a description. Instruction we have already given. In the tools, agent tool, and I'm giving the find shopping items, right? So these are the things which I'm giving. Now, finally, we can just test the tool. So await test agent. Let me run this. Can you find birthday present for a 10-year-old? Let's see this thing. User queries. This has got the user queries for us. Found 12 items. Internally, again, it will be calling. Yeah, as we can see now, we're able to get the result. From the result, I found several relevant items: remote control mini drones, merge queue, new in box hologram. So again, just the wrapping thing is happening, and we are able to see the whole thing, right? So good for a 10-year-old. Then let's see this one as well. Good for a 10-year-old. Like it's at least a gift, right? Superhero comics, still fine. And finally, this thing as well. Okay. So yeah, in a summary, we went through the process of constructing a multi-agent system for an e-commerce platform focusing on generative recommendation. Through this progression, the tutorial illustrated how to build a sophisticated AI agent system that can understand user intent, perform research, generate targeted queries, provide relevant product recommendation in an e-commerce context using ADK and external search capabilities. Right. So pretty awesome, easy to understand project. A little bit different from what we normally do. Having some good tools, having the vector thing so that it is a lot clear. Right. So congrats everyone on completing this 6 hour long crash course. Now pretty sure that now all the components, everything in the ADK space as well as in general with agentic AI is clear. The way we have understood each and everything in this crash course, it will not only be helpful in agent development kit, but you will see that how all the understanding, all the concepts I have explained in such a manner that you are able to understand other frameworks as well. Do make sure that you download all the notes as well as the resources. You must have seen that how I have created those overall notebooks, which have explained things in a lot of depth. And do make sure that you also see the project again. Do let me know if you want other projects, other advanced and complex projects in the ADK space, so that you can take your understanding on to the next level. Now, a humble request to please like the video, share the same with your friends, and comment on what you like and what you don't. And if any other thing is there which you would like me to cover in the future videos, and subscribe to my channel as the same will help me to grow and reach out to maximum students and learner. Agentic AI or this particular framework is going to be very, very important this year. So now you have a complete idea. If you will go to the documentation as well of other frameworks, as I mentioned, Agentic AI is not now going to be a piece of cake for you. So with that, everyone, do make sure that if you have any doubts, please ask the same in the comments, and I will be more than happy to answer the same. Let's meet in the next video where we will master more about any other agentic AI framework. Or if you have any suggestion, do drop in the comments. Let's see you in the next video.